Sup, nerds? How's everybody doing today? I hope you're well this Sunday afternoon. Spring is far away, but summer is what I meant to say. Summer is leaving. I feel the twinges of fall in the air. So I think, I don't know, I'm getting ready to get into cozy mode so we can be ready to be cozy spooky come Halloween. So I hope you're feeling cozy on this fine day. Maybe get yourself some cocoa or tea, perhaps a blanket. One of those sweaters that's a little too big. Some cozy socks that aren't really practical to wear most of the time, but are really fuzzy, so you never end up wearing them. And we're gonna start looking at some Homebrew. Pokeniner, thank you for the resub. You're a nerd and you're doing great. Good. I had a pumpkin muffin from Dunkin' Donuts the other day. That's how I know it's almost fall. Well, the brew doesn't need to be cozy. The brew can be as weird as you guys end up wanting it to be, you know? Hooray! Hey. Do you guys remember when I used to start stream with just a super big zoom in on my face? I feel like we should start doing that again. I like that. I like that start. How's it going? You guys good? Everybody oh, I gotta fix my chair. Everybody have a good weekend? Normally, I'm like perfectly in line. There we go. That's better. What's up, Quispy? What's up, Phoenix? Jasper, how's it going? Sponge, how's it going? What's up, Pokey? You met some really nice folks at a BBQ place today. They offered to pay for your meal? That's pretty good. Guys, I have some bad news. My lights, you see all my little lights? Like here. And like hanging here. They broke. I don't know why they're not working anymore. So I gotta get some new lights. Life's so hard. Your character died last night? Oh my goodness. Was it a character you've been playing for a long time? Character death is one of those things that is very heavy duty feeling. I think that it does depend on the nature of your game. Like, there are definitely games that are a little bit sillier or more like everybody's dying all the time. But I don't know. I think that even for a character that you only play for a little bit, when a character dies, especially unexpectedly, it sort of feels like you're in the middle of reading a book, and then somebody runs over to the book and rips a bunch of chapters out and just throws them away and burns them, and you can never read those chapters. You know what I mean? Like, the story continues, you know, the campaign goes on, but it really does feel like there is something that is lost that, like, cannot be recovered. And I wonder if that's what people feel about, like, real death. But it's always harsh when a character dies. I don't know, maybe I get overly emotional about it, but I feel like character death, it's such lost potential, you know? And this is coming from a dungeon master who thinks character death is really important in games. I don't think it needs to happen, but I think that a campaign that has a death or two, those deaths or two, and the things that form around them often end up being some of, like, the more important parts of the campaign, you know? You love the content I make? I love the content you make. You've killed a character every week for the last 3 weeks. Hopefully they were not all in the same campaign. That's what I can say. Bildo, are you still running a bunch of games? Because that feels more okay emotionally to deal with if you can spread that thin, you know? I'm still a little sick. Sorry about that. And it comes out the most. I still have this though. And it comes out the most when I'm laughing, which sucks because I love to laugh. Also, check this out, guys. My new player's handbook came in the mail. I can read the new rules finally. Which means we can learn all of the things. Which will be pretty good. So, I'm going to spend some time looking at this tonight after stream. And I'm going to see if I have access to it on D&D Beyond, because that would be so nice if I could show stuff on screen. Hopefully I can. We'll do that experiment offline. But what I am going to start doing this week and what we're going to start doing on stream is sort of two different things. One of those things is going to be continuing stuff as normal, looking at Homebrew, talking about game design. But the other is going to be looking at all of the new classes and subclasses in this book and starting to play around with how we are going to write Homebrew for 2024 stuff. Now, there's a lot of stuff around the politics side of what's going on at Wizards of the Coast or Hasbro. I am going to say that I don't really want to get into all of that. I'm so dumb when it comes to so many things. There's so many more intelligent channels than I am. But from purely a mechanical perspective, from purely a gameplay perspective, if we cut out everything other than literally the game, what I've seen in this so far has been some pretty cool stuff. And I think writing Homebrew for the new design of the game is going to be really fun. I think it's going to be really fun. Escuzera, thank you for the resub. 5 months. Let's go. So yeah, I'm excited to start trying to build some Homebrew for the new book. And for, I think this week and probably for a little while, we're just going to start going through the classes and trying to figure out sort of the new rules for Homebrew writing and starting to write some Homebrew. And also, I talked about this on stream earlier last week, but just to reiterate, part of why I'm excited for this is there's so much Homebrew for 5e and so many ideas have been like smashed into the ground. Like, how many Enforcer Rogues or Speedster Monks or Bulwark Fighters have we seen, you know? Or Dragon Barbarians or stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with making Homebrew around something that there's a million versions of, but it just makes it harder to make that Homebrew feel like it has value outside of your own home game. And I think that a lot of the people on our stream aspire to make stuff in a way that they want the public to see it. Maybe they want to be a writer. Maybe they want to be, maybe they want to be a game designer. And when you're making something that exists in a very saturated market, you have to spend a lot more time making that feel special and unique. And you're sort of competing with a lot of different things at the same time, too. There is no Homebrew for this yet. There is literally no Homebrew for this yet. So, we are going to go from researchers in writing Homebrew to explorers in writing Homebrew. And that, I think, is going to be a really fun place to play. So I'm excited for that. Pioneers, yeah. Hey, Cinder, I would like to clear up a misconception you had about my Alchemist class in your recent stream. Sure. The biggest feedback I got from you was to make the prices of all the potion sizes clearer. That is not the feedback that I gave you. The cost of the sizes is based on the spell points. One size potion, 2 cost points, and therefore one level 1 alchemist can make at most 2 potions, just as a caster only has 2 spell slots. Okay, so here's okay. So I think okay. So here's what I'll say, just to acknowledge that for a second. The biggest feedback that I had for you by far was that putting a spell or a spell-like effect in a potion makes that spell-like effect a lot more powerful. And I'll give you a simple example of this. And I'll use something from your brew. So for example, with your character's build, with the way that I misunderstood the resource system, I totally get that. I think that your biggest feedback for me misunderstanding the resource system is probably that the resource system needs to be a little simplified or a little bit more clear in the way it's expressed, because I wasn't the only one that misinterpreted it. Literally everybody misinterpreted it. So it probably needs to be a little bit more clear. But the bigger deal, Balab, is that with your piece as written, let's say I could only make 2 spells a day, okay? I could make 2 potions of invisibility a day with that. Now, the spell invisibility is a 2nd level spell. So it's not crazy. That being said, it is a little bit more powerful to be able to do 2 2nd level spells per day at level 1 as opposed to 2 1st level spells per day at level 1. Like, that's a pretty big deal. But it's not just casting the spell invisibility, it's a potion of invisibility. Now, the potion of invisibility is an item in D&D, so we can actually look to that to see how powerful that is compared to the spell invisibility. So the spell invisibility is a 2nd level spell. You might think that the potion of invisibility might be a uncommon magic item, maybe a rare magic item. But the potion of invisibility is a very rare magic item. It is much more equivalent to like a 5th level spell than a 2nd level spell. And the reason for that, some people have mentioned in chat before, is that when you put magic in a potion, you make it so it can't be counterspelled. Depending on how your game interprets potions, it might not be affected by other anti-magic things, right? We're not like, would dispel magic work on it? I'm not really sure. But then also, there is no limit on where anybody needs to be to gain access to it. And what I mean by that is, I have to touch you to cast invisibility on you. If I give you one of the potions of invisibility I made, you just have it. It's just a spell you have access to all day. So that's another level of power. And then the third, and probably the biggest, is that it doesn't require concentration anymore. Most spells that require concentration because they are a little bit heavy hitting. They need some way to be dismissed in order to balance out their existence at the level they are. So if you are invisible, but I can't knock you out of it, that is so much stronger than you are invisible, but I can knock you out of it by hitting the spellcaster. You know what I mean? So that's, I think, the biggest feedback you should take away, is that as you are building your alchemy features, you got to be really careful how much you put those features as spell features and balance them compared to spell features. Because if you are taking spells as the litmus test for what the potions can do, and you're giving as much variety to the potions as there is spells, which it looks like you were, there were a lot of options. You have to tone everything down a little bit and keep in mind all of those limiters that spells have that your potions do not. I hope that clears things up. What's your favorite class in the new player's handbook? I literally haven't read all of them yet. So like part of what I've been doing this weekend is just starting to go through it. So I'll tell you my favorite class in the whole world, separate from the new stuff, is the barbarian. So that's the one I'm the most excited for. But I think they all look, there's not a change that I've seen so far that I didn't like. That's what I'll say. There's not a change that I've seen so far that I didn't like. I'm sure there will be changes that I don't like. I haven't looked at everything yet. The other thing that I haven't looked at yet, which I'm very curious about, is the monster stat blocks and how monsters work, because I know that it's going to be a little different. And honestly, I'm probably going to have more feelings about that than I am about the class stuff, because I feel like monster design is a little bit more finicky, because you're not really just designing what a monster does. You're designing like the in-game tools that the dungeon master is going to be using during the game to facilitate running that monster. So Like when I'm looking at the way a new subclass is designed, we're just looking at the features basically. And we'll talk, you know, if we can talk about formatting if we want, but basically just looking at the features. But when I'm looking at a monster stat block, especially if they change things up, which I heard they did, it's a lot more, formatting is a lot more important for a monster stat block, because the formatting of that stat block determines how quickly and effectively a dungeon master can access and understand and implement everything in that stat block in action in game. You know? So I know that they made some changes, super curious to see what they are. The only change that I know about that I don't think I like, and maybe there's going to be intention behind it that I'll discover, is that Smite, the Paladin Smite ability, is now a spell, not a feature. And I don't like that. But there might be a reason for that I don't know. Because again, I haven't looked at everything yet. We have to keep in mind that when you're making games, you know, it's hard to tell how a feature feels outside of the things around it. So there might be some other larger sort of like either like philosophy changes in game design across it or things like that that would make it make so much more sense for Smite to be a spell that I'm just not familiar with yet. You don't like the lore changes in the Warlock. What are the lore changes of the Warlock? Also, I feel like lore is one of those things where I don't know. I think using the lore is great, and I think trying to write good lore is great. But I think if you like the mechanics of something, but you don't like the lore of it, just don't do it. You know, switch that shit up. What's the highest progress you've made with a player character? I have never gone from level 1 to 20. As a player, the highest level I think I've ever gotten to was 14 or 15, one of the two. I've run some high-level adventures also. Like, I've also never run an adventure from level 1 to 20. I've run adventures a handful of times from like 1 to like 15. And then I've also run some mini campaigns that were like high level, like 17 to 20, but never full 1 to 20. Warlocks don't know who their pact is with till 3rd level. Ah, I see. Well, I think that what you would here's what I would say. I would say they don't need to not know who their pact is with. Like, that's a character thing. You can decide who your pact is with. I would just interpret their powers as like the earlier Warlock powers. Like, just because like, if you make a pact with a devil or an angel or an octopus or whatever, you get basic weird magic from them. And then as you get better at that weird magic, you learn how to like focus it in the way that they have taught it to you. So I think there's space in the lore for that. I sort of feel the same way about clerics. Like, I think that clerics, sorcerers, and warlocks make sense to get their subclass at level 1 because of how tied it is into their character. But if you just sort of reinterpret their powers as like focusing in on a specialty as getting from level 1 to 3, I think that works. It is a problem, but I don't think it's a huge problem. I don't even think it's a problem. I think it's just a different headspace around character progression and what determines the powers you get. Like, are you not a cleric if you have all the cleric spells and cleric abilities just because you pick trickster cleric and you don't get any trickster things yet? It's almost like you need to think. I would think about it like this. If you want to be like a specialist martial artist that specifically fights with a big giant sword, like a big giant falchion in real martial arts, you don't just start learning to be a sword specialist. You learn like the basics of martial arts and get pretty good at it in most practices before you start doing anything with weapons, let alone specializing with a weapon. So I think it's sort of same headspace as that. What did you say, Tradosio? I have been speed reading the 2024 handbook myself. You're a fan of many changes. Only a few feel like they missed the mark. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a lot talking about that, and I'm very curious to see what things you guys think work and don't. We're going to be exploring it together. Well, I'm going to read it beforehand a little bit just to make sure I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Ash Winter, 6 months. Let's go. How you doing? I don't think it's a problem at all when creating a cleric or warlock or maybe even a sorcerer where their powers come from, something special. You work into your character's backstory. It's always there. It just doesn't appear. Yeah, I feel similarly. I feel similar, Yas. I think you get... my camera being weird? I think you can do a lot of stuff with flavor. It's fun to get the cool mechanical stuff, don't get me wrong, but you started earlier today. Will this be common going forward? Maybe. We'll see. You know what I was realizing? Because I did 2 streams last week after not streaming for like a month. And when you don't stream for a long time and then you come back to it, it helps give you like new eyes. And I was noticing that I think earlier in the day is just better for, I think the vibe is just gonna be a little bit better. I don't want to be tired when I'm streaming. I'd rather be tired when I'm doing work that's behind the screen, you know? So I think streaming earlier will lead to it just being a little bit better across the board. And you know, it's on YouTube, right? So if you're even if you're watching on Twitch and the timing's not good for you, you can always go watch the VOD on YouTube if you want. It's better for the EU folks, that's true. It's true. And the thing is, I need to get at least a couple of you guys to think I'm really cool so that I can like plan a trip to go to Europe and not have to spend as much money and just live on a bunch of people's couches for a week. That's not gonna work if you guys don't think I'm really cool. You think all subclasses should be locked at level 1 because your character begins to feel unique? I think I think that if D&D was trying to be a very mechanically focused game through and through, I think that would totally make sense. But I think D&D is really trying to be both more user-friendly and also in this new edition trying to lean more into like roleplay matters, story matters, character details matter, outside of just numbers go up and special powers. So I don't think you need a subclass. Like I think I don't want to argue with you, but I think that feeling like you need your subclass to feel unique really undersells how much of your character you can make feel unique simply by what skills you start with. You know, like let's say you have 3 rogues. No, let's not do rogues. Let's do something that doesn't get any expertise. Let's say you have 3 fighters, okay? If one of those fighters has proficiency in animal handling and insight and perception, or animal handling and survival and perception, or something like that, they are gonna feel really different in the game than a fighter that has proficiency in intimidation and persuasion. And they're gonna feel really different than a fighter that has proficiency in investigation and arcana. Right? Like maybe not every moment of combat, but not the whole game isn't combat. And I think that piecemeal giving you the features, it's not great. It's not good or bad. Like there's nothing wrong with deciding you don't like it. But I think by piecemealing giving you the features, it allows you to explore and potentially like empower yourself with those earlier features and to really feel the distinction between them. That's what I would say. I submitted a detailed character sheet tracker in Google Sheets. Would that be against the rules? I plan to if it's easy for me to read and understand, I can look at it, but I won't have a great deal of feedback. I mean, if it's the kind of thing where I can look at it and it doesn't need you to explain it and I can just understand it, then I'll look at it. But if I look at it and it's confusing, my feedback is probably just going to be this is confusing. Hey Cinder, what are your thoughts? Shades of the Mothman also brings up a good point. Shades the Mothman, excuse me. All subclasses at level 1 would be too many decisions at level 1. I kind of feel similarly. I think that Pathfinder sometimes makes you have a lot of choice. I think Pathfinder is kind of a middle ground there, but yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Spelljammer Adventures in Space? I see a lot of hate online. I don't understand why. I think space adventures are fine. I think they're cool. I don't see any. I see a lot of hate online for all of the weird, fucked up racist stuff that was in Spelljammer books originally, but I don't see any hate around actually running adventures in space. All right, let's see. Let me get this thing loaded up here. What do we got? How many? Let's see. Did we get any homebrew? Did you guys send us anything? Ooh, we got a bunch of homebrew. Okay. I changed the form to submit homebrew a tiny bit. Before it said name for you to put your name, and now it says username. Because I think that makes it more clear. A big part of what I like about 5e base was the pact at 3rd level was the whole deal maker of warlocks. It was a patron's first payment due to their player, but now they get packs first and then subclasses, which makes little sense to me. I mean, here's my argument for that, Pokey. And I don't agree or disagree. I'm just going to be devil's advocate. I think the argument for a warlock getting their pact at level 1, but their specific subclass features at level 3 could be, let's say I'm a devil and I'm your patron. I'll be like, okay, you might be a good warlock. I'm not going to give you any of my unique stuff. I'm just going to give you the general magic powers and see if you can survive a couple levels. And if you do, and you're one of my special warlocks, then I'm not just going to give you the generic stuff. Then you start to get the devil stuff. That would be my headspace around that. That's the way that I would sell that story. But again, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. You think it's a bit of reluctance blending in high fantasy and sci-fi? They do kind of become the same at a certain point. It's just a matter of tone. Do you know what I mean? I'm making a game class tutorial one-shots for people with social anxiety. Should I use the 2014 or 2020 Player's Handbook? That's really your call, man. The thing is, the new Player's Handbook literally just came out. There is still not a Dungeon Master's Guide or a monster manual for it, so most people are probably going to still be using the 2014 stuff for a little while. But if the guide, I think that realistically, if you make it for the 2014 stuff, you're not going to have to make a crazy amount of changes to make it for the 2024 stuff, especially if it's designed for people with social anxiety. I feel like all of the nuance is going to be applicable to either. It's just a matter of like pulling out the actual specific details of how a feature works and plugging in a new one. Because if you're making it specifically to help people with social anxiety, I feel like the more important element is like the presentation and the sort of social tips and guide aspects, you know? But that's just me. Sorry about that. I have a friend that runs his homebrew through ChatGPT. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. He shouldn't do that. No, that's going to make him a worse writer, and he's going to miss a lot of stuff. I would say no. He should run his homebrew through a friend. So technically, according to 2024, you don't know your patron at first. Why not? It says the patron is a voice in the shadows. Not that you know your patron at level 1, just that it's someone that's giving you powers. Yeah, but that's flavor. Like Pixie, that's just flavor. You can change that, right? How many barbarians rage but don't rage? Like, how many barbarians can you think of where their rage is they focus or they activate their thermal powers? You know what I mean? I am not accepting homebrew for 2024 rules, no. We're going to start playing around with that later this week. Tomorrow is going to be the first day that we talk about homebrew for 2024. I would argue, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, I don't think any of you have any idea how to write homebrew for 2024 rules yet. I don't think anybody has any idea how to write homebrew for the 2024 rules yet. So before I look at any of your homebrew for 2024, I want to just start talking about how we think we're going to do that. Because I don't think it's going to be of value for me to make a random guess about some random thing I see for something I haven't thought about or know anything about, you know? Like, if you write some homebrew for 2024 rules because you're just wanting to play in the space and start doing it, amazing. But I don't think I'm going to be able to give you any insight into how to make that better until I am more familiar with the changes. There's also been a lot of, because there's a lot of very nuanced changes in the way that information is presented. Also, I want to point something out that I did notice that I want to reiterate because I talk about this a lot. Look how fucking short all of these subclasses are. Every single one of them fits on a fucking page, okay? Every single one of them, they're short. They're short. They got 3 sentences a feature. So for all you people that think you need 4 pages to write a subclass, I think it's something that you'll notice when we get through them. They are concise in a way that I aspire all of you to become. I haven't read enough of the book yet, but I will tell you the formatting of this book I'm loving. I'm literally loving. Every subclass, just a single page with the art also on that page. Fucking unbelievable. So all of you should become aspirationally shorter writers, as will I. Do you guys want to see the homebrew wheel? Let me put a couple more names on it. Ugh. That would make sense with the Battle Master being longer. How is the Ranger, though? I haven't looked at it yet. What's up, Dice? How long do you think a subclass flavor description for a subclass should be? I think it depends on how nuanced and weird your idea is. I think a good subclass description should be no more than a paragraph. Unless it's like the second paragraph is giving you examples of gods you might worship or characters from fiction that you might take inspiration from. But I think a paragraph, and I think the only things it really needs to do is it needs to give us a very clear understanding of the vibe and intention behind the mechanics, and it needs to make us excited to play that subclass. And that's it. So for example, like if you wanted to make like a goblin themed rogue that was like learned how to got goblin powers, I'd probably talk a little bit about how I would talk about like the goblininess of this rogue, and then I would give an indicator as to how that goblininess could be really effective and unique way in combat, and that's probably all I would really do. If you can never do less than 3 sentences for flavor text, that is okay if those sentences are short. If you are finding yourself writing really long sentences and not being able to write concisely, you probably care too much about the words you're writing down, and you have to, I mean, maybe not, like you might just be writing something complicated that requires a little bit more explanation. But the question then you'd ask yourself is that going to be an effective description, right? Is it an effective description if it's so complicated? Because you don't want to complicate people initially. But if you don't know how to not write in a really long-winded way, in my experience, what that usually means is you struggle with self-editing. And that's okay. But because we fall in love with things that we write that we're proud of, you know? Shorter sentences are cool. Yeah, Yazi. Also, thank you for the 11 months. But we fall in love with the things that we write, which makes sense, right? We wrote them. We want them to be special. We want them to, like, we put our heart and soul into something. We care about it, you know? We put energy into it. But we do have to get to a place as creators where putting energy into something is not enough to justify keeping it, and liking something is not always enough to justify keeping it if it doesn't help the larger goal of the piece. Flareware, yeah, great quote. If I had more time, I would have written you a shorter letter. Yeah, perfect. All right, let me show you guys the wheel. Let me actually just double check because I just ranted more. Yep. Okay. Let's see, where's the wheel? Boom! Behold. Glory unto thee. How do you know your homebrew is good and doesn't need more changes? I think the way that you find out if your homebrew needs more changes is you ask people. You find people to ask for help. And if you don't want to talk to people, or you don't know how to ask people, then you can look to the published material and see, does yours come in line with it? I'll give you an example. Let's say you made a rogue subclass, okay?
Hooray!
And you feel pretty good about it. Lorg! 3 months, let's go. Let's say you made a rogue subclass, okay? And let's say you decided, I'm going to make this rogue subclass, and it's going to get 2 features at every subclass level. It's going to get 2 features at 3rd level, 2 features at 9th level, 2 features at whatever the next one is, and 2 features at 17th or whatever. And you feel like it needs that to accomplish itself. Well, what you could do is you could look at the other rogue subclasses, and you would see if you looked at the other rogue subclasses, a lot of them have 2 features at levels, some of them multiple levels, but none of them get 2 features at every level. None of them do. So if you feel like it's good, but it needs those 2 features at every level, then it's time to have that harder conversation with yourself. It's like, well, why does it need that? Because now it kind of outplays the others. And by the fact of the others not needing those, that might be an indicator that there's some bloat somewhere. So if you don't have people to talk to, then you could do that. But also you can send stuff to me. And then I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a Discord that I run. And it has a very active homebrew section that honestly is often more helpful than I am. And I think I would also argue that a lot of the time it's better to get feedback there before talking to me, because you're going to make it's going to look really nice because people are going to be pretty helpful. If you do want to share homebrew there, I'm going to give you 2 pieces of advice. The first piece is the longer your homebrew is, the less likely people are going to read it. So if you want some feedback and you wrote a class, don't share the whole class, share level 1 through 5. Or if you're like, how come no one's giving me feedback? I sent in this document with 32 races. Don't send in a document with 32 races. Send in 1. It's going to get a lot more feedback because people are willing to give time to read something that takes 30 seconds to read a lot more than they are something that takes 20 minutes to read. That's the first piece of feedback. The other piece of advice is, however much attention you want your homebrew to get, however much feedback you would like your homebrew to get, you should try to do that much for someone else. Not for everyone else, but like, if you would love somebody to read your piece in depth and give feedback on it in depth with a kind heart, then you should do that with someone else's. It's a self-eating machine, you know? The Cinder review show is like Pawn Stars sometimes. Some people want to be on the show more than they want feedback. I think that is less and less. I also think that is less now that I don't take calls as much. Maybe I should take calls again. All right, I think maybe we'll start taking calls again a little casually. But if it does turn into the Pawn Stars again in a way that I don't like, we're going to stop again. Yeah, I have a Discord, so people can I have like a chat in my Discord that I pull people online. So sometimes if somebody's in the chat, I really haven't done this in a while, but sometimes I would see them in the chat and I'd be like, just join me on a call, and they would come on stream. What's up, King Krasha? But yeah, the problem with that is sometimes it just turns into people wanting to like argue about why their homebrew actually is balanced and amazing, or people just wanting to like be like, ah, blah, 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 blah. But it's okay. Maybe we'll do more of that. Oh, there's going to be, my forehead. Okay. Fair warning. If any of you have like, sunlight sensitivity, if any of you are like drow or kobolds in their first editions, don't look at this part of my head for about 20 minutes to an hour, because there's going to be a beam of light from the sun that's going to melt you. And I want all of you to maintain not having disadvantage on your on your attack rolls and perception checks. Okay? So I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I can't. I could do this, but I think you just gotta have to deal with my luminescence for at least a little bit. Secondary moonbeam. It's not moonbeam. It's a solar beam. What's that spell called? What's the spell called that shoots sunlight? Solar flare? I forget what it's called. It's a spell that druids take, and they turn into an earth elemental and just blast everybody with it. Sunbeam. Thank you, Ash. Okay, we'll do one last check, because I just saw somebody in the chat said they just submitted homebrew. We want to make sure everybody gets in there. Boom. Also, is the volume to the music compared to my voice good, or is it too loud or too quiet in any directions? I had to redo all of my mic setup, and I don't know if I did it right. Volume's good? Okay, good. Cool. Okay, we're gonna start with Brandilio. All right, Brandilio. I don't know if I've seen any homebrew from Brandilio before. Oh, Brandilio gave us a lot of information. Okay. One of my players liked the Rune Knight, but wanted it with a draconic flavoring. Cool. I actually think that's really easy, because it has because giant stuff can really easily be reflavored into dragon stuff, because a lot of it is very elemental in the same way. You know? You notice that? I like the giant barbarian, you can just be reflavored as a dragon barbarian, and you literally don't need to change anything. Most of my submission is tweaked in language alone. Every instance of giant being changed to dragon or draconic, however, I did some notable changes. I added a new rune, the pink rune. I modified the dragon's might ability to work off runes instead of being a catch-all to turn big. I guess we'll look at what that is, because that's confusing sounding. At 10th level, the player has grown horns instead of growing in height. Great. Flight granted at the last milestone when using Draconic's Might instead of getting even bigger. And I changed the charm effect of the stone rune to a stun effect. All right, let's just give her a gander. I do appreciate you saying this is very similar to the Rune Knight, but different in a handful of ways, so we're not like hunting too much. Okay. Why'd the music turn off? Oh, music. Oh, music. Okay. This is called the Dragon Script tonight. So it's very similar. It's going to be very similar to the Rune Knight. So we're learning Draconic instead of Dragon. Where's the pink one? Okay, so these are all basically the same. None of these are changing. Fairy Dragon for the cloud. Giant makes a lot of sense. Red for the fire makes sense. Ice for the frost makes sense. Earth for stone. I feel like that's a little bit of a cop-out. Pick a... I guess, right? There's not an earth dragon. What dragon would be the earth dragon? Like a maybe a blue dragon? No, not blue dragons. They're not the desert ones. Whatever the desert dragon is. Pick that one. Okay, pink coatl. So this is the new one. This is like an alternative Rune Knight. This rune invokes the lightheartedness of a rare pink coatl. You spelled coatl wrong here, just so you know. While wearing or carrying an object inscribed to this rune, you have advantage on your first death saving throw and resistance when rolling against the frightened condition. Okay, I'm gonna say right now, this feels like the weakest one. This is really weak. This is giving advantage on 2 different skill checks all the time. Same as this. I get that, like, advantage on one death saving throw. That's not that good. So here's what I would say. I would give us advantage on all death saving throws and advantage on all frightened effects. Otherwise, I think it's really not that good. The other thing that I would say is, so a Coatl is like a celestial draconic creature. It's not really a dragon. I don't care about that for the lore perspective, but I guess I don't know. Yes, Coatl have like regeneration magic. They do healing magic and stuff. But I don't know if I would do death saving throws and non-frighten as my passive features for it. I don't know. Those aren't exactly the things I think about when I think about a Coatl. But yeah, these don't feel strong enough at the moment. Let's see what the active feature is. I mean, chat, tell me if tell me if you disagree. I get that the other ones are all skill checks. This is a saving throw. And this is I mean, they're all sort of saving throw features, but I would rather get expertise in 2 skills than get this. Or get advantage forever in 2 skills than get this. At least for me. Maybe that's just personal preference. Okay. Let's take a look at the secondary feature. I don't need lyric songs, thank you. In addition, you can... What the fuck is this music? In addition, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune when a creature attacks an ally within 30 feet and force that creature. So you want to... I would say, I would switch this around. I would say, in addition, when an ally attacks a creature within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune too. I would put the trigger first. To make a wisdom saving throw or fall prone and become incapacitated for 2 turns. Just to make sure you understand what you mean, there's a big difference between a turn in D&D and a round. So a turn in D&D is 1 character going. So for example, the way this is written, let's say you had a barbarian, a fighter, a cleric, and a dragon. You use this feature on the dragon when it attacks the cleric. Okay? It's now your turn. You have a turn. It's now the barbarian's turn. They have a turn. At the end of the barbarian's turn, this stops. If you want it to be a round, that is everyone having a turn going through a full ring of initiative. So I think you mean rounds here, not turns. That's my guess. Incapacitated. This just doesn't feel that different from the Earth Rune. Like, this stuns a creature for 2 rounds now instead of... So, yeah, I don't think this works, dude. This just feels like a weaker version of this. And it's just too similar. This is a dex saving throw or stunned. Also, a dex saving throw shouldn't lead to a stun condition. That feels weird. Yeah, don't make that dex. But yeah, it's just too similar. It doesn't feel like a new feature. Because what is the difference here? I'm stunned for 2 rounds, or I'm incapacitated for 2 rounds, and prone. This should feel different. Like, look how different all the other ones are. So I would say this needs to feel a lot more different. But the save doesn't matter. Like, if the only difference is it's a dex save or a wisdom save, that's not worth having as a feature. That's like, that's a good example of like, what is making, because the saving throw doesn't change the way the feature feels. Maybe it will a little bit, but like when you're trying to design something, everything should feel kind of unique and new, or at least feel like it needs to be there. We were talking for a while earlier at the beginning of stream about bloat, when you have too much in your piece. If this was a brand new subclass and it wasn't the Rune Knight, and it wasn't like built off of the Rune Knight, and you sent this to me and it was new, my feedback would be, this, you need to completely change this or this, because they are so similar that it is redundant and it feels like bloat. So that's my main feedback on that. I don't understand what happened to the giant growth thing. You said you changed it, but I don't see where you changed it or how. So that feels like that doesn't feel good. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. Draconic Might. You have learned to imbue your soul with the Might of Dragons. As bonus action, you magically gain the benefit of Dragon type correspondence. Don't say may, say can. You can only imbue your soul with one rune at a time, but can choose from amongst the runes you have equipped. Okay, so let's see. Oh, it really changes it. The Fairy Dragon one, you can disengage as a bonus action. You can go faster once in each of your turns. You could deal a little bit extra damage. Fire resistance. Creatures take fire damage. Resistance. Opportunity attack. Ooh, that's really powerful. This one is, you can just reaction. You can just, this just gives you part of a feat. That's, I would maybe be careful about that. This is just giving just an extra attack is a lot. More damage, acid, climbing, more damage, necrotic. This is not a great one. Not going to come out that much. Acid's not going to come out that much either, but it's fine. When you deal damage to an enemy, an ally within 10 feet of you gains 1d4 hit points. Okay, so this also you can't have. This is too much healing, I think, unfortunately. This could work if it was temporary hit points, but not as just regular hit points. Resistance to thunder. This is a little too... Okay, so, we're gonna... Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. There's a lot of little pieces in here that feel a little bit too strong. The reaction attack, wherever that was, feels a little too strong. Here's the thing that you got to keep in mind. When you are giving options, which you're doing here now, right? You're now giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options, and they can switch around, so you're getting access to multiple ones at the same time. The fact that you are getting options is a power. The fact that you have the ability to choose whether or not you have advantage on saving throws. Whoa, this just gives you magic resistance? Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. The fact that you are getting options is a power. So the fact that each of the options individually, some of them have stuff that's too powerful, that's like you're putting a problem on top of something that isn't always a problem, but you're not acknowledging it enough that it's making it become a problem. You're going to have like 5 runes eventually or something like that. But being able to have advantage on all saving throws against spells is a lot. Again, extra attacks on top of regular attacks is really a lot. Sharing resistance with all creatures around you is gonna be a lot. Being able to heal, that's an insane amount of healing you can do. That's crazy. Yeah, so overall, I think if I were you, I admire the effort, but I would be wary of some of these features. All you're seeing is black. What are you talking about? You got something wrong with your camera? Yeah, I mean, the only thing that limits the infinite healing here is that you can't do this forever. But being able to heal 1d4 on a hit, that means as a fighter, you could pretty casually be healing 3d4 around for 10 minutes, which is crazy. Or however long the rune feature, for a minute, which is still crazy. So yeah, this I would say is much more powerful than the Rune Knight, like by some margin. Like the basic Rune Knight is good, but these should be way more limited. Like way more limit. Like here's what I would do if I were you. I would probably make it so unfortunately, because here's how the Rune Knight kind of works. You get your giant stuff, which makes you a basic giant, and then you pick your rune, and that gives you your special moves. You have now taken the thing that would make you a basic dragon, and now it also gives you special moves. So you get special moves double. So here's what I would do if I were you. I would basically rebuild this part from the ground up, and I would make each different dragon type give you a new damage resistance, but they need to be a damage resistance. Don't make any of them broad, like magic resistance or spell resistance. All of them resistance to a damage type, and then each one also does the Rune Knight regular damage where you add 1d6 per round to your attack, but the elemental type of that attack changes depending on which one you pick. That's what I would do, and I would drop it at that. I think an extra thing on top of that is too much. So each one of these should probably just be 2 bullet points, and it should be the more basic. It should just be you do a little bit more damage, and it should be, again, you doing a little bit more damage on a hit, and you having resistance to a damage type. I would cut everything else out. Otherwise, I think it's way too strong. Okay, so let's see. I don't think you changed anything here. 10th level. You get horns. Fine. This is where I would also make all of these a D6, not a D4, and then you can make this a D8. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, that's the same rune carver stuff. And this would become a D10. And you get a fly speed equal to 60 feet. I think that's fine for an 18th level feature. Yeah, the biggest thing that you need to deal with is the extra dragon might stuff. It's just a little too strong. But yeah, not a bad rebuild once you twist that. And yeah, the Coatl doesn't really add anything new. The Coatl is just too similar to the basic stone giant feature. Cool. All right, Brandilio. I hope that's helpful. Let's give them a round of applause. If you were to build a fighter subclass around a healing concept, might that work? The only way that healing is going to work in game is if it's locked behind a resource that you as the dungeon master, or no, that you as the designer can really like control. So if you have a feature that lasts an extended period of time and it allows you to heal whenever you make a weapon attack, you have no control over that because people can just attack the ground, attack a tree, attack a dog, attack a little animal in a bag or whatever. So that essentially becomes infinite healing. That's why you gotta like, that's why that doesn't work that way. Anyway, thank you, Brandilio, for sharing. Yeah, I mean, also, people can buy healer's kits. You know, you can take the healer feat. You can get health potions. You can take short rests. There are a lot of ways to heal in D&D. I have played in games with no healer. They are fine. Like, if a player's like, we need a healer, guess what? There's things you can do to make yourself a healer. Anybody can be a healer with a healer kit. Not a great healer, but do you need a great healer? If you need a great healer, then maybe, you know, take a couple levels of cleric. Take a couple levels of druid, or bard, or ranger, or paladin. Okay. Oops, wrong window. Thank you, Brandilio. Fun idea. Kaboosh. I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with... I think that that was a really good example of, like, tweaking a piece because it's close to doing something you want. And I think that realistically for your home game, you might not notice that huge of a difference, but that is a very powerful jump. But for a home game, it might not be the end of the world. But I do think that that's one of those things that you got to think about when you're tweaking something in D&D, especially something that's already very good, like the Rune Knight. You want to be paying attention to how much extra stuff you're adding, because every time you're adding something new, that's making it stronger, and the larger implications of that stuff you're adding. What's my favorite class? Barbarian. This is random, but something to do with all of your flavor text or homebrew in general, I would use as my teachers reread your work to make sure it makes sense. Yes. Also, reading your stuff out loud is a great way to hear how it sounds. You'd be surprised how many weird little bumps in the road you'll notice when you start reading your stuff out loud as opposed to just in your head. Bagadu 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 bagadi bagadu 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 do 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 dee 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 day. Moss is up next. I used to know a guy by the name of Moss, at least partially. Not partially know him, partially naming. What does Moss have for us? A double-edged weapon, heavily tied to one of my players' backstory that they would get at level 7. Okay, so this is, I'm assuming, a magic item, I guess? Let's take a look. Now, the goal is that they're going to get this around level 7. So, like, spellcasters are close to 4th level spells, if we're trying to think of power here. For my home games, level 7 is like, that's when I'm like not hesitating to give out like some kind of hectic stuff sometimes, especially if it's very limited in use. Or like expanding items. A lot of times people make items that like, it starts like this, and then it grows into this, and then it grows into this. Level 7 is a great level to get that first iteration of it. I don't think this is an expanding item. Okay, let's see what this is. This is a very rare item. All right, very rare, I would say, is a level 7's a little early for very rare for me, but let's see what it does. It's a pair of weapons. These blades were the favored weapons of the retired Ventus sellswords. The heinous acts they committed never abandoned them, and so these weapons didn't either. Now, the way that this is written, offering them comfort through their faint warmth. Okay, this sentence is very confusing. I'm going to read it out loud, and we're going to talk for 2 seconds about why it's confusing. The heinous acts they committed never abandoned them. So immediately there's some confusion, because who is the they and who is the them? The heinous acts the Ventus sellswords committed never abandoned the Ventus sellswords, or never abandoned the weapons, or vice versa, right? It's unclear. These weapons didn't either. What does that mean, these weapons didn't either? These weapons didn't abandon them? That also doesn't make sense. Like, grammatically, that just doesn't make sense. You're putting human traits on top of a weapon in a way that doesn't grammatically work. Offering them comfort through their faint warmth. Yeah, I think that you got to rebuild this last sentence. Maybe break it up into multiple sentences. It doesn't really matter if it's for your home game, but just from like a writing perspective, this is very confusing in the way that it's worded. And it's okay to put human traits on an object in a descriptive way sometimes, but you'd be amazed at how often it really doesn't work. And this is a good example of how it is not working here. It is just confusing the text. All right, let's see what this thing actually does. Requires attunement. The user cannot be the user of this weapon cannot be disarmed. I would make it clear that they can't be disarmed of this weapon, because the way that this is worded, it seems like all they have to be is attuned to the weapon. I would say while wielding it, they can't. While wielding this weapon, they can't be disarmed. Also, minor thing, but uppercase your sentences. It's not that much work. It makes it look so much nicer. Once you wield the weapons one time, again, what is this? You cannot ever be further than 60 meters of the blade, or you take 2d6 psychic damage every 10 minutes. Okay, so this might be we might be entering either you wrote this like as notes, or English is not your first language. So again, this sentence is really badly written, but what does it actually do? What this does is, after you have wielded the weapons in battle, you can never be more than 60 feet away from them, period. If you are, every 10 minutes that pass, you take 2d6 psychic damage. That's basically what that is. Also, yeah, we don't use meters in D&D. We use feet, unfortunately. Meters make more sense, and I say that as an American, but we use feet. Nothing is measured in meters. That is really punishing. I would not do this unless the player has a magical way to get the item back, because this means that realistically, or if the player was being an Eldritch Knight and these could be their bonded weapons and they could summon them back to themselves, that would work for a game. But this is really punishing. So for example, this would be very easy. A very simple situation could be they get robbed of this item and then they just die. Because if a bad guy takes this item and runs away, they don't know where the item is. Like, if they might not even notice that the item is missing until 10 minutes have passed because they're like sleeping, and then they just take 2d6 psychic damage forever until they die. So very punishing in a way that if it's just for your home game, maybe that's okay, but you as a dungeon master have to really be thinking about how punishing that is. I think that is maybe too punishing. As a bonus action, you summon the Remembrance of the Flames through all your sword. What the fuck is the Remembrance of the Flames? Sounds like the title of something. If that is the title, then the Remembrance of the Flames needs to be written in all capitals. If the Remembrance of the Flames is a description, like it is literally remembering flames, then don't say Remembrance of the Flames. Say, you summon the Remembrance of Flames, and that will make it grammatically correct. Adding 2d6 fire damage to every hit, but inflicting 1d6 to yourself. Okay, yeah, so your grammar just needs a lot of work. At the end of each turn during 1 minute. So, what do you mean by during 1 minute? Do you mean that this whole feature can be active for 1 minute, or do you mean that you take 1d6 fire damage each I think you mean each round, not each turn also. Do you take 1d6 fire damage each round for a minute whenever you use this feature one time? I'm not exactly sure, but that needs to be clear. If you take 1d6 fire damage each round for a minute, that's 10d6 fire damage every time you use this feature. That's too much. Yeah, that's just way too much damage. So what I would say, maybe that's okay if you have a way to turn this thing off early, but again, really punishing. And it's not really doing anything good yet. Like, we've gotten this far and it's just a flame tongue blade, right? This is just a flame tongue blade. So there's a magic item in D&D called a flame tongue blade that you say a command word and it ignites, and then it deals 2d6 fire damage on a hit. And that's it. No downsides at all. So, like, so far, this is like a flame tongue blade, but like significantly worse. Also, are you adding 2d6 fire damage to 2 different weapons? That is, I think, a little bit too much. If you are able to do, I don't know. I would hesitate against that. And then the last feature is called Horrid Memories. When you inflict a critical hit, you project horrible memories of battles past onto the target. They have to make a wisdom saving throw. This DC is too high. Make this lower. Maybe 15. On a failed save, it takes 3d6 psychic damage. It becomes frightened. On a success, you take the damage and don't become frightened. There are 2 really important things missing here. Can anybody tell me what they are? Oh, no. Never mind. There's only 1. Can anyone tell me what it is? Come on. Come on, chat. What's missing here? I don't ask you too much. I'm asking you a little. Ding, ding, ding. Miles. Duration. How long are they frightened for? Are they frightened for a minute? Are they frightened for 10 minutes? Are they frightened for a round? And if they are frightened for an extended period of time, they need to be able to remake that saving throw. There needs to be ways that they can remake that saving throw. Otherwise, it's a little too strong. Here's what I would do if I were you. I would drop the extra psychic damage or make it something less of a big deal than always taking this until you get it back. I would just copy the flame tongue, man, for how this feature works. Just word for word copy it. I don't know if it's one word or two. We're gonna check. It's two. Spelled tongue wrong because I'm an idiot. So here's the flame tongue. Use a bonus action. Your weapon deals an extra 2d6 fire damage to any targeted hits. Done. It's a rare item. So I would just copy the language of that for this feature. I would make sure that this is... I would probably not make the damage on two weapons if they're light, if they're bonus action attacking too, just because I think that might be too much. And then for this, you know what I would do? I wouldn't even make this a saving throw. Because it's only happening on a critical hit, which is not happening that much anyway. So here's what I would probably do here. I probably would not do extra psychic damage on a critical hit, because we're already doing extra damage anyway, and that dice is now being doubled because it's critical. So what I would do is I would say on a critical hit, I would just give the target the frightened condition for a round or a minute. And at the end of each of their turns, they can make a DC whatever save to break out. But I would make it automatic on a critical, and I would drop all the damage elements here. So basically you would have essentially a flame tongue blade that when it crit, it frightened creatures, and it had some feature around you needing to keep it close to you. And I think keeping the can't be disarmed is fine. But that's sort of where my head is at. Also, if you are worried about it being too strong, you could always make the fire thing limited in use. So instead of it being, you can always activate its fire mode. It's like, you know, you can do it. It has 3 charges, and you can expend a charge to activate it for a minute or something like that. Yeah, it's not conceptually, it's fine. It's a pretty simple idea. It's not doing anything that hectic. All of the hectic stuff is in the curses, and I just think you went overboard there. I don't know why you think it's necessary to give a player a weapon with 3 different features that hurt them. I kind of agree. Kind of agree. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Interesting idea. This is a good situation where you as the dungeon master should take advantage of the published material, because this is very similar to some stuff that exists in the game. You don't need to figure out the language for it. You can just be like, boom, choop, got it. All right, Moss, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Hey, Cinder. That's me, I'm Cinder. I'm making a wizard for an upcoming game. What do you think would be the best subclass for a wizard themed around spiders and weaving? If you mean literally spiders, I might go Conjuration, because they do summoning stuff. So you could just summon more spiders. You know, I don't actually know. I genuinely think because wizards have such a huge spell list, you could basically make a weaver, web, spidery feeling wizard with literally any subclass of wizard. I think it's just a matter of what type of spidery guy you want to be. Do you want to be like a sort of creepy spidery guy that like uses corpses and stuff? Maybe you could go necromancer. Do you want to be a spidery guy that weaves their web to like create objects made of webbing that they can use? Maybe conjuration. Do you want to be sort of like a Madame Web style spider where it's like you're weaving the webs of fate? Then go divination. Whoa! Tradosio said, no way, I literally submitted an Arachnomancer wizard for today's wheel. Okay, so then here's what we're gonna do, Tradosio. If yours does not get spun on the wheel today, you should let Shades know about it, so they could just check it out and see if they want to use it. If you haven't posted in the Discord, I mean. I love the spider stuff. I have a lot of spider friends. They're good guys. I don't have any particularly venomous ones at the moment, but hopefully sooner than later. It's in your big subclass document? Cool. Okay, should we spin again? Fun flavor question. What would be a barbarian subclass for an overclocking warforged? Do you really not care about mechanics? Because I think there is an answer if you don't care about mechanics at all. If you really don't care about mechanics, animated voicer, I actually think the Storm Herald Barbarian makes a really good overclocking barbarian. Because they can overheat and you have like a little fire aura and stuff like that. I think it actually fits the flavor so well. That being said, it's not a good subclass. So I wouldn't actually do that. But I think the Storm Herald Barbarian is really good for the flavor of that. If you want it to actually be good and usable, Zealot's not terrible. I would also say the Ancestral Guardian is kind of good if you want to be doing like, you're shooting like repulsor beams out to like make people need to attack you, like reflavor all the spirit stuff as like the technology inside you doing stuff. Because honestly, also, or the Barbarian could work, Frenzy Barbarian could work too. But yeah, Storm Herald is not, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, but it's also not that good. I would never. There's very, very few situations. I love barbarians. There's very few situations I will be in where I want to be a Storm Herald Barbarian. The other thing you could do, which is my favorite option, is you go Warforged Beast Barbarian, because when you rage, you get claws or teeth or spiky tail, and you flavor that as you like being a transformer. Like you literally, your arms, you know, like giant claws mechanically unfold, or you like this giant jaw sort of extends out. Like it can be very Transformers-y, which is a lot of fun. Wild magic is also not a bad idea. Wild magic is not a bad idea. Yeah, I think Matt and Tradosio both suggested Berserker, which is not bad also, especially considering the exhaustion mechanic kind of sucks, but it maybe will feel better if it feels really intrinsically tied to your character, you know? Bagadu 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 bagadu. Sean is up next. What you got for us today? Sean said, I submitted it with public this time. Let's go. This OP-inspired Paladin subclass has the character draw their abilities from their own willpower rather than divinity, therefore using techniques with damage instead of spell-powered smites. Okay, cool. If this is like a Paladin subclass plus 15 new Battlemaster maneuvers, we are not going to read the whole thing, just so you know. But if it's more of a baked-in mechanic, then yeah. So unfortunately, we're not going to read this whole thing. This is a shit ton of stuff. So we're going to look at a tiny bit of it, and we're going to use that tiny bit to see if we can give some actual feedback. But realistically, I'm not going to give feedback on every single one of your features. Okay. Let's see. For those who seek to, we're honestly, I kind of just want to skip the flavor text. That's cool with you guys, unless Knife, I see you in there. If you want me to read it, I will. I can tell you right now, I'm looking at it. It's got too many words. I'm telling you right now, I don't even need to read it. You can get this across in half the sentences, guaranteed. The idea is really simple. Like, literally the idea that you said... Oh, I don't have it on the screen. The idea that you said in the description is you don't need much more than that. Whatever that sentence was, that's about as much as you need. So, yeah. That's what I would do for flavor text. Really cut it down. Really cut it down. I'll give you a tiny example because I don't want you to feel like I'm not giving you feedback. This sentence tells us that you have to train rigorously throughout your life to become a master of this kind of stuff. This sentence tells us that we have to train rigorously throughout our life if we want to become a master of this kind of stuff. So you're sort of repeating yourself. This is hammering home the idea, yes, but it's you don't need both of these sentences. Like, that's an example of where we're like, you're using too many words. When you get an idea across with one sentence, you don't need to put your finger on it. A good example of that is like in a really good alien movie or a really good monster movie, you learn how the monster works. You learn sort of the rules throughout the movie. You don't need to have a scene where a scientist comes in and explains the plot. And that is kind of what you're doing to a smaller extent when you overemphasize a point in your writing. We are not getting any spell list with this paladin because we are not getting spells. That is going to be a big issue immediately for two reasons. One, you need to, well, here, let me just see what we get. Let me just see. Do you clarify in the rules here that you lose access to spell casting? That's the first thing. If you don't clarify here that you lose access to spellcasting, you still are a spellcaster because you have some spells that you got at second level, and you're a paladin, so you can switch those spells to any first level spells, and you still get spell lists. You don't get so you still scale up in spellcasting. You still get access to your spell slots, unless you very specifically here say that you don't somewhere. So that's just a thing to note. Let's see what we get for our channel divinities. As an action, your inner strength can envelop your weapon with a dark metallic coat of energy that crackles with power. For 1 minute, you add your proficiency bonus to attacks rolls made with those weapons, and it ignores any resistances. There is another paladin. This is very similar to another paladin channel divinity in a way that it's just better, in a way that is not balanced. There is another paladin channel divinity. I believe it is the devotion. Let's double check. Let's double check. I want to say something here, actually. And this is maybe a larger question for the creator. And I'm not asking you to answer it here, but I do want you to think about it. If you are putting all of this work in to make a paladin lose access to one of its core features to gain access to fighting styles, why not just flavor a battle master fighter as a zealot religious fighter? Why put in so much work? Like, should this, would it be easier to just make this a fighter subclass that gets a specialized version of Smite at lower levels and its own unique aura at higher levels, as opposed to cutting out 50% of the paladin to keep access to those features? That's actually, I think, maybe the most important thing to ask yourself. Because if the things that matter is we're getting channel divinity, we're getting fighting stances, and we're getting techniques, that's just a fighter, man. And I feel like it might be easier to build this as a fighter than to cutting out half of the paladin. Wait, I want to see what the... Yeah, so channel divinity, this is one that already exists. You add your charisma modifier to attack rolls with your that you make with your weapon, and it makes bright light. So it's so this is not unique at all. Instead of us adding our charisma modifier, we're adding our proficiency bonus. And it's ignoring resistances to damage. So it's just too powerful straight up, unfortunately. And it's also not unique. It's proficiency bonus and not charisma modifier. But what is it doing? It's giving you more attack roll for a channel divinity. So it's really not unique. I think you need a completely new thing here. As an action, you project your willpower. Each humanoid CR1 below that can see or hear you must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, it's frightened of you for 1 minute until it takes damage. This also feels like another Paladin channel divinity. Is it Conquest or is it... Yeah, Conquest. Use your channel divinity as an action. You can make all creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you become frightened for 1 minute. So neither of your channel divinities are new or unique, which is not good. Channel divinity is one of the most important things to feel unique on a paladin. So, yeah, I think you need to complete... I think you got to just make this a fighter, man. And then we get techniques. And they use special dice. This is very confusing in the way this is written here. I don't like this. What does this mean? 01, 02, 03. Like, that's confusing. And as an action, you can switch between them. You're adding +1 to all of your attack rolls, and your proficiency bonus and damage rolls. So this is just numbers go up. This doesn't give us any flavor. One of the things that you want to look out for when you're making homebrew is something that doesn't actually do anything to make a character feel like a character, and stuff that just makes numbers go up. So yeah, this is kind of a nothing burger. Also, it's too broad. It's +1 to all attack rolls and +1 and adds your proficiency bonus to all damage rolls. That's fucking crazy overpowered. And we're getting +1+ to our attack rolls here also. So if we're getting +2 to our attack rolls in one place, we shouldn't be getting +2 to our attack rolls in another place. This one, yeah, okay, I think we're actually gonna stop reading this here. These stances all just feel overpowered. This one is increasing our crit range and giving us +2 to attack rolls. Yeah, I'm gonna say knife. Here's what I'm gonna say, knife. I think all of these feel like this should just be a fighter. You should figure out how to make this as a fighter. I don't see why this needs to be a paladin. It feels like you're trying to build a new class inside of the paladin, and I think it's going to be a lot more work than just building a fighter with the vibe of paladin than trying to build a paladin that needs to take half of paladin out to get the vibe of fighter. I just think that will be easier. The other thing is that all of these features feel pretty overpowered and not unique. So I'm going to stop reading it here. I don't think we need to go through the rest of it, but I think the most important feedback for you specifically, and for anybody that's trying to do this sort of thing, is number one, you want to make sure that any features you add are unique. So an easy way to do that is if you're reading channel divinities, if you're building your channel divinities, it is very easy to go through the books and to look at the other channel divinities to make sure you're not copying them. So that's, boom, easy peasy lemon squeezy right there. The other thing is you want to look out for features that are double dipping. And what I mean by double dipping is this one is adding to attack rolls, and this one is adding to attack rolls, and this one is adding to attack rolls. You see what I mean? You're doing a lot that's doing the same thing, and it's taking up space that it doesn't need to be taking up. And when you do too many features that do the same thing, you end up in this situation where that one thing is kind of bustedly overpowered. And on top of that, your character feels shockingly one note in a way that can be very boring and very disempowering. With the techniques, would you have any feedback to balance it with action surge if I made it a fighter? I think if you make this a fighter, you got to take this concept and rebuild it, because I would say none of these techniques are good for a fighter. A fighter, like, fighters pick their fighting style. That is the thing that is adding simple nothing. You don't have to think about the flavor, just numbers go up. These are essentially just different fighting styles that are better. So I think if, like, look at the Battle Master. So the Battle Master gets all these special maneuvers. Now, all of them make numbers go up a little bit, because anytime you use a fighting maneuver, you get to roll your superiority die and add that damage. But they all also do something special. They knock the enemy prone. They let you charge forward with the attack. They help you maybe try to disarm somebody. They let you give the attack to somebody else. They're doing something interesting, and they're tied into a very specific resource system. These aren't doing that, right? These are just making numbers go up. You know what I mean? I'm not... Okay, I'll read... Man, I'm going to be really honest with you. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. The organization of this thing is utterly fucked. So I am going to do my best to read this, but I have genuinely no fucking idea what this is going on with this 0, 1, 1, 2 thing, and like what's going on here. Like, this is... Why are you listing advanced techniques that are learned at 11th level before you're giving us the basic techniques? Is that what's happening here? So you're saying you get basic techniques. Also, at 11th level, you get more powerful techniques. Now, here are the basic techniques. You don't want to do that, right? Well, because this is just confusing me. I don't even see what's going on here. And this is way too many options. It's just way too many options. Let's see. I'm just going to read a couple at random. Who's rating me? Stronghold! I miss you, man! Hey, oh my... How's it going, buddy? Okay. Dude, so Stronghold D&D is a guy who I met through Castleton. We don't talk in the whole universe that much outside of it, but he is so much fun to play with. And every time we hang out on the internet, he basically is a combination of a little apologetic about stuff he doesn't need to be apologetic about, and then, like, subtly one of the best role players at the table, while low-key thinking he's the worst role player at the table. Which is, you fall in love with that vibe. Hey man, like the guy, it's the guy who doesn't realize that they're awesome, but just fucking killing it. Ugh. So good. How's it going, buddy? We are reviewing D&D Homebrew right now, and what we're doing is we're looking at this alternative Paladin that someone made, where they put a lot of work in to try to... It's a Paladin subclass that loses access to its spellcasting and gets some other stuff, which is an interesting idea, but what the conclusion that at least I'm coming to is that this is so much work to essentially make an overly complicated Battlemaster fighter that I think it would be easier to try to make a fighter subclass that was a little Paladin than a Paladin subclass that is so dramatically different and fighter. We're looking at a couple of these. All right, let's take a look. I'm going to read just one of these. Again, I have no idea what this 0 swords, 1 sword, 2 swords system means. It's just confusing, and that is a problem. You stand your ground proudly, taking a defensive pose. As an action, you can spend 1 tenacity die and gain +2 to your AC and advantage on strength and dex saving throws until starting your turn. Okay, I think that's probably fine. I don't know. You channel your roaring... This is kind of... I'm going to be honest, this one's boring as fuck. I don't like this one only because it's boring. I don't want to have to lose my action to just literally stand there. But maybe in like a defensive mode, it could be okay. But I don't think I would ever take this if we were picking between options. That's just me. You channel your roaring ambition into your blade and make heavy thunderous strikes. When you make a melee attack, you can spend 2 tenacity die. And it deals thunder damage. And is paralyzed. This is too strong. It's too strong. So this allows you to paralyze a creature without them making a saving throw. Paralyzing in D&D is dangerous to be able to make happen so easily, because it makes every attack a critical hit. So with this Paladin, you could use 2 tenacity die on your first attack, paralyze the creature to guarantee yourself a crit on the second attack, and you could do that regularly, which would be shockingly overpowered, especially on a Paladin. You should never... Yeah, that's just the wrong move here, for sure. So yeah, I think that realistically, I don't think it's gonna make sense to try to, like, if we're getting to paralyzed in the first feature, and that's only one sword, and we got 3 sword shit later. I don't think we need to worry about figuring out how over or underpowered this is. This is just overpowered from the get-go. Some people in chat are saying this is based on One Piece, which makes sense. Every single piece of homebrew I've ever looked at inspired by One Piece was way too overpowered. The problem with trying to make One Piece into D&D is One Piece starts with level 15 characters and they become level 35, and D&D goes from level 1 to 20, not from level 15 to 35. That's the problem. So when you're building a subclass that's inspired by One Piece, to be accurate to One Piece, you have to just decide you're playing a different power level of game, which doesn't mix into D&D. Maybe that's not true. Maybe somebody can prove me wrong one day, but that's not, as far as I can see, that's consistently how it is. So yeah, who sent me this again? Sean. Main feedback is I think that there's a lot of work in here, and I want to acknowledge that you put a lot of work in to try to build something, and I'm A+ for doing that, but I think you got to take a step back and look at the larger picture and decide if it makes more sense to try to balance each one of these features and then deal with the fact of how are you handling smite, because smiting is like a core mechanic of the Paladin, and you make no reference to how we're now engaging with that mechanic. Also, you make no reference to how we deal with the fact that you intended this to be a not spellcaster, but it is a spellcaster, because Paladins before level 3 get spells. So this Paladin still gets access to all of its spells, maybe not all of its spells, but certainly its first level spells and all of its spell slots. So I think you got to think about all of that. Long story short, I would make this a fighter, and I would just literally look at the Battle Master fighter and say, can I reflavor this to be the 3-sword guy in One Piece? If the answer is yes, great. If the answer is no, talk to your dungeon master and be like, hey, what kind of thing can we do here? Can we make like a alternative Battle Master fighter that gets some like divine-ish techniques or something like that? Despite the issues, it's a unique concept in the Paladin. Oh, I think so for sure. I think that if I was going to try to make a Paladin like this, I just wouldn't make it not magical. I would make it like an anti-magic Paladin. Or, I mean, we sort of have non-magic Paladins already. Not that they don't have access to spells, but we have like there's like the Oath of Glory, I think, which is a very much like you are a physical specimen. This is the Paladin that is physically fit. You punch so good. You know, that's strong boy Paladin. Anyway, let us give Sean a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. I wish you luck on figuring out what your next steps are going to be for this piece. And yeah, in the future, one last piece of feedback. That's the wrong thing. Here it is. All these numbers in here. Promethean! What's up, you hooligan fooligan? How's it going, buddy? Thank you for the raid. We are reviewing some D&D Homebrew. We're just wrapping a piece up right now, and we're about to start doing another one. Promethean is another guy that I play in Castleton with. And he just moved into my apartment. Not in real life, in Castleton life. I think he did. He's going to. He fucking better. Okay. So, yeah. If you are like, the organization of this is confusing because you put the advanced techniques before the basic techniques. And you also did this thing, and I don't understand why, where you put like a bold title for these ones, but not for these ones. And then the bold here is different than the bold here. It's just very, it seems kind of random the way that you formatted this. And when you are making a piece that has like options within options or lots of different options, the decision between making something bold like this or something titled like this or something titled like this is a big deal. And it is often the difference between something feeling manageable and understandable and feeling confusing and potentially frustrating. So I would be wary of that. If I was going to be using something like a technique system, I probably would copy the Battle Master. I would probably say Master Techniques here. And then each one of these, I would drop all the sword thing, because if it doesn't have a mechanical implication that is evident, it makes no fucking sense. And I would just have the title and the feature. And then I probably would use a smaller version of this. I probably wouldn't use this font. I'd probably use this font. Or I would use this one and then have nothing else in that until the next feature. But you're really doing yourself a disservice by the way this is organized. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing, Sean. Round of applause. I wish you luck as you continue to work on it. What do I think about Divine Smite becoming a spell? I talked about this a little at the beginning of stream. So tomorrow on stream, we are going to be talking about the new Player's Handbook classes, and specifically looking at if they feel like there's larger like gameplay ideology things that you can sort of see in the larger scope of them, and then also looking at the subclasses and where their powers are at to see how we can start thinking about making homebrew for the new stuff. Specifically with the Paladin getting their having Smite be a spell, on first thought, I don't like it. Because there's so many fun, weird things you can do with Smite by it not being a spell, by it not being a spell, and I like those things. That being said, what I talked about a little bit at the beginning of the stream was that's one piece of a much larger puzzle. So there might be other things at play in the game design, whether it's from the monster perspective or just gameplay perspective or other class features perspective that I'm not super aware of yet, that would make Smite being a spell make more sense. So I don't want to wholly judge it yet, just because we don't really know. Like, it's very hard to judge a feature in isolation. We can make a lot of assumptions about that feature based on how that change would affect the game in the 2014 version, but I need to play and see and get familiar with the 2024 version before I really know how much those changes are going to impact the game in the way that they would in the earlier one. So yeah, that was a very long-winded answer. A shorter version would have been like, I would hate that change if it was for 2014. I don't know what it's going to feel like for the 2024 yet. Is that a reasonable response? I hope so. Boom. Oh, chat, where'd you go? Oh, shit, there you are. I lost you for a second, chat. I got scared. Listen, I love One Piece. I can't believe they're turning it into an anime. And I heard they're making it into a comic book too. It's one of the best Netflix originals I've ever seen. It was kind of amazing that they put so much world building and like environmental world building into just like a random Netflix show. But I'm glad it's taking off. I'm glad people like it, and I'm glad that they're now making like a fan fiction comic book about it. Yeah, I can't wait for season 2 to air, because I've decided I don't want to read any of the fan fiction because I feel like I'd rather just learn the story from the original source. Yeah. So hopefully season 2 will come out soon. And I'm very curious to see how much the fan fiction got right in terms of like its predictions about where the show's going to go. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. I love how much you guys hate when I talk about One Piece, just because you guys are so serious about it. Gemma, what's up, Gem Jar? We got another piece from our dear Gem Jar. Let's see what they got for us today. Uh-oh, the music turned off again. Oh no, it didn't. Okay. Excuse me. I hate my cough. Gem Jar has a spell for us today. A spell, which essentially is a Polaroid camera. A niche I'm incredibly surprised hasn't already been covered by an official spell. There are spells that do kind of do that, because there are illusion spells that can just make copies of something you've seen before. Like minor illusion kind of can do that. All right, let's just see. I'm very curious. This is called Aletha's Illumination. Casting time 1 minute. Range touch. As a part of the casting of the spell, you need a blank piece of paper or parchment and colored inks worth 10 gold, which the spell consumes. As a part of casting the spell, you hold the sheet of parchment or paper used in the casting of the spell to create a permanent image on it of what you are looking at over the course of the spell's casting. Alternatively, you can create an image of a scene you witnessed within the last 24 hours. So long as you observed the scene for a minimum of 1 minute while stationary without significant interruption. Interesting. So it's take a photograph. My initial thought is I like it. I was gonna say it's almost like a, it's not, because it's not like programmed illusion. I thought it was gonna be like it's programmed illusion, but it's really not. The only thing there's only one thing I don't like about it, and maybe it's not a big deal, but whenever there are these types of spells where it's like you can see anything that you can like project an image of what happened in a space within the last 24 hours or sort of something like that, it can sort of break. It's almost like a get out of jail free card or like a cheat code to solving some sorts of problems in a way that I don't love. And I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I don't I don't love spells where it's like I can cast this spell and it just solves the problem of proving that this guy was the bad guy in this mystery game. You know? Because it sort of feels like it's a spell that it does very little outside. I mean, I like the idea of spells that like I think I would like this more. Technically, every spell that isn't just damage is a cheat code. Yes, Miles, but there is a difference between spells that are a cheat code for a part of a challenge and a spell that's a cheat code for a campaign arc. Does that make sense? And yeah, I don't know. I just, those kinds of spells, that's what I would be worried about here. So like, realistically, because the way that illusion magic works in D&D is that you can create an illusion of something you've seen before. You can just do that in D&D. So with minor illusion, I can project the image of some dude that I've seen basically perfectly before, or some place that I've seen. I can already just do that. So with that understanding of illusion magic baked in, I probably would basically make this the ability to cast a to cast a permanent illusion on a piece of paper. That's what I would do. That's what I don't think this one is quite as busted. It still has to be something that you've seen, and it still has to be something that you can convince. We don't need to convince something. If the spell works as written, no convincing is needed here. You're missing the point. This spell is not make an image of whatever you want. If I cast this spell and I show a picture of something, anybody in the universe that understands magic is going to know that picture literally happened. Yeah. But Dice, that's my point. But in D&D, people have understandings of how spells work. Like in most D&D universes, people understand how spells work, especially if they know they're interacting with something magical. So if I hold up a piece of paper and say, this proves that that guy was there because I cast a spell that shows what this is, then they're going to learn what the spell is, and it's like, yeah, it's like picture, it's like Zone of Truth picture, but no saving throw. it's incredibly easy to fake something just by looking at an illusion you created beforehand. Maybe. But I don't know. I just feel like this... that's where my head goes around it. I think it's probably fine. But what I think... Like, I would almost certainly not put this in my game the way that it's written. Because my players would try to use it as a magical picture of truth thing. And that situation of you can use illusions to make things that aren't there, they wouldn't bring that to the table. Like, that would be me bringing it to the table as a way to, like, throw a wrench into their plan in a way that I don't think they would like. It would feel like, here's the situation that I would imagine unfurling, okay? They go to the local magistrate and they say, boom, we did this magic, this spell, and it shows the bad guy, like, carving the pumpkins that he stole. So we know it was him, and that's how the spell works. And the magistrate would be like, actually, that might just be an illusion that you made. That doesn't make the... Sure, that makes the spell not as effective, but it also makes the spell suck because it makes it so it's like now that spell just becomes a moment for me to actually the players, which is not a fun thing for the players. Do you know what I mean? And now they hate the magistrate. Like, it becomes a thing where it's like, when a player decides to use this spell, the game sort of turns into trust the player characters, or now the player characters don't like the NPC anymore. That's kind of what it feels like for me. So that's why I think the way to do this, so you could still try to take advantage of it, is that you can project an illusion permanently onto a sheet of paper. If you make it see-through illusions, that's even worse. Because now you're just back to the problem, in my opinion, of it being a campaign arc solver as opposed to a problem solver. Like, there's a reason that Legend Lore is a 5th level spell. There's a reason why Detect Thoughts has saving throw stuff baked into it. You know, like the ability to just learn a thing that solves the campaign arc needs to require some challenge to it, which is why I don't like the idea of it having truth baked into it. That's just me. I do like the idea, though. But if the whole thing shows as an illusion, it can work basically the same. It's just illusory, so that you can't really use it as proof of a thing unless people are willing to believe your story. The picture is not the evidence. You can be using the picture as part of the evidence, but it's still your word type thing. I don't know. That's sort of how I feel about it. But I do like the idea. The spell could be used in a murder plot storyline where the murderer is an illusionist and the players can be even clues to decipher the plot. I just can't see how the end of the story would go. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff you could do with this for sure. I just would make it like a persistent illusion that is limited to being two-dimensional, non-moving on a piece of paper. That's probably what I do. So it's like, it's a photograph, basically. But a photograph or a painting that you put in your brain. But I think, other than that, I think it's probably fine. And also, if you fundamentally disagree with me and you think, no, I like the idea that it can, like, prove things if used correctly, then by all means, keep it. I know my players, and that would turn into something that they tried to take advantage of in a way that would get irksome for me as a dungeon master to have to figure out, which is why I would tweak it if I was going to be running it. And I think that that's worth thinking about. I also think that if it's a permanent illusion on a piece of paper, it probably doesn't need to be a 2nd level spell. Maybe a 2nd level spell makes sense, but I think a 1st level spell would also probably be fine. I don't know if I don't know if I would make it a ritual. I don't think it should be a cantrip if it's permanent. I think there's a power to permanence, because you can still do a lot with a permanent thing, right? Like, I could make a permanent illusion of the face of the murderer, and then I could give it to the magistrate, and maybe I don't need to prove the mystery of the magistrate, but maybe the magistrate trusts me, and now the magistrate has a picture of the murderer. That doesn't solve the problem. You know, the adventure's still happening, but it allows you to share information much more consistently. It's a neat idea, though. Yeah, those be my thoughts. Thank you, Gem Jar, for sharing. I think it's like 70% a spell I would use, 30% I would need to change some stuff. That 30% would make it feel, I think it would feel similar, but it would make its power a little twisty. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Arcane Eye is 3rd level. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, using it to make wanted posters is kind of exactly what I was thinking about. Are we in fucking Christmas music? We are close to Christmas music. I do not want Christmas music. All right, song, you better not dance into Christmas Town or we're going to be turning you off. All right, let's see. Did we get any more submissions? Yeah, we did. Are there any spells that make a painting? I don't think so. But as other people pointed out, there are spells that make... there are spells that put markings on surfaces, which is sort of like making a painting. They're just not permanent. Bagadu, 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 hey, bagadu, hey, bagadu, 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 hey, bagadu, 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 hey. Bartholomew. What's up, Barth? I used to know a guy named Bartholomew and I called him Barth. A lot of people called him Barth. I don't know why we liked the nickname Barth so much more than Bart. Maybe we were watching too much The Simpsons. Excuse me. I am running a campaign with only 2 players. Cool. So I made specific items, wanting to beef them up and help fulfill one-man army power fantasy without it being absolutely trivial or overpowered. Okay, this is kind of a weird... So you're sort of in a middle ground. But I guess we'll see. We're only going to look at one of these items because I only look at one item. I only look at one thing. So we'll look at the first one. This is a very rare necklace called the Amulet of Dragon Aging. When the attuned creature... All spell... Here, fun fact. All magic items... Almost all magic items are written in the 2nd person. Or in the 3rd person in a way that is sort of weird. But you wouldn't say when the attuned creature. You would either say while attuned to the object, you, bop, 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 bop. When the attuned creature takes a long rest with less than half HP, it gains a permanent +1 max HP to a cap max of 50. I don't like this as a feature in general. Here's what I would say. If the goal of your magic item is for people to have a bunch more hit points, I think you should just make the magic item give them more hit points. I think that them gaining it slowly over a period of long rests, won't feel that cool ever. Like, it's sort of like the change will be so slow that you almost won't notice it. So even though it will be quite powerful over a long period of time, it might not ever feel as cool as it actually is. And then the other thing is, I don't like the idea of having an item powered by the amount of long rests you have. And we talked about this the other stream, but... And chat, please jump in if you agree or disagree, but... I have had many campaigns where in-game 3 days go by, but out of game 3 months go by. Oops. Because Oops, wait. There we go. 3 months go by because we play maybe once every 2 weeks, and you don't always get through a whole day in 1 week. Like, one session might be part of a dungeon. So, on one hand, I think this is overpowered. On the other hand, I think that it's probably not going to feel cool. So what I would do here is I would just say, while attuned to this item, your maximum HP is increased by 25. Or something like that. Just boom, you just have a bunch more health. Or every time you finish a long rest, you gain 20 temporary hit points. Or something like that. Just give them a middle ground of power here, and boom. Also, this is a legendary item if you're doing this immediately. This is not a very rare item. Enduring struggle. Each consecutive night below half is an additional +1 to the HP gain. I don't know how is that different than this? Okay, now I'm confused, chat. I don't want the writer to clarify this because the confusingness of their writing needs to shine here. But chat, the way that I'm reading this is if you take a long rest and you have less than half your hit points, you get 1 hit point back. And then this says if you have less than half your hit points, you get more hit point. Isn't this just the same feature twice? Or is this feature saying that if you consistently do it, it becomes +2? This doesn't make sense. This is confusing me. I would just get rid of this. This seems like a nothing, so I'd just get rid of this. Yeah, this just seems confusing in a way that isn't good. Strength of the blood. Every +10 max HP, they get +1. Okay. It's literally, all the feedback is the same. You are creating a new system within the magic item so that the magic item can give us cool features. Don't do that. Just give us cool features. And to be honest, and I don't mean this in a mean way, I mean this in a very real way, if your goal is to make players feel like they have the big power fantasy, the solution is not giving them more hit points and giving them higher stats. The solution is making the enemies much weaker and giving the players more action. So the biggest reason why it's hard for a character to get the true fantasy of being the one-man army thing is not because of how many hit points they have. It's because of action economy. It's because they can never do that much in a turn. So, aside from this being broken in a way that is not going to feel good, and it's like a really roundabout system to accomplishing the goal, I think you're making your job as a dungeon master running a 2-person campaign so much harder by trying to build this new system of balance. Like, I would say give them magic items that give them more action economy. Yeah, or what Hakase suggested, using mob combat rules. Yeah, so I would say this, I disagree with how this system is working pretty dramatically. The other thing that is worth thinking about here is how these games aren't video games. So, like, when I'm playing a video game, it can feel fun when I'm just mowing through enemies and I'm not ever losing hit points. Or I'm losing hit points, but it doesn't matter because I'm so strong. But it's going to get kind of boring in a RPG if the risk sort of fades and fades and fades. An item that gives players legendary actions is an interesting idea. So, like, give them the equivalent to legendary actions or something? Maybe. Or, you know, just simplify the other side of stuff. Like, they don't need, you know, if you're running a campaign for 2 people, don't power balance it for a 4-person campaign. But yeah, I think this is not, like, if your goal for this item, because the other thing that is worth thinking about is what is the goal here. If I was going to look at the goal of this item, I would not assume that it's to make a 2-player campaign work. Because this item really does 2 things. It makes you have potentially infinite more health and potentially infinite more skill checks. Not infinite, because it caps at a max 50. But potentially 50. The only thing that this item does is gives you 50 health and +5 to all your ability scores. That's it. So, is that gonna solve the problem? I don't know. But I would say, to me, no. I would guess no. And then I would also say, it's certainly not going to solve it immediately. And then by the time it does solve it, it's going to be unnecessary. I think if you want to give your players more ability scores and more hit points, just give them more ability scores and more hit points. You don't need to build it into an item like this. That's what I would say. The other thing that's a little bit of a tedious thing to think about is your maximum HP is actually going to be up significantly higher than 50 because one of your ability scores that you're going to be getting up higher is Constitution, which affects your hit points. So it's going to sort of create like a annoying thing to keep track of. So yeah, those are my thoughts. This is the kind of item that I think works great in like a video game, and I would never ever put in D&D. Are these only for D&D? Because for a Starfinder +5 is a massive. Oh no, it's a, yeah. It would be like, this is closer to an artifact in power than a very rare item. It's very strong. Yeah, I think I would not go against it. I would tweak this. Go in a different direction. Just either make it do exactly what you want it to do immediately, or don't worry about it and tone other things down a little bit. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't feel like a magic weapon. It feels like an epic boon, but it feels like the kind of thing you wouldn't get until like level 17. Because it's not going to actually make your character feel more like anything unique. It's just going to give them more hit points. And like, this is the equivalent of the type of power-ups you would get in like most RPGs that are online, like Diablo. Oh, my slicing attacks do 15% more damage. It's like, okay, that's cool in Diablo where you're like number grinding, but I don't think it's the move in D&D. All right, let's give Bartholomew a round of applause. Thank you for sharing an excellent... Listen, trying to figure out how to make your game work for 2 players, I think, is great. I think, though, that you want to put more energy into giving them more cool things that they can do and more opportunities to do cool things than just making the numbers go up. That's the main feedback. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Definitely a unique idea. And I don't even think it's a bad idea. I just think it's going to not feel as good as they think it's going to feel. It's going to take too long to grow. And I think it's better to just jump to the end goal of it. Of like, I'm just trying to be a player in my head. And I'm thinking like this, like, what's going to feel more fun as a player? To be every long rest we take, I get 1 more to my maximum hit points, and every 10 long rests, I get +1 to my ability scores, or, and it can go to 50 and +5, which is cool, but is never going to happen, or a legendary item that just immediately gives me +20 to my maximum hit points and +2 to all of my ability scores. Like, I would rather that item 10 times out of 10. It's not as good, but it's immediate and it feels powerful, and it's not going to break the bank. And yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, if you give everybody +2 to all of their ability scores, I don't actually know if it's going to make the game feel more fun. It's just going to make all of the numbers go up, because you as the dungeon master are still setting the DCs. So like, now they're just going to be broad. Like the characters almost lose their unique feeling. Like, let me give you an example of what I mean by that. Let's say I'm a barbarian, okay? I am so good at strength, so good at constitution, pretty bad at intelligence, pretty bad at charisma, okay? So and that's okay. And then I'm a bard. I'm so good at charisma, I'm so good at magic, but I am so weak. I'm so bad at strength. So if we start to get items like this, then what starts to happen is, as a barbarian, I might have a 20 in my strength and only a 13. Let's say I have a 20 in my strength and a 10 in my intelligence, okay? That feels like a big difference. But if I have a 15 in my intelligence and a 25 in my strength, suddenly that difference doesn't feel that big. And I enter into this space where, as the numbers go bigger and bigger, the uniqueness of where I have strength and where I have weakness starts to blur. And it gets to a point, especially if you keep going, it gets to a point where everybody's just good at everything. And the bard, he might not be as strong as the barbarian. The barbarian might have a +7 to his strength, and the bard might only have a +4 to his strength. But the bard still has a +4 to his strength. Like, that still feels, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, you get in this weird space of, like, as the numbers get bigger, the differences between them matter less and less. And it can be very easy to get to a space where you sort of lose your uniqueness amongst numbers go up. You just got to be wary of that. Maybe it matters less for a 2-player campaign, but I do still think it matters. I don't know if I just spoke a bunch of gobbledygook, but that's what I think. Like, a lot of people will talk about, like, oh, I did a high level campaign where I had +35 to my attack roll. And it's like, if the modifier that you're using for your number is bigger than the dice that you're rolling. So if I'm using a D20 and that is not the biggest impact in the skill, I feel like I no longer need to think about the fact that I'm even rolling a dice. Because it doesn't matter. It makes the dice matter so little. No, that's not as extreme as that piece was going, but that's like where it can end up pretty easily if left unchecked. That might be how Pathfinder works, and if that's how Pathfinder works, I would say, yeah, that's a problem with the game design of Pathfinder. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. I've never played high-level Pathfinder, so I don't know. Bagadu, 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 bow, wow. Amazon Gaming. I think they meant Amazing Gaming. But I'll take Amazon Gaming. That's funny. My goal was with this to be for my campaign I had based off of people being transmuted to another world. So I'm going to say something. When I ask you the goal of your homebrew, I appreciate you telling me like that's for a campaign versus like I want it to be like as polished as possible. But I really mean, like, what do I want it to do? You did not send an item. You sent a blank document. Unless I clicked the wrong thing. Are you in the chat? Did you send the right thing? This isn't an item. You've written no features. If you're in the chat and you sent this, let me know immediately. This is the thing that you sent. Did you not save it? I see you in the chat. Amazon. But there's no words here. Like, look on the screen. No, I see him. I see him. But it just says blessing of question, 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 God of spatial and astral. So double check, because I see you in the chat. Double check to make sure you sent me the right link. If you want, you can edit your form to send in the right one if you sent in the wrong one. But this is not a feat. It's not even a foot, really. All right, we're going to give Amazon a couple seconds to respond and clarify, but... Hey, let's not judge a book by its cover, Matt, but it does seem like it might be strong. Yeah, man, I don't see Amazon. Say something. Let me know that you're still here, and or if you're working on it, and if you're not, we'll move on, and if you are, we'll give you a second. I appreciate all of the looks like Amazon had a problem with deliveries jokes. Justin, you're a champion. You don't know what to do? So Amazon, I don't know what to do either. Make sure that you sent the right link. Here's what you're going to do, Amazon. You can ask for help in the Discord. If you want, you can click to edit your submission and make sure that you sent the right link. The link that you sent went to this. And this document is not saved properly. So we're going to move on to the next one. If you figure out the right link or figure out how to send in the full proper thing, let me know in the chat. But we are going to move on because it seems like you aren't sure what to do. And my guess is you sent in the wrong link or didn't save your form. And if you want to ask for help in the Discord, maybe some kind soul will be willing to help you. Or you can just sort of go through your own D&D Beyond shenanigans and make sure that you did it right. Yeah, of course we'll still clap. Of course we'll still give clap. But we do hope that you figure it out. And if you do figure it out, let us know. The other thing that you can do is you could just put it into a Google document. You don't need to write it on D&D Beyond. If you're having trouble with D&D Beyond, then it's not going to work. Hakase says every time you update D&D Beyond, you need to publish a new version. Otherwise, the changes aren't visible to other people. So that might be it. You might have made some changes and then not made it publicly available. So that might be the situation. Either way, if you can figure it out, let us know. And we'll take a look at it. All right. That was, you know, every stream we have a couple people that something gets a little twisted on. I know that you published it earlier, buddy, but I'm telling you what you published didn't work. I will click it one more time. Literally, the thing that you shared is this. This is the website link that you shared. So you got to figure out how to fix that on your own. I apologize, but I'm not going to sit here and figure out D&D Beyond with you. If you want, you can copy paste it into a Word document and edit your form so that it has that. Or you can try to figure out how to fix it on D&D Beyond, but this is the thing that I believe in you. You can do it. And if you can't do it, there's at least one person in my Discord that probably will be willing to help. And if there isn't, I apologize. I don't know what else to say. Alrighty. Let's see. Do we have? And we have another new person, Violin Templar. Not Violent Templar, Violin Templar. Ooh. Yeah, just grab the text and put it in a Word document. It's so much easier. My lights are working. Oh, they're doing stuff. Did you notice that? They flickered. Are they flickering? Oh, they are flickering. Huh. Weird. You know what? I'm going to be honest, guys. I need to pee really badly. So I'm going to do that. We'll be right back. Wait, here, let me add I got to add a thing to this. I gotta pee. But is this the thing I need to add? There we go. But we'll be right back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And hopefully Amazon can figure their stuff out. And we'll look at their piece if it's figured out by then. And if it's not, we will look at another piece. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I'm back. Hey, sorry about that. Ooh. All right, your boy had to pee. We don't listen to the same song twice. Thank you very much. But we are going to switch to that style of music, I think. All right, let's see. Did Amazon fix it? They're putting it into a document right now. Is it in a document? If I check your form, does it look different? Nope, still says D&D Beyond. What's up, nerds? How do you feel about my lights changing now? They seem to be twinkling on and off. I think there's a wire loose. Don't type it out. Control, copy, paste it, dude. Copy, paste it. You know what's going to be such a bummer when it's... I really hope that it doesn't lead to this being like a really half-finished, half-baked, super overpowered rush job of an idea. Because that would be a bummer. So tomorrow on stream, we are going to start looking at some of the classes and subclasses. And I think we are going to start with the Barbarian. I think that makes the most sense. I think the Barbarian is going to be an easier one for us to wrap our head around. And I think that we are going to be able to probably start building like the new rules for Homebrew with the new Barbarian. I think it's a good place to start. You think something went wrong? He has to retype it? Maybe. Could be possible. I should go in order. All right, let's go. Okay, we can do that. Let's see what the first book is. First subclass. I think it is the Barbarian. It is. Okay, so we'll do Barbarian. Tomorrow will probably be a Barbarian focused day. And then Bard. I am not looking forward to Cleric and Druid. They're so complicated to build stuff for. Okay. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. Yeah, starting this week, we're going to sort of be shifting stream in a little bit of a direction. Multiple directions. One, we're going to keep doing Homebrew review. But two, we're going to start looking at making Homebrew for the new stuff. Amazon, how's it going, buddy? Did you figure your shit out? I'm being so patient with you. I'm normally not this patient, but we haven't spun for anyone else yet, and I had to pee. So you urged yourself a minute. Nope. Still not ready. All right, Amazon, I'm gonna give you like 18 more seconds. Maybe a little bit more or less. Please just move on. Okay, we'll move on then. Let us know if you figure it out. If you do, I'll put you back on the wheel. Boom. It's because I'm started earlier in the day, King Crusher. Straight up, I'm just more awake. That's really what it comes down to. You know, King Crusher, it's literally the time of day. It's the time of day. Because when I'm streaming at like 10 at night, I'm like, I don't want to fucking deal with your bullshit. I want to just go. I have a lot more patience for your bullshit if it's more the middle of the day. And I think when I'm at my more patient, I'm better. Look how similar these two guys' names are, right next to each other. All three of these. Look at that. 3 V names right in a row. All with a middle capital. Look at that. We got Villagers Punk, Violent Templar, and Vile Keeper. Oh yeah, Yoda has a bunch of stepmoms. You didn't know that? Bagadu 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 bagadabu. Matt Thorn, maybe? Matt or Delta? Matt Thorn. Matt's one of our mods. Let's see what Dear Matthew has for us today. Matt says, I know the problems with making a dexterity-based stat adjusting item, but I tried to make it work. I don't actually think there are problems with it if you're down to clown with it. It's just strong. I figured a weak one would mainly be used as a sort of training wheels until you can manage without them. So I made the Tumbler Trainer. Oh, I'm so curious. Chat, I need to move you so I can actually see you more better. More better. Okay, let's see. What did you say? Tumbler Trainer. Okay. Why is it? Okay, there we go. Here it is in the chat. You fixed it, Amazon? All right. We're going to look at yours next, but only because I'm in a good mood today. Tumbler Trainer, and if I forget, someone remind me. Tumbler Trainer. Very rare item. These sleek black leather gloves seem to subtly steady your hands in the most crucial moments. I don't think you need the word subtly here. Or don't need the word seem to. Pick one. Say they seem to steady your hands or they subtly steady your hands. It's a little redundant to have both. Because seem to and subtly kind of mean the same thing in this context. Music, you gotta be a little quieter. Your dexterity score is 13 while you're wearing these gloves. They have no other effects on you if your dexterity is already 13 or higher. Okay. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna keep going, but I have a thought immediately. I want to see what the other features are. Once a day, when you make an ability check with Thieves' Tools, you can add your proficiency modifier to the roll. Provided you aren't already proficient, you gain this feature once every day at midnight. Ooh, I like that it's midnight for Thieves' Tools stuff. That's fun. If you use beginner's luck pick. Oh, that's a good name. I missed that. Beginner's luck pick. That's funny. On a different lock or trap every day for a month, you permanently gain proficiency in Thieves' Tools. The gloves then lose their magic but regain it once in a year. I don't love this feature. Like, this is sort of the same feedback to the one that you're like adding a +1 every long rest. I don't like stuff being timed by like this. I probably would make it something different for expanding. Here's my thought, Matt. I'm not against this at all. I'm not against this at all. I kind of like this whole thing. When you bring this element into it, I feel like this feels like it starts to feel like it's a really roundabout way to make an item that allows you to pick locks well. Right? Like, why are we spending... It just seems like a lot of work to get to here. Why not just make an item that does this? I don't think this item needs to be... This feels weird. Also, like, why you practicing so much would make you lose the dex element? I don't like that. So here's what if I were you, I would just cut this part out and basically keep this. And I think it would feel a lot better as an item. Making your dex 13, so people in the chat are saying this feels common, uncommon. Here's the thing that you have to keep in mind, and this is what Matt was sort of addressing earlier. Dexterity is a very powerful skill. It's a very powerful stat in D&D. It's much more powerful than strength and almost all other stats, which is why you see a lot of different items that set your strength to a certain number, and that number is very high, or stats that set your intelligence to a certain number, the number is very high, because those features are very limited in what they interact with. Dexterity, yes, it affects your dex-based attacks, but it also affects your armor. It also affects your initiative, and it also affects the most important saving throw in the game, which is dexterity. and some of the most important skills in the game, which is going to be stealth. So dexterity is a really heavy hitting stat. So being able to get like a +1 to your initiative and to your AC, and like if you have a dexterity of 10 or lower, this is a very good item. Here's what I would do if I were you. And call me crazy, but this is what I would do if I were you. I would cut out practice makes perfect entirely. And I would make this number 15 instead of 13. That's what I would do. Most of the time, when a thing says if you do X every day for a month or longer, it becomes permanent to give the DM some more options with it. Yeah, I guess. This feels like a weird workaround living gloves that boost dex. Kinda. I mean, it does feel like it's trying to be two things at the same time. It feels like it's trying to be an item that boosts your dex, but then it also does feel like it's trying to be like lock-picking gloves, which already exist in the game. Yeah, the more that I think about it, the more I think it should just be this, and not either of these. Just make this 15 and drop these two, and I think it's fine. Because it feels like you're trying to make two different items at the same time. You're trying to make an item that builds up your dex in the way that those strength ones do, and it feels like you're trying to make it an item that makes you better at dex-based skills and stuff, which is like kind of a different item. Because if they're the same item, it's kind of stepping on its own toes again, you know what I mean? I think it loses its magic, so you can't get a whole party proficiency, but I'd make it a cursed effect or something. That makes sense for sure. But I just think I would just cut these parts out and just keep this and make this number higher. And I think that'll feel a lot more like a regular item. This feels kind of like it's trying to be two items at the same time. I kind of like those ability lockout conditions. That's really cool in giving others a chance to do a small skill that they normally don't do in conditions that the people usually don't do it is around or something. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'd rather just delete the whole item because without those features, it's almost like I just made a +2 sword. But Matt, now you are literally arguing with what you told me in your video, in your description. This is so much more than a +2 sword. It's a +2 dex, which is a lot different than a +2 sword. I just think if your goal is to make an item that makes your dex a certain thing, make that be the item. I think that adding these on top of it doesn't make sense if the things that you're adding on top of it are also dex related. Like, it feels like you're putting a hat on a hat. I think you could make an item that does something like this bottom part, for sure. But then then we don't need this top part. Yeah, I agree. What Arc System said, too. It could also be the bottom and not the top. I just think mixing them together feels off compared to how most D&D items work. How is it +2 dex? It's a 13. Oh, I was saying that they should change the 13 to a 15. Sorry, and you might have missed that. I don't really have more thoughts. That's kind of how I feel about it. I don't think it's overly powered or anything. I just think, why are we giving a little plus dex to then do more plus dex later? Let's just do plus dex and make it feel bigger, or let's do all the other stuff. Why would you want to load dex? But my answer is training wheels. But training wheels for what? Is like, what are you training for? Like, that's sort of what I mean. Like, if the training wheels are to make you good at thieves tools, why not build a thieves tools training wheel item? Why do we need to have a little bit of a higher dex for that? It doesn't make sense. Like, I think the answer training wheels is not the answer that, like, if you think the answer of why would you want a low stat-based dex item is training wheels, I think you need to sell that more in the other things the item does. Because I don't feel like this... I don't think that this feels like training wheels for this. I think maybe this feels like training wheels for this. But this top part just feels extra. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Because I agree. This does feel like training wheels for this. But this just feels like extra. I didn't think the dex is permanent. The dex is when the item is attuned. But it's like, why are we doing an item? But that's what I'm saying. Like if you're saying the answer is training wheels, why do we need our deck set to something for training wheels? Because training wheels have to lead to something. So what are the training wheels leading to? In a bicycle, they're leading to you to be able to ride your bike without, you know, on 2 wheels. It seems like the training wheels are leading to you being good with Thieves' Tools. We're already getting to add our proficiency modifier with Thieves' Tools. Why do we need to stat our decks up too? It just seems redundant. Like, if the answer to the question of what are we trying to make as training wheels, I don't think the first paragraph answers that question. Why do these items tend to give you uneven skill points? I just think because the game likes to fuck with us. I know you weren't actually gone for all that long, but I really miss these streams. They're a perfect background noise for when I'm preparing my D&D games. Oh, I was gone. It feels like I was gone for a while. I was gone for like a month, dude. More than a month. Maybe take the top part off and make an uncommon item. I think this item could work really well if it was just the bottom or just the top. And if you make it just the top, make it a 15. And I think either of those could be an item that would work lovely. And I think if you want to mix them together, what I would probably do is I would probably not make it a very rare item. I'd probably make it a legendary item. And then I would give you things you could train related to all sorts of dexterity related things. So the whole gimmick of the item was you become great at dexterity by using this item. Like maybe that, but it seems like it's leaning into Thieves' Tools, which is why I'm like, let's just lean into Thieves' Tools then. Those be my thoughts. I like the concept. I like the idea. And I do think that I think it's pretty solid. I just think that it doesn't need to be all of these things. Alrighty, let us give our dear Matt Thorne a round of applause. I kind of like the bottom part with expertise instead of proficiency if you'd want it as a rogue or a thief. What you could do if you wanted to do something like that, and this would change it quite a bit, but what you could do if you wanted to do that would be that this feature would basically work the same. And then the way that this feature would work is that after that month, you would either gain proficiency in it, or if you already were proficient in it, you would gain expertise. That's how you would make that function in that way. You know what would be an interesting thing, Matt? Matt, can I throw you an alternative idea, actually? Now, this would change the item quite dramatically, but I think it would actually sell the fiction a lot more. And if you like the idea of doing a stat increase and extra stuff, this is what you do. Here, can I pitch you an idea? Keep this at 13, and instead of making this tied to Thieves' Tools, make it any dexterity-based skill check, okay? Any dexterity-based skill check, okay? And then make this, instead of being tied to Thieves' Tools, say, whenever you use this feature for the same skill check for a month, you gain proficiency in that skill check, and the item loses its magic. That could work, because then it makes sense for you to have generally better dexterity, because the item is intended for you to practice any dexterity. That's the solution to the problem, because I was getting caught up on the focus on Thieves' Tools. But if you don't want it to be focused on Thieves' Tools, then I think you just open it up. That being said, that might make it, and then keep it at 13, keep it very rare, and I think you're in a pretty good spot. Still keep all the limitations. It has to be the same skill every day for a month, so you're kind of picking and choosing. Keep all of that kind of stuff. I think that could work. What dexterity-based skill checks are there? There is Thieves' Tools, certain types of tinkering. There is stealth. There is sleight of hand. There is acrobatics. There is probably something else I'm not thinking about. Stealth, acrobatics, sleight of hand are probably the big 3, but there might be another one I'm not thinking about. But those are a lot. Stealth is like one of the best skills in the game. I hurt my hands a little bit when I clapped there. I went knuckle bone first. All right, Thorn. I don't got any more thoughts for you, but I'm glad we found ourselves at that roundabout conclusion. I don't remember. Did we give you a round of applause? Who cares? We'll do another one. Thank you for sharing, buddy. Oh my god, the double meaning of Tumbler Trainer when you used it to get better acrobatics is also peak. That is true! That is true! That's funny. All right, Amazon, we're giving you a second chance. You said you fixed it. I'm gonna check to see if you fixed your form, and then we'll roll again on the wheel. I'm gonna do something before we start. I'm gonna call... Chat, I need your help here. I need your help here for a second. Let us pray that the extra work that we have just given our dear Amazon to do pays off. And that this homebrew does not look like it was written in 3 minutes. I believe in us. All right. Let's put the music back. All right, Amazon, let's see what you got for us, buddy. You said this was a feat? It's not gonna load? Be so funny. Why isn't it loading? Alright, it's loading here. Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. It loaded, it loaded, it loaded. Did my internet just go out for a second? Did the stream just end? Oh god, am I still live? Am I still live? Chat, let me know. Chat, am I still live? Okay. Okay. I got worried for a second there. They said this was a feat. This is a feat given to those worthy of the goddess Sarasun's power. So it has some sort of, you know, in-game logic that we are not going to be super understanding of, but that's okay. Ooh, yeah. You are what I want. Wait, no. You are what I want. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted by the music. This is called the Blessing of Sarasun. All right, Sarasun, what you got for us? This is not a feat. I'm confused. Amazon, what the fuck did you give us? This is not a feat, this is a spell. Did you make a spell? Why did you call this a feat? So this is a spell, not a feat. It's a list of spells. What is this? This is nothing. This is literally nothing. What the fuck is this? How do I give feedback on this? What's at the bottom? All right, well, let's see if we can figure out what the fuck this is first. So we are first given a first level spell, which takes a minute to cast. That's a really long time. Why is it taking a minute to cast? And the user curls into a ball that is 3 feet in diameter and rolls into a target, dealing 2d6 force damage. So there's a whole bunch of problems with this. This is very unclear. I guess they go 60 feet. This is okay. So here's what I was going to say. If the goal of this spell is to make it where a character rolls up in a ball and launches themselves 60 feet forward, that's what you should say. The user curls up in a ball and launches themselves 60 feet towards a target. Once they hit them, the target has to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, the target takes 2d6 force damage. Why is this conjuration? Conjuration is summoning things. You're not summoning anything. So this is a confusing spell. Also, it needs an attack roll or a saving throw tied to it. It doesn't have either. Also, the damage is pretty bad for a first level spell. Although being able to move 60 feet and do damage is pretty good. Why does it have a 1-minute casting time? It should be instantaneous. Should be an action to cast, I'd imagine. Yeah, transmutation is what this should be for sure. So yeah, is that what you wanted me to review? I'm so fucking confused. This isn't a feat, man. Amazon, I see you in the chat. Can you clarify for me? Did you want me to review this spell, or did you want me to review something else? Because you said you sent in a feat. So can you clarify if you wanted me to review this spell or not? If you wanted me to review this spell, I can talk about it a little bit more. It puts as a feat on D&D Beyond, but you know, I don't know. Okay, I feel like you don't know what you're talking about either. Do you know? So a feat and a spell are really different things in D&D. Like, completely different. Like, so different that, like shockingly different. So I don't know if you're trying to make a feat or a spell, is what I'm saying. Or if you're trying to make a feat that is giving someone else spells. It's meant to give spells blessed from a goddess. So, okay, so thank you. We pulled it out of your brain like fucking teeth. It is a feat that gives you spells. So, here's the way that you're gonna write a feat that gives you spells. We're not gonna worry about reading the spells anymore. We're just gonna help you with formatting here because honestly, the spells probably need a lot of work if that was the amount of confusing that was going on in the first spell. So here's what you're gonna say. If you want this to make sense, what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna say, when you take this feat, so Amazon, there are several different feats in the game that give you access to spells. There is Fey Touched, there is Shadow Touched, there is Magic Initiate. All of those spells have some very important pieces and use some very important language that are what you need to use if you want to make a feat that gives spells. They make you pick one of the spellcasting stats. When you take this feat, you pick Wisdom, Intelligence, or Charisma, and that stat counts as the spellcasting modifier for those spells. Because right now, we don't have a spellcasting modifier. If a fighter takes this feat, how do they use these spells? So that is a very important thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is that these spells, while they might be leveled, you basically want to make it very clear. You need language for when you cast the spell using this feat, it is cast at the lowest level possible. So when you cast this slime ball, it's a first level spell always. When you use this, it's a second level spell always. Then you could have language for, however, if you're a spellcaster and you have access to other spell slots, you can cast this spell later times using the spell slots that you have. That language is needed there too. The other thing is, how many times a day do you get the free casting of these spells? So the way that it normally works for something like Fey Touched or Shadow Touched, which are pretty good feats, you get a casting of each of the spells once per day for free. Excuse me. And then beyond that, you would need to use your spell slots. So all of that language is really important to get in here. That being said, that's so, because without that, there's too many questions about how this is going to work. And you can do that if you want to, but that's the way to do that. Beyond that, you are going to want to take some time, because I'm skimming through these spells here, and there's a lot of stuff that, to me, speaks to a lack of understanding of the game. Because you have some phrases in here, like a reaction that having damage for 2 turns and dealing it back as a reaction. That is very unclear mechanically. And you might think you understand what this means, but it is not clear on the page. It is very confusing on the page. And there are spells in D&D that do things similar to this. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to look to those spells and see the way that they are written. So I'll give you another example. There is a spell called Absorb Elements. The way that it works is when you take elemental damage, and it specifies basically fire, ice, cold, like fire, ice, lightning, those kinds of damage. You can take half damage and have resistance to that damage type until the start of your next turn. And then you deal a little bit extra damage of that type. That's the way that you would write that. Having damage is not a language that is written 99% of the time. It also sounds bad. The other thing is, what does it mean that this reaction allows us to do another reaction? Like, how do we use this second feature? So if I use my reaction to half the damage for... I don't have a reaction during those other 2 turns. And there shouldn't really be a spell that gives you, if you mean 2 rounds here, so like 2 full cycles of everyone getting their turns, then getting resistance to all damage, which is what this is, would just be too powerful. And what does it mean to deal that damage back as a reaction? Does that mean that when a creature hits you with a weapon attack, when a creature hits you with a spell attack, when you're in an area of effect of a spell, all instances of damage? So there are a lot of features in D&D that also do this, where when you deal damage to a creature, it can do something to push some of that damage back. You got to look for the language of that. So like, is it... and then write it in that way. But you're saying... Okay, I'm gonna just... I love you, buddy. But I am also just going to ignore what you're saying because correct isn't helping you or clarifying things. I'm telling you right now, this is confusing in a way that it doesn't work. So I want you to look up spells like Absorb Elements. I want you to look at creatures like Fire Elementals and look at the language that they use for dealing damage back to creatures when creatures hit them, and the language that spells use for damage resistance and that sort of thing. That's going to be much more helpful for you than anything else, because you and this is just what I'm seeing here, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. To me, this is coming from a perspective of you are excited to be writing D&D material, but you really don't understand how D&D mechanics work from a design perspective yet. Also, yeah, you should not use D3s for damage. You should use D4, D6, D8, D10, because you don't want to have to be doing... The way that you would roll 3 D3s is you would roll 3 D6s and then do the math down, and that feels tedious and annoying. So I would just change that. Yeah, so I think that, like, we're not going to talk about it anymore. I think my main feedback for you is... It seems like you are pretty excited to be writing spells and writing feats, and you're trying to mush them together. And while that can be very fun, it does put you in a disadvantageous situation where you basically have not written this properly as a feat. So you need to go take the time to figure out how to do that. And you also have not written spells in ways that make sense or are balanced. And now you got to take the time to go and do that. And the best way to do that is to go look at the things that are already existing in the world, in the published material, that do things similar to what you want. And at least in these first 3 things that we looked at, or 2 things plus the general concept, there's a lot of them. This is not that different than the spell, what's it called? Catapult. You're just catapulting yourself as opposed to an object. So you could look to spell catapult for that. This is not that different from a weird overpowered version of Absorb Elements. So you could look at that for power and balance. And then the whole idea overall is very similar to the feat Shadow Touched or Fey Touched. But yeah, this needs a lot of work before I think this is usable. But more important than this being usable or not, because realistically, you could probably make this work in your home game right now and just figure out the rules as you go. But if you're trying to figure out how to write for D&D and you want to be a game design writer, your next step is going to be familiarizing yourself with the core mechanics of the game, looking to the spells that have already been written, the feats that have already been written, to make sure you're getting the language right to make these things make sense within the game so that you don't have to be there to explain it. That somebody can read it and know how it works and use it, and they can just do that. There doesn't have to be a conversation of clarification every time it's used. All right. Those are my thoughts, Amazon. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Amazon a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Noobiz, giving out 5 subs. Let's fucking go, buddy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's a very generous thing to do. All right, Amazon, thank you very much for sharing. Also, if you're not in the Discord, you should check out the Discord. It is a very helpful place. Alrighty. Justice for Amazon. Somebody put their name as... Oh, never mind. It just showed up weird. There you go. More people on the wheel. More names for the wheel. Wheels for the wheel god. Homebrew for the homebrew throne. We need a laughing emote, Cinder. I know. I don't think I have a laughing emote. I know. I'll have to make one. There are links to join the Discord in my About section on Twitch. I think you can also do the command Discord, !Discord. All of that should work. If it doesn't, let me know. Not only have I tried Space Marines 2, it is what I've been playing after stream till 4 in the morning for the past 3 nights. And it is so fun. Redmer! Gotcha, buddy. Have you tried the operations yet? And if so, what's your favorite class? My favorite class is the Vanguard. And I fucking love the Vanguard. I love zip, zap, zooping, stab, stab, stabbing. And I was playing as a Imperial Fist for a while because I really like the all yellow armor because it stands out in a funny way. But then I started playing with my buddy Adam, who gets like really into the lore of the different factions. So to kind of fuck with him a little bit, I switched to Night Lords because he has to figure out why his blood angel is on a mission with a Night Lord. And he doesn't like that. And it's funny. I also think the Vanguards are good for the Night Lords because their whole shtick is you're supposed to be killing everything with a knife and executing as much as possible. Which feels very Night Lord. You could also do Black Legion for sure. Heavy? Oh man, I struggle with heavy. I could not make heavy work. I want to be good with heavy. I'm not good. The problem is I just like to charge forward and hit attack forever, which is why I think I like the Vanguard. I might like the Assault too if I tried it, but I haven't played much Assault yet because one of the people I'm playing with is my buddy Zach Speaks Giant, and he's been playing the Assault, so he's been our Assault boy. Oops. I know the PvP was not nearly as fun as I thought it was going to be. I mean, I thought it was okay, but I didn't like it that much. I like the general game much more. PvP feels very light compared to the rest of it, or very like, not light, but like simple, kind of, not a lot to it. Bagadu 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 bagadi bagade bagadai bagadu. It's a Scottish Oddish. Scottish Oddish. What you got for us today, buddy? Evil or less righteous / holy assassin Paladin option. Looking for help deciding on a capstone. Oh, you send me an Imager link. Okay, I don't love getting sent Imager links, but I accept it. Scottish. Make sure that the next time you use art, unless you did, make sure that you make sure that you name the artist. Credit the artist next time. Even though they have their name down here, you want to have their name on the page. And ideally, you want to put a link to whatever their website is. That's the ideal situation. Yeah, just, you know, give as much credit as you possibly can. Okay, so let's take a look at this guy. This is the Edgelord Paladin. No matter how blessed our lives, some are destined to stand in the light while others stand in the shadows. This sentence is too long. Get rid of the part that says no matter how blessed our lives. It's awkward and you don't need it, and it's not a good intro. Paladins who take a dark oath have chosen to embrace the darkness around them. This is a redundant sentence. Do you know what this sentence says? Paladins who decide to follow the ways of the giant follow the ways of the giant. Same thing. So you don't need that sentence. You probably just cut the whole thing out. These paladins can be noble warriors who take up clandestine missions, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so your flavor text needs a little bit of work, for sure. You don't get any paladin subclass features at level 1, so get rid of that. If you want them to get access to the Toll of the Dead feature at level 3, you can put that here. But if you want to give them Toll of the Dead at level 3, you can. The other thing is paladins do not innately get cantrips, so I would just probably cut that out entirely, unless you really want to finagle building in some other shenanigans here. But realistically, paladins don't get cantrips. I would just cut out Toll of the Dead entirely. Let's see what spells they get. Disguise Self, Dissonant Whispers, Pass Without a Trace, Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade is really underline, bold, capital, powerful on a paladin, to the point where I don't think it's bad to give it to them, but if you are giving them this much power in this spell list, that means that their core class features, probably it's okay if they're down a little bit in power. They don't need to be busted, because that's so powerful on a paladin. There's a reason why this spell is not on most spell lists. Okay, let's see what their tenets are. Plausible deniability. Oh, what else for the spell list? Phantom Steed, Fear, Greater Invisibility. Greater Invisibility, also really powerful on a paladin. And also paladins don't get 17th level spells, so cut that shit out. And make sure you're doing the spell progression properly. I'm nervous that you're not because of the way you've written it. So you should be copying the spell progression of any other paladin. Don't be adding other extra spells. Don't be giving them early spells or late spells. Make sure you're hitting it. And it should be first level spells, second level spells, third level spells, fourth level spells. Is Greater Invisibility a fourth level spell or a fifth level spell? I gotta check. You can't be given them. It's a fourth level spell. I would love to check if D&D Beyond wasn't being such a little bitch. Oh my god, D&D Beyond. When did you really suck now, D&D Beyond? God, you suck. Used to be a good website. It's a fourth level spell. Okay, so yeah, that should be the cap. That should be the highest one. But even still, I would hesitate to give Shadow Step. I would hesitate with Shadow Blade, and I would hesitate with Greater Invisibility. Shadow Blade is not 2d6 damage, it's 2d8 damage, and it's a one-handed weapon, so it essentially allows you to have a shield and a weapon that is better than a greatsword or a battle axe, and if you are in dim light or darkness, you have advantage on all of your attacks. So it's a second level spell that gives you advantage on all of your attacks a lot of the time, and a one-handed weapon that deals psychic damage better than any other weapon in the game. They do get spells at level 17. Okay, cool. Just checking. I don't remember. So yeah, just be. It's a spell that. It's a spell that normally is on like stuff that is a little bit more magical, and you can get access to it with other things, but it's powerful. Yeah, but that barely balances it out. Like it's as powerful, if not more powerful, than most magic weapons. I'm not saying you don't keep it. I'm just saying acknowledge the power that it puts on the table. If you are thinking about building your subclass, you almost have like a power supply of resource that you can put out there. So if you put a lot of power into one thing, you just got to acknowledge where that power sits in other places. Like, I'll give you another example. If you want to make a martial class that, like, if you want to make a fighter subclass that is also that's also a spellcaster, sort of like the Eldritch Knight, that spellcasting ends up playing a pretty big part of the power of that subclass. What's up, Gemjar? Gem, we reviewed your thing earlier. Spell list isn't consistent in theme. I mean, it's fairly consistent. Phantom Steed should not be here, but it's all pretty, like, shadowy and, like, mysterious. I think Vitriolic Sphere feels out of place. I think Phantom Steed feels out of place. I don't think Fear needs to be here. Fear's on some other lists. But I think that the gimmick of it feels fairly in line. I just think it's really strong. All right, let's see what our oaths are. Plausible deniability. You do not exist due to the secret nature of your mission. Your order cannot recognize your actions. You carry no holy symbol and field no banner. This is not an oath, so it's overwritten and not an oath. An oath is like a command that you have to live by. This is not that. You might be able to reword this so it feels like an oath, but currently this is not an oath. Discretion. You are Burning Blade in the shadows and the secret's armor. Do not speak or take any action that jeopardizes or reveals your mission's goals. This is basically the oath that you are trying to say the first is. So here's your oath. Like, do not speak or take action that jeopardizes or reveals your mission's goals. That is the oath of plausible deniability. So you're sort of saying the same thing twice here. Yeah, so I think you got to rework your oaths a little bit, and I don't like how long this document is. Let's take a... Oh, it's not that long. I thought it was 3 pages. Let's take a look at our channel divinities. We get 2. We get Holy Assassin and Divine Shadows. Holy Assassin. When you make a successful attack against an enemy with full health, you can use your reaction to channel divinity to turn the hit into a critical hit. If the enemy is not killed by this attack, it becomes marked. When you attack a marked creature, you crit on a 19 or 20. So, mechanically, I want to say 2 things. One, I hate auto-critting like this, so I think that I would just completely remove that feature. Now, marking a creature, and while the creature is marked, you crit on a 19 or 20. That's kind of cool. I still don't really like it, but I think it works better. So here's what I would do. If you want to keep this feature, I would completely remove the auto crit, and I would allow you to mark a creature, and it would be like, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can mark them. They remained marked for 1 minute. There needs to be a duration on this. While they are marked, you score critical hits on a 19 or 20. That could be okay, for sure. I still think that crit fishing is already a thing, and giving you too many access to crit fishing baked into a paladin genuinely is bad paladin design, because paladins are kind of designed to go Nova anyway, so we don't need to amplify that too much. But if you want to keep this as a feature, I would say keep the part where you can mark a creature. There needs to be a time limit on it, and then while they're marked, you score crits on 19 or 20. Yeah, auto-critting smites. Yeah, exactly. And Gemjar said making it an action. I also think that's a good idea. You could make it an action or a bonus action, but I think putting it into the action economy is probably a good idea. I don't know if I'd make it an action. That feels a little too punishing. I'd probably make it a bonus action. No. Village Punk, if you want to give something an auto crit, fine, but I think auto critting is bad design, and I think it is extra bad design for paladins. All right, let's take a look at the other channel divinity, Divine Shadows. As an action, you call upon the holy mission to hide you from enemies. Shadows gather around you in a 10-foot radius for 1 minute. While in these shadows, ranged attacks against you and your allies have a -2 to hit, and you and your allies can take the hide action as a bonus action. This should not be an aura. We get auras at 7th level. Your channel divinity, I don't think, should be so much like an aura. Maybe you could make it like a pass without trace type thing, but you are getting pass without a trace as a spell. So I don't know. This feels a little off to me. I don't mind the element of you like summoning shadows and you being harder to hit, but I think that we are basically getting a version. The flavor of this feels off compared to what else we're getting here. And yeah, somebody said in the chat, making a -2 to hit is weird. I would make it just a disadvantage on the attack rolls. Yeah, I don't love it, if I'm being honest. It doesn't feel like it's really... Here's what I'll say. It doesn't feel like it's combining into a kit that I feel like I understand. And more importantly, Divine Shadows might fit the vibe of shadowy Paladin, but to me, it really does not fit the vibe of this specific type of shadowy Paladin you're talking about here, which is like the Assassin Paladin. Like, this feels kind of... It feels too vaguely connected and not really specifically connected. Like, at all. So I mean, if you want to keep it, make it disadvantage. I'd probably make it so, like, as an action, you can mask yourself and up to, you know, and any number of allies around you up to your charisma modifier, put a limiter on that, in shadows. And then for the next minute, all of the creatures, everybody has disadvantage on ranged attacks against those creatures. But I don't think it should be like an aura where they have to stand around you. I would make it like an activated ability that you can only activate on creatures that are around you when you activate it. And then it lasts on them for like a minute. Or, you know what it could be? It could also be like, and if that felt too powerful, it could be sort of like the blur spell, where they have ranged attacks that have disadvantage on attacks against you until one hits. That could also help balance it out. So everybody gets a little aura of shadow for a minute that makes it so ranged attacks have disadvantage on them until one hits, and then it breaks the aura, and it lasts a minute, something like that. But yeah, feels a little out of place, I think, for the type of Paladin you're trying to sell here. Let's take a look at the aura we're getting. Aura of Discretion. Yeah, I think a number of allies equal to your charisma modifier is what I would do, for sure. And make it like a thing, sort of like, literally make it like the Bless spell. Like, look at the wording for the Bless spell and make it that. You pick a number of creatures, except in Bless, I think it's you pick 3. Just say a number of creatures equal to your up to your charisma modifier, and then say minimum 1. And I think that'll work more, but again, it still feels a little out of place, at least to me. But that is also something that might be able to be fixed by you fleshing out the oaths a little bit more. Yeah, that might be like a flavor meeting mechanics thing more than like mechanics needing to change from the core idea. Let's look at Aura of Discretion. At 7th level, you become an infiltrator, gaining proficiency in stealth. You and your allies don't give us proficiency in stealth at level 7. Just give us an aura. Get rid of the proficiency thing. It's out of place. It's not how paladins are designed. Completely cut out that first sentence. You and allies in your aura don't suffer disadvantage due to medium or heavy armor from dexterity stealth rolls. What a bad aura. Conversations held within your aura are distorted and unable to be understood by those outside of your aura. That's interesting, but that's mostly ribbon feature. This aura is bad. Change it, make it better, come up with something. I don't know what, but I think you got to fix it, man. I mean, I'll tell you the problem with this aura. And this is a problem that comes up in a lot of homebrew, where people are trying to come up with an idea that sort of goes against the grain. In order to... your features in D&D, for the most part, should be you getting something cool that enhances you. It shouldn't be solving a problem that is created by you trying to make the thing. So what is this aura doing? Is it actually giving us anything interesting at all? No, it's not. The only thing the second part is interesting, but the first part of the aura is the problem with this paladin is that if you want to wear heavy armor, you have disadvantage on stealth checks. I guess I could solve that with the aura. That really is wasting the potential of the aura. And to me, speaks to that thing where it's like, if you want to make a subclass that goes against the grain of the class, you gotta kind of ask yourself, unfortunately, the question, why am I making this? What is the point? Because if I can't make this without dramatically without spending a lot of the really important resources on doing something that's not fun. It's just making this thing viable. Why not make this for something where I don't have to do that? Like, if you're trying to make a holy assassin and half your features are dealing with the fact that paladins are like a little slower, not that good at stealth, why not just make a holy warrior that's a rogue, where you don't have to do any of that, and every subclass feature can be giving it something new? I mean, there's other things you could do here, though, to do that, right? Like, for example, I'll give you another example. Let's say you're like, fuck, I want this paladin to be able to be stealthy. An amazing thing to want to do. You have these two channel divinities that are some of the most open-ended features in the game. Instead of taking an aura, which is one of the most limited features in the game, to deal with a problem, why not take one of your channel divinities to do that? So can I give you an example? How about this? Instead of Divine Shadows giving a damage thing, what if Divine Shadows was, when you activate it, and for an hour, you have advantage on stealth checks? Period. Done. That is good, regardless of what you are, and completely solves any of those problems and will feel good. Better yet, if you want to make it really cool, you could make it channel divinity. You can touch a creature. That creature gains advantage on stealth checks for the next hour. So that way you could give it to yourself or someone else. Sort of take like the trickster. I actually wouldn't do that exactly, because I'm pretty sure that is the cleric trickster channel divinity, and I don't think you need to copy that exactly. But that's what I mean, where it's like, instead of using your features to deal with a problem, deal with that problem by giving you something cool. I think this secondary element of the aura, that creatures within the range of the aura are harder to decipher what they're saying, I think that's cool, but I think the aura needs some work. I would rethink this thing pretty dramatically. Let's take a look at the 15th level feature. You have stood in the shadows so long they bend to your will. That's kind of a fun phrase. You have superior dark vision, can see magical darkness. When you are dim light or darkness, you can use half your mount's movement speed to teleport up to 30 feet. Cut the mount bullshit out of there. To an unoccupied space, you can see. This is doing too many things, and some of them it's doing far too late. If you want us to... So here's another great example of why I don't think maybe this shouldn't be a paladin. There's no reason in hell you should have to wait till 15th level to get dark vision. Dark vision is a feature that you give us immediately, or you don't worry about giving us. Dark vision is a lame feature to get at higher levels. Just give it to us or don't. Seeing in magical darkness is very powerful circumstantially. This class gives us 0 ways to take advantage of that. Why is darkness not on this class's spell list? We have no ways to produce magical darkness with this class. Man, chat, chat, this might be a moment to check me, because I'm not sure if I'm out of line here or not. But personally, I feel like there is literally no reason to give a class or a subclass the ability to see through magical darkness if you're not giving that class a way to produce magical darkness. I think that it doesn't make sense. I think that you kind of need to put one with the other if you're baking it into a subclass. You don't need to put one to the other if you're baking it into like a core class feature of like a spellcaster or a magic item, because those things are a little bit move aroundable. But if you are making a subclass, which you're not picking that much, right? You get the subclass, that's what you get. If you're making a subclass feature give you the option to see through magical darkness and you have no way to do it in your class or the subclass, that's a feature that you literally might never get to use. So I would think about that. The other thing, I think that the 30-foot teleport in dim light and darkness, I think is cool and fine. And I think that if you get rid of the mount thing and you basically make this 15th level feature, this 15th level feature, just that teleport ability, it would probably be fine. If you want to throw in seeing through magical darkness, that's another thing that would work great as a channel divinity. Or hell, that could be a pretty cool aura too. It might be overpowered as an aura, but it's not a bad idea. But yeah, it's too late, too little too late at 15th level. And this is just doing too many things. The 15th level feature for a paladin is one of the more open-ended ones. There's not a lot of things you have to do, but it shouldn't be doing 3 things. It should be doing 1 thing. Darkness instead of Shadow Blade, that's not a bad idea at all. Not a bad idea at all. I think I would say, here's what I'm gonna say, Scottish, and take this. I don't know what the answer to this question is, but I think in figuring out the answer to this question, you are gonna give yourself a lot of guidance and direction in terms of what to tweak and what to add and what to keep. The question that I want you to ask yourself is, why is this a paladin? What about the core paladin class makes this make the most sense for this to be a paladin subclass? What features of the paladin are being uplifted here, changed here, tweaked here? But genuinely, why is this a paladin? The way that this is written right now, I could see a lot of arguments for this being a fighter. I could see a lot of arguments for this being a rogue. I could see a lot of arguments for this being a lot of different things. I'm not immediately understanding why it's a paladin. And that's not bad. That's in no way an insult to the piece. And I think you could look at a lot of the published subclasses and ask that same question and be like, I don't know. Because there's not a right answer here. But there is a right answer for you. It's a creative answer, but there's a right answer for you. And if you don't have an answer, which is also okay, then I would say, see if you could take this idea and what it would look like on a fighter. See what it would look like on a rogue. It's one of those things that I would use to, when I was doing creative writing, a strategy I would sometimes suggest to people is, I would say, why? Because when you write a short story, you write it from a specific perspective. So you either write it in the first person, which is like, I went to the store, I saw a dog, it was scary. Or you write it from the third person, which is like, Johnny went to the store, he saw a dog, he was scared. Or you write it from the close third person, which is like there is a narrator, but the narrator kind of describes Johnny's position, where it's like, Johnny walked to the store, he saw a scary dog. Like, you know, it's sort of tying his feelings of the dog being scary into the narrative. There's also like there's a lot of, and then there's also second person perspective, which is like, you walked to the store, you saw a scary dog. And a strategy that I would give people a lot of the time in their writing is, I would say, why is this written in the first person? Try rewriting this whole story from the third person perspective. Or vice versa, and see if it changes it. See if it makes it better. See if it makes you figure out what it needs to be. And I almost want to suggest that with this piece. I think that this has a lot of interesting stuff going for it, but it feels a little bit like it's pulling in different directions, and I think it could be pulled in. I think you could make this work. And I think the way you make this work is you personally, for yourself, figure out the answer to that question. Why is this a paladin? Why does this need to be a paladin? Why should this be a paladin? And build it in that direction. Let's take a look at these 20th level features. I need to get some new drinks soon. You guys talking about other things? Yeah, we're talking about people getting casting spells. Yeah, okay. Next we have, okay, this is just 2 different 20th level features. Don't write your 20th level features like this. Make them bullet points if they're doing more than one thing. Paragraphs are really fucking annoying to read if they do more than one thing. Okay, shadows of the night go around you. Okay, as an action, you create a 50-foot area radius of darkness centered on yourself. Stays in place and lasts for 1 minute. The darkness is magical in nature. You and your allies are able to see through the darkness. Okay, so you make a big area of magical darkness that everybody can see through, and you get some bonuses to stuff. I don't know why you keep doing these flat number bonuses. Get rid of all of that. You also don't need to be giving attack bonuses or AC bonuses if it's magical darkness that you can see through. People are already going to be making attacks at disadvantage, and you're going to already be making them at advantage. Enemies who enter the area have to make a wisdom saving throw or are blinded. That feels redundant on top of the magical damage, on top of the magical darkness. If creatures can't see in magical darkness, then they're already blinded, and if they don't need to see in magical darkness, then blinded will have no effect on them. So this, I don't love this. I would say my first thought is scrap this one. Let's see what the second one is. As an action, you create a 30-foot area of darkness centered on yourself. This is the same thing. Everybody has to make wisdom saving throws in order to target with the melee spell attacks. Again, you're putting a hat on a hat. The whole value of being in magical darkness that you can see through is it's harder for stuff to hit you and easier for you to hit stuff. We don't need another feature that makes things harder to hit on top of that. It's a hat on a hat. Give us something new and unique here. While you are in darkness, you can make a melee attack against an enemy within the darkness as if they were within range of your weapon. That's cool. I like that last part. But please, for the love of God, rewrite this into bullet points. And yeah, I don't particularly like either of these. I like this one more only because I like this last part. But I think everything to do with magical darkness, you're kind of ignoring in what all of these other, what else these do. And yeah, I think it's too little too late. Give us darkness here. Why are we waiting until level 20 to get access to darkness? I would come up with something different here. I don't know what. Yeah, I think that it feels like you're tying darkness in at 15th level into 20th, and it does. I agree with Pokey9er. It feels a little out of left field. Are we looking at specific homebrew, or are you accepting links? Accepting links, dude. The link is in the video description. Yeah, so I don't really have more thoughts, Scottish. I think the idea needs focus. I think you sort of take a left turn into magical darkness at 15th level that doesn't feel earned. I think that you need to have a better understanding of the way that magical darkness works because you keep putting a hat on a hat with these two things here. And I think you got some directional stuff to go in. Yeah. And yeah, man, I'm going to be honest. The main thing I feel is I don't understand why this is a paladin. I think if you want this to be a paladin, I think you got to lean. I'm not saying not to make it a paladin. I like the idea of a darkness paladin. I think you got to earn it more in the mechanics you're putting forth. And I think if you lean into the darkness stuff earlier, that might help. But yeah, I think you got to think about it a little bit more. Those are my thoughts. Fun idea. I like a spooky, spooky guy. Keep up the spooky, spooky. You want to get the core idea solidified earlier and then fleshed out, or change the core idea to make it fit the darkness idea that we get later. All right, those be my thoughts. Let's give Scottish a round of applause. Thank you for sharing, buddy. The coolest part of the 20th level feature was being able to hit creatures in darkness that as if you were in melee. That was cool. I like that. For the 20th level feature, I think that's fucking badass. But you want to figure out how to bake that shit in earlier. Not that specific thing, but stuff that's going to make that feel like a cool 20th level feature. Earlier. Yeah, fun idea. That's also a really good example of one where the flavor is both very evocative, but also still a little vague in terms of how the flavor meets the mechanics. Like, Shadow, Darkness, Evil Paladin, so evocative. But still dangerously open-ended. So if you are going with these bigger, more specific features, you want them to build on each other. You don't want them to feel kind of random. Otherwise, you could end up with a, like, I don't understand. And you don't want to do that. Like, yeah. Interesting idea, though. Very interesting idea. Click. I would be ready. I'd be really interested in playing the more darkness-oriented version of this. Yeah, I think that there's not. I think there's a lot of space for that. I also think you could go in the other direction. I also think there's a lot of space for the assassin paladin too. You just still got to sort of figure out what that means, because paladins are all about sort of buffing others or debuffing others, and how do you bake that into the paladin and make that it's a paladin that's an assassin through paladin-y stuff. You know what I mean? You got to sort of just figure that out. I think there's a lot of directions that it could go in. Got to add a couple new people to the wheel. Ugh, excuse me. Get your prayers in now, kids. Oh, wheel, please bless these children of light. Let them live lives of true decency and glory. Yeah, a lot of homebrew today. Do you want me to tell you how many? 76 so far. 76 submissions. And 120 people watching across YouTube and Twitch, which is pretty cool. Paladin is a tough class to build subclasses for. Yeah. You got it. It's hard there, especially if you are not building it around an ideology. Especially if you're building it around like a more generalized concept. Because that's harder to bake into an ideology. How long am I going to stream today? I'm not sure yet. I am going to refill my mug, though. I'm sure of that, at least. We started streaming today at 4:30 my time, so we've been going for like 3.5 hours. So we'll go for at least a little bit longer. But yeah, I'm trying to get in the habit of starting and ending stream a little earlier. Just a little earlier. Sorry to all you late night lovelies. Your boy needs to start to have a little bit more of a regular sleep schedule. Boosh. Tradosio! Ooh, Tradosio, it's been a while since I've seen any of your homebrew. And you said you made a spider guy today, right? I'm excited. Okay, you fucking dummy. The power. This is what I'm just gonna read this as written. The powerful Tradosio makes his return. I found out that arachnomancy was a type of magic included in older editions of D&D. Oh, cool. So I wanted to build an updated version of the class. Is this a whole class? I am positive it has been made already before, but I wanted to do my own take based on what abilities I read they had. Oh, interesting. Okay, I haven't seen that many oh, it's a wizard subclass. I haven't seen that many spider. You know what I've seen a lot of? I've seen a lot of spider-based rogues and a lot of spider-based monks, but I haven't actually seen that many spider-based wizards or spellcasters in general. I remember a while ago, like years and years ago, I saw a pretty cool spider-themed sorcerer. That was pretty cool, but that was like a long time ago. All right, let's take a look at this bad boy. Is a wizard? Yeah, okay. You have learned how to pluck the magic of spiders from the weave as if it were was prey trapped in a web. I like that. Oh, if you can figure out how to make this sentence a little shorter, you should, but it's a good vibe. What if it's this? What if it's this? Can I say this? You pluck magic. You pluck the magic of spiders from the weeb like prey trapped in a web. Something like that, maybe? Just try to make it a little... I don't know if that's better or worse, but I think this is a better... I think if you figure out how to get to this... Yeah, play around with it a little bit. I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer here. But if you're trying to be... If you want to be, like, annoying with yourself, tweak that. This school of magic was formed in the Underdark by devout worshippers of Lolth, but since it spread to the clutches... Okay, cool. So a little bit of... This is cool. A little bit of meatiness to it about, like, just the vibe of how it fits in the world. That's fine. That's fine and that's good. Oh, Gem Jar brings up a good point. Yeah, I like that. Maybe you don't need the word spiders in there. All right, let's see what we get at second level. We get two things at second level. We get Arachnid Whisperer and Toxic Body. When you select this school at second level, you can communicate simple ideas to spiders and scorpions through simple sounds and gestures. Additionally, you have advantage on intelligence checks made to recall information about spiders and scorpions. Okay, I think this needs two tweaks. And one of them I think is really easy, and one of them I actually don't know how to do. So the first one is I think you should have advantage on survival checks. I think you should have advantage on more than intelligence checks related to spiders. Maybe. I think survival could be in there. Same with insight. Now you might be saying insight or animal handling also, right? But insight does make sense if you're able to communicate with them. The other thing that I want to say, though, is I think this needs to be... If I was going to take this subclass and put it in my game, the way that I would want to interpret the ability to communicate simple ideas to spiders would be all spiders, not just beasts. So, for example, there's a bunch of spiders in D&D that technically are like aberrations or monstrosities or fae. I would want this to work on them too. I would want to be able to use this on phase spiders, even though phase spiders are monstrosities. So I don't know if you need to clarify that. You certainly don't if you're going to be using this in your home game. But I might try to figure out how to play around with it in terms of, like, this works with anything that's arachnoid, even if it's not a beast. And I don't know how I would word that, but I do think that would make this feel much more fun. And I don't think it would be too powerful because there's not a lot of monsters that are spiders, but I just want it to work that way. All normal spiders and scorpions and stuff are basically scorpions and spiders of any creature type. That could work. That could work. It's a little, I would say that's a little informal feeling, but maybe that's fine because it would be a little bit of a new concept. So that could work, Alistair, for sure. But I like this. This is basically a ribbon feature. And what a ribbon feature is, if you don't know, is it's a feature that is situationally good, but largely there to help fill out the flavor of the class. So, for example, there's going to be plenty of times where you talking to a spider is not going to change the game dramatically in one direction or another. But sometimes it's going to quite a bit. Yeah, well, this is Tradosio. Tradosio is another mod. They've also been watching the channel for a long time. But yeah, somebody was asking about spider stuff, and they was like, I made a spider guy. All right, cool. I like it though. Really, really fun. With really fun ribbon feature. I think it could potentially be a little stronger in some places. I don't think it needs to be. Toxic Body. Also at 2nd level, you can coat your skin in a layer of magical toxins that keep your foes at bay. Whenever you're hit with a melee attack while you are concentrating on a spell. Oh, interesting. You can cause the attacker to immediately take 2d4 poison damage. Starting at 10th level, the poison damage you deal with this feature increases to 4d4. Huh. Huh. Let's talk about what I really like about this first. I love that it's a feature that's tied to you concentrating on a spell. What an interesting way to make a feature active and to sort of encourage you to lean into your wizardiness. I like that quite a bit. Also, not a bad way to show your, literally, this is your magic being spidery or venomy, which I think is cool. Power-wise, I don't know. Power-wise, I'm really not sure here. This feels a little underpowered. And part of that underpowered is the fact that it's poison damage. I might change that to necrotic. Maybe. I know that poison is what spiders actually do, but or something else. I don't know. I might change that. I don't know if it's strong enough. That's my gut. My gut is I feel like it's good. I think it's totally usable. It feels a little on the weak side. Maybe that's okay if we get some cooler shit at 6th level. But this, like, this works as 2nd level features. I think this works. But this is not on the stronger side. This is more middle of the road, which is okay. I don't know if I would do acid damage, only because I think that acid and poison are similar in the ways that we visualize them as like a World of Warcraft icon. But acid is generally tied to like creatures like spit acid or like chemical-y stuff. Maybe you could do, I don't know. I often think we combine acid and poison in our heads because they're both green when they're drawn in cartoons more than anything else. I think we forget how powerful acid is compared to, not powerful. I think we forget how powerful that visual comparison is in our brains. Originally, it was wizard level poison, and at 10th level, it changed to necrotic. I don't think it needs to be your wizard level. I think it's fine for it to be dice rolls. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see what the other features are. I like all of this. This might feel better if you tweak this up a bit. I don't know. Well, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I want to see what else we're getting. Do you know what you could also do at 2nd level? No, it's not. You couldn't do it at 2nd level, could you? You could. There are some spells in D&D that kind of inherently tie into the vibe of spiders, like web and spider climb and stuff like that. You could, I'm gonna say an idea that I don't immediately think you should do, but I think there's space for some element of that idea, which is like, what if at 2nd level you just got all those spells and got a certain amount of free castings of them per day? Don't do that. But maybe there's part of why I don't. Okay, we're moving on. I want to see what you get at higher levels, but I think that it's worth playing around with another element sitting in this space somewhere, and I don't know what that should be yet. Okay, let's see what we get at 6th level. Arachnid Avatar. Starting at 6th level, as an action, you can manifest an Arachnid Avatar in an unoccupied space you can see within 10 feet of you. It's a buddy. I don't see anything weird here. It's a summon, so I'm just going to assume it's a summon. You can use your bonus action to make it do attacking and stuff. Tradosio, I see you in the chat. If there's anything specific in here that I need to read that makes this thing noticeably different than any of the other summoned animals, let me know. Otherwise, we're just going to read what the monster does. How many times a day can we do this? Long rest or 3rd level spell? Okay. Medium toughness. Pretty good health. It's a stealthy. It's resistant to shit. Can climb. Can web stuff. It can bite. Poison guys. Oh, you're picking between it being a swarm and a big guy? Okay. Good to know. So it's got a bite as a swarm and a bite as a big guy and a web. Okay. 2 thoughts. 1, I would not make it either a swarm of spiders or a giant spider if the only difference is the attack roll and the size. I think that there needs to be, I guess there's the bludgeoning damage thing too, there's the resistance too, but I think that I kind of feel like specifically there's so many things that you get from a thing being a swarm that if you don't get, a swarm kind of sucks. Like, what makes a swarm good? It's immune to so many things by the nature of being a swarm. It can squeeze into just about anywhere. Other than that, it's just a big monster stat block. So I would push back against it being 2 different options if you can't flesh out the swarm getting those unique swarm mechanics in here. But more so than that, I think that you're missing an opportunity here for something, for 2 things. I think that Web Predator is a feature that we often don't think that much about, that you could think about a lot with this subclass if you tweak it a little bit. So, going back to that idea that I wasn't sure how to mix in earlier, if I was going to make this class and we were dealing with summoning spiders and shit, I would probably create in the class a way for me to make webbing, or give me access to the web spell, and I would make a web predator combined with any web things that I did. So if I magically summoned any web snaring stuff, web predator of my minion would work with my magical webbing, which normally I don't think it does. And vice versa. I would probably give myself... I also probably would give the wizard a web predator mechanic if you don't. Okay. Main feedback for the 6th level feature. I think the vibe is solid. I love summoning a spider buddy. In its current iteration, I sort of feel like it does not feel like it mixes... There's nothing the spider gets that feels particularly special or unique, separate from you just summoning kind of a regular spider. Like, it doesn't feel like a cool magical wizard spider. It just feels literally like a regular spider. So I think in order for it to feel like a cool magical wizard spider, you either need to bake mechanics that make it more interesting in how you interact with it or it interacts with you into your earlier features, or move away from it being a regular spider, man. Make it like you summon a phase spider or something. You know? Like, that's sort of where I'm at. It works with magical webbing. Does the web spell count as webbing for the purposes of spider things? I don't know if it does automatically. But regardless, that's my feedback on this, is that I think that the monster stat block should be more interesting. I don't think it should just be a basic spider getting basic spider stuff. Or if it is going to be a basic spider getting basic spider stuff, we need to be able to interact with it in more interesting ways. It needs to be more tied into us, or it needs to be more cool magical spider. I don't know if there are a lot of other alternative magical spiders than the phase spider, but you could make them. Like, what if one of them was like a... Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. I don't want to tell you what to do. But, like, you could do, like, the phase spider, which loses the web ability, right? I don't think it can make webbing, but it can phase in and out. Or what if you got, like, an illusory spider, where its web didn't work like a regular web, its web was like an illusion that it could place, or something like that. It might work with magical webbing. I'm just not sure. I think there's worth it to clarify that in there. But yeah, that's feedback so far, is like all the features individually are interesting. I wish the 6th level feature tied into the 2nd level feature a little bit more, or stood out as uniquely magical a little bit more in terms of the types of spidery guys you can make. Okay, let's look at 10th level. Wall of webs. Oh, I hate how long this is. At 10th level, as an action, you can conjure a wall of sticky webbing. The wall appears in a space you can see within 120 feet of you. Lasts for up to 10 minutes. You can choose to make the wall 60 feet long, 60 feet high, 10 feet thick. That's really big. Or a sphere with a 40-foot diameter. It's difficult terrain, blocks line of sight. If the webs aren't anchored... So this is just the web spell, but big. Each creature that starts its turn in the wall that enters it directly to make a dex saving... Is this just the web spell, but big? This looks... Yeah, this is... Okay, so you just make a giant web spell. So... Here's another example where I feel like you are giving yourself a little bit of extra work here. If I... And Trudeau, I see you in the chat. If I missed something, clarify. The way that I am interpreting this is it's essentially the exact same as the web spell, except it doesn't require concentration, and the area is much bigger, and you can sort of manipulate that area to make it different. That's the way I'm reading this. If that is true, then you don't need to write this whole thing out. Here's what you do at level 10. And we've seen other... spellcasters get this. The Abjuration Wizard is a good example of this. So I would say at 10th level, you learn the spell Web if you don't already have it. When you cast the spell Web, it changes in the following ways. It no longer requires concentration, and you can make the area up to this number. And then if you want it to also not require a spell slot, you can now cast it a certain amount of times per day equal to whatever for free. Or vice versa, you bake that in earlier. But if it's really just the web spell with a couple big tweaks, just make it the web spell with big tweaks. I don't think it needs to... There's so many words on the page that are already in the web spell. And let's be honest with ourselves here. There's no way in hell you're going to pick this subclass and not take the web spell. So... Whoever is using this subclass is going to be so familiar with the web spell already. They don't need this written out here. You know? So shorten it up. And you could even say it here. You can cast the spell in this unique way once per day. And once you do, you can't do it again unless you spend a 5th level spell slot or higher. Boom. And it'll make it this whole thing take up a paragraph as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. That being said, formatting aside, I think this is a really cool feature and kind of makes me feel like we should be doing a lot more web shit earlier. If we're making super big web, fucking give us web for free, dog. Like, make that a feature here. Like, if the main cool thing our guy gets is web shit, and the main thing that we get at 10th level is web shit, why are we getting toxic body? I guess that's my question now. We're gonna keep going because I didn't want to give this feedback preemptively. Toxic body legit feels out of place, and it felt out of place at my initial read through, but I was kind of waiting to see if you were turning into like more of like a combat spider type thing, but we're really not. We're turning into a webby guy spider. So why is one of our core features at 2nd level something that kind of pushes back against the fact that we're making sticky webs. Do you know what I mean? So I think this might be worth tweaking or changing. But I like everything else quite a bit so far. Let's take a look at 14th level. At 14th level, whenever you expend a spell slot to cast a spell targeting yourself, you can also affect your arachnid avatar. Don't give us something that enhances our pet unless you are intending to make Oh. I have an idea. I want to read the rest of this and then I want to give you an idea. Additionally, when you cast this spell with a range of touch, you can interact an avatar. Okay. This should be a minion class. Okay. Genuinely, if you want this to be the capstone, here's how you fix this. You make the ability to summon your pet the second level feature. You get this, and then you get the ability to summon your pet at second level. And then, at 6th level, you get the ability to cast web and spider climb and a bunch of other bullshit a couple times for free. And then you get fucking enhanced shit, and then you get fucking enhanced pet shit. Because if the capstone is making our... Like, there is one class that gets its pet at level 6. That is the Creation Bard. And that works because the Creation Bard gets a lot of other stuff, and the Creation Bard's main thing is not its pet. Its main thing is just making random shit, do random shit. But this really feels like our main thing is our pet and summoning stuff through our pet. So if our main thing is our pet, I think you make the pet the second level feature. Gemjar, I'm not saying being venomy does not dilute the spider theme. I'm saying it is completely disconnected from every other element of it. For really 2 reasons. One, there are so many features that are tying together here, and it's just separate from it, quite literally. Like, we are talking to spiders. We're summoning spiders that can make web and tie to web. We're now making a big web. Our summoning spiders are now stronger. So it's just the odd man out, right? Like, just from a flavor perspective. That's not the end of the world. What the problem for me is that what are we getting by summoning a pet? And what are we getting by being able to make a lot of web? We're getting crowd control. So all of our class features, other than this, basically work towards us limiting other creatures being able to get to us. We are preventing creatures from getting to us. So why is one of our core features tied to creatures getting us? If everything else we're doing is preventing creatures from hitting us, do we want our main combat feature we get at second level to only do anything if they get to us? It sort of makes me feel like you have to play this thing in 2 directions. Like, I'm either having my minion going out and doing shit and webbing stuff, or I am putting myself in harm's way to take advantage of Toxic Body. So it sort of feels like it doesn't totally sit in the same place from like a mechanical perspective, even though I agree from a flavor perspective it's there. And I think it could fit from a mechanical perspective if the rest of this was more based on you being up in the front with your spiders, but it's really not. So I really like the idea. I think you got to get the spider pet earlier, and then I think you got to build off of that earlier. Not earlier, but just move it around in the order that it's happening. And I think you could probably drop the Toxic Body, or fuck, give the Toxic Body to your spider. You know? I think if I was gonna demand of you to do a change to this, and you had to listen to me, this would be the change. You would get rid of Toxic Body. You would put Arachnid Avatar at second level, tweak it down a little bit to make it appropriate for there, but it can still grow. And then at 6th level, give us all that shit we need to be Spider Boy. Give us, you know what you could even do? Like you could give us, you could make it so we get 3 new spells, or we always have them prepared, or a number of times a day. It could be that, or it could be other things. maybe you get like a lesser version of web wall, or, you know, I mean, I don't know. That's the direction I would go in. I really like it. I think right now it just needs to be a little bit jigsawed around. Those are my main thoughts. Very, very focused design here. Also, I want to point out, the reason why I shine such a light on this is because it is the odd boy out compared to everything else. I want to point something out to everyone that's watching. There's a very subtle thing that's happening here that is really important. Really important. And Tradosio is hitting the nail on the head with it. One of the things that's a little bit tricky when you are coming up with a new class, when you're coming up with a new subclass, is how powerful should that subclass be? And how much should it do for you? If you're making a subclass for a class like a fighter, or a class like a rogue, or barbarian, all of the flavor of that class needs to be in that class. Because a lot of those, or all the flavor of that subclass needs to be in that class. Because you don't have a lot of control over what your guy can do. Like, if I'm a fighter, I'm just a regular fucking boring character outside of my subclass. But when you are a spellcaster, when you're a wizard, you're a bard, you're a cleric, a druid, so much of your power and your character comes from your spells that when you're making the subclass, you want to kind of do two things. One, you can't make it too powerful. You have to kind of make it powerful enough to work alongside being a full spellcaster. So that's one of the things you have to keep in mind. And this is good, right? This is a good... Like, none of these powers feel bad, but none of them are crazy either. None of them are like, whoa. And they kind of shouldn't be on full casters most of the time. The other thing... why are we in Christmas music? I apologize. Get the fuck out of here. The other thing is that there are quite a few features and abilities, and I think this might have been where Tradosio's headspace was originally, that you don't really need to give a full spellcaster because they can just do it through spellcasting. And the example that I usually give for this is I say, if you're trying to make a vampire wizard, there's a lot of things you don't need to give that vampire to make them... Like, vampires are really good at doing illusion stuff and transformative stuff. You don't need to necessarily give your vampire subclass the ability to polymorph or the ability to charm people, because wizards have full access to 90% of the charm spells and 90% of the turn stuff into other stuff spells. So you want to think at least a little bit about, how do I make this subclass distinct alongside the full spell list it has at its disposal? Which is my guess as to why Tradosio did not fuck around at all with web and spider climb and all that stuff, because they could just choose to take it or not take it. So there's nothing wrong with like going into, that's a good headspace to go into it with. But if you are building the class around those sorts of features, sort of in the same way that the like Abjuration Wizard is built around being defensive, it's okay to lean into them in the way that the Abjuration Wizard kind of does. That's what I would say to that. But I do like the idea quite a bit. I don't really have more thoughts. I mean, I think it works mostly fine. I think, truthfully, you are in a place of tweaking. I'm going to say one last thing. And this is opinion, Tradosio. Pure opinion. I am not interested in this 14th level ability. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure a lot of wizards would really like it. And maybe this is me coming from a thing where I play martial characters more than spellcasters most of the time. But I am not excited by the ability to make the spells that I could do before also affect my pet or to come out of my pet. I would much prefer this 14th level feature to be some other new crazy thing, or some elevated version of a summon, or something like that. That is pure opinion, though. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are spellcasters that would look at this and be like, this is infinite potential, and I love this as a capstone. And I think from a power perspective, it's probably fine. But speaking personally, I think that depending on how you tweak this, if you think there's space to make this like something new and different, or some cool upgrade to your pet, I would lean in that direction. That's pure opinion, though. Don't listen to that if you don't agree with that. I don't really have more thoughts, Tradosio. It's nice to see your homebrew again, man. I missed your writing style. Tradosio is somebody that, when we were streaming regularly, and now that we're doing it again more regularly, we'll see, depending on, you know, their availability. Tradosio is very good at wording D&D language. And it is so pleasantly refreshing to read some D&D stuff that is written smoothly and concisely. It's just fucking smooth. Just fucking smooth. I appreciate it. When you take the time to try to figure out the D&D writing style by looking to the published material, it really has an impact on how easy it is to read your homebrew. Like, it's just shockingly night and day. And if anyone watching likes this formatting and is like, fuck, that's so easy to read, please copy this formatting. I have the, in the resources tab in my Discord, there's a template for this. So you can just download it, make your own copy of it, and just use it till the cows come home. And the only thing that Tradosio changed about the template is that they went into File. I don't think I can actually do it here, but they went into File, and they changed it from 1 column to 2. And that's it. And it really goes a long way. Like, look how professional this homebrew looks. And it's just in a Word, it's just in a Google Doc. With a very simple template switched to 2 columns. Does so much work. Anyway, thank you, Tradosio, for sharing. I don't really have more thoughts. I am curious to see how you change it, if you change it. I guess, the only other thing that I want to say is, if you love Toxic Body, you could also tweak it so that is what you lean into at higher levels. But then you're leaning into the more Venom side than the more web side. So that's another direction you could go in if you wanted to. Very different, but you could. All right, let's give Tradosio a round of applause. Thank you for sharing, bud. Appreciate it. Fun piece. Oh god, if I keep saying nice stuff, people are gonna get really mad at me when I say not nice stuff. I think I'm playing favorites. The other thing I want to point out about this one that I think is just good design is, because we talk about this in chat on stream a lot, where it's like, if you do an idea that's been done a million times before, you gotta really sell that idea. If you want to make a bulwark fighter, or a, have a good one, Tradosio. Have a fun time playing D&D. I'm glad we got to read some of your homebrew. But if you want to make a bulwark fighter, or like an enforcer rogue, or a strength-based monk subclass, or any of those ones that have been done a million times before, like a spider wizard is not the most uncommon idea. Like, I'm sure people have seen spider subclasses before. But what Tradosio did here in the design was he really focused in on like the web and the interplay between you and spider dynamic. Like, you and spider, you have a spider friend and you guys got web magic together. That's the focus. So it still lets it have its own unique voice, even though it's in a theme that feels like it's been done a bunch before. It makes it not feel tied down or bogged down by the sea of other ones. So it's just a good thing to think about when you're making your homebrew, if it's an idea that is not particularly original. Which sometimes, you know, it's hard to do for D&D, because people have been making D&D homebrew for 1 billion years now. I will also say that I try not to get personally offended, but I get so annoyed of, not annoyed, but I get so like bored of reading homebrew that I've read before. So if you are going to be making something and that has been done a lot before, it's always good to check on D&D Beyond. Like, it is always worth your time to go to the Unearthed Arcana. So do this. Arcana. So always worth your time. Go to the Unearthed Arcana subreddit. And let's say you're like, I want to make a Dragon Barbarian. Just type in Dragon Barbarian. And you'll see how many there are already. So if I type in Dragon Barbarian, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's a lot, right? There's a lot of Dragon Barbarians. So it's going to be worth your time to double check that and to read them and to sort of see the kinds of things they have done to make sure that you're trying to make something unique, or to see if you don't need to make anything because they already made what you want. Very worth your time to do that little bit of research. Because you might not know that your idea has been done 30 times before. But if your idea has been done 30 times before, and I know it, and I don't feel like you know it, it immediately makes me wish that you just did the research beforehand, because inevitably doing that research is going to help you come up with something that feels like it stands out. So often people make a piece of homebrew that looks like a piece that I've seen 100 times before, and it's really hard for me to give feedback on it because I feel like I've given that feedback before and it sort of feels like a waste of time. And I kind of just want to be like, go look at the 60 versions of this that already exist. Quincy says, Cinder, which do you prefer, overly complicated homebrew or overly simple? Overly simple. 100%. Complicated homebrew is never good. The only no mechanics in homebrew should ever be more complicated than than the goal of them. The output should dictate how complicated the feature is, and if the output is a simple idea, the way to get there should be simple. Also, I would also say that unless you're playing with people that are like war gamers by heart, no homebrew should be so complicated that it's slowing down the game, almost in any way. And reading complicated homebrew feels similar to pulling teeth. Especially, and I don't mean this in a rude way, I just mean this in an honest way, a lot of you are not great at writing mechanics yet. You're figuring it out. You're on the path. The more complicated the feature you make, the better the writing needs to be. If you're not great at writing, I'm almost certainly not going to read your whole piece if you're making something complicated and you're not good at writing. Brandon, you're on the wheel. Boop. The wheel does not update itself automatically. I have to add stuff. So I do it after each spin. This is a dumb idea, but an ability for a subclass could be dead spider bending. That's not dumb. That's going to be fun. An alternative necromancer that doesn't summon the dead, but can, like, explode them. Like, what if you had telekinesis, but only for dead things? So you couldn't control them and, like, make them your pets, but you could, like, make them rise into the air and hurl them at something really hard. That could be fun. If a resource is balanced around being refreshed anytime you roll initiative, there's no bag of rats problem, right? No, there's no bag of rats problem. But a better way to think about that, Hakase, is that power is a power that you get full access to every fight. So you want to power balance that too. I want people to have full access to this power every single fight. So you want it to be, so if that's the goal, you want to be looking at things like the Battle Master maneuvers, or things like that, where it's like, it has to be weaker than those, probably. Also, I would argue there's not really a reason to do that, unless it's really unless it feels mission critical for selling the flavor and the story of the subclass. Like, I wouldn't go against that grain unless you had a really clear reason to, and that reason kind of felt self-evident in the features. Corpse explosion, yeah. Corpse explosion. There's a monster in D&D that I really like. I forget what it's called. It's not the Naiad, but it's like, it's from the mythos of the Odyssey. It's from like the Odyssey of Theros, whatever that book is. But it's a monster that can teleport from one corpse to another. That's a really cool monster feature. In the same way that Dryads can tree stride. They can teleport from one tree to another. This thing can teleport from... Mythic Odyssey of Theros. Thank you, Miles. There's a monster in that can teleport from one corpse to another, which is really cool. Bagadu, bagadu, bag, which makes more sense for monsters than characters, but still really cool. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Poby, I hardly know be. Oh my god, I'm so funny. You think it's Poby or Pobby? This subclass I have been working on for a Strixhaven Prismari college. We have another guy in the chat, in the Discord, who's been making stuff based on that. Is this a Discord link? Oh, it's an image through Discord. Weird. I wonder if I'm going to be able to open that. Oh, I am. Okay, cool. Chat, I don't know if you're going to be able to open that or not. Good luck. College of Artistry. What's the word? Don't use art if you're not gonna... Okay, rule of thumb for anyone that is making any homebrew where the goal is sharing it outside of your friend group. If you're trying to share it on my stream, if you're trying to share it on Reddit, if you're trying to publish it, whatever the fuck you're trying to do, never use art that you cannot attribute to the artist. If you find a piece of art that you want to use in your homebrew, find the artist and give them attribution. If you can't find the artist, don't use that art. I've actually seen this a couple times in homebrew before, where people can't find the artist, so they just say artist unknown. If you can't find the artist, don't use that art. It's your art? Okay, then this is even more important for you. Because here's the thing, Poby. Here's the thing. If you don't say that this is your art, every single person that reads your homebrew is going to assume that it's not, and that you are not attributing that you're not giving attribution to the artist. That being said, if you say, hey, if you say art by me, then it goes from a negative into a positive, because then people are more excited to read it, because you are not just the creator of the homebrew, you also are the artist that made it. So it'll make it go from like a negative to a positive. Does that make sense? So also, maybe this is like maybe I'm being a little bit of a kerschnicket here, but like, you know, if you took the time to make this art, which is good, by the way, like, oh wait, why is my thing not working? Like, that's nice looking art. If you took the time to draw this guy and everything, then give yourself credit. Wait a minute, did you use AI? Why are the eyes so different? Is this AI? Did you fucking AI me, boy? Be honest right now. I'm going to count to 3, and I'm not going to punish you for it this time, but I need you to be honest. Why are the eyes so weirdly different then? All right. We're going to move on from it. I'm going to assume you're being honest and you didn't use AI. Don't use AI ever, though. I hate it. But assuming you drew this, which is, again, very nice looking. It looks good. Give yourself credit, man. You deserve credit for your art. Like, you put the work in, get the reward. The only reason why I thought it was AI was because the eye pupils were different colors. I'm not trying to make assumptions. I've just had people try to trick me with AI art before, so I have to be a little bit questioning sometimes, unfortunately. Also, next time, do not send me an image. See what happens when it's an image? When I try to make it bigger for chat, it gets all fuzzy. And it gets fuzzy for me too, and I hate it. So it's another one of those things where it's like presentation. You don't do the image. All right, there you go. Okay. College of some thing I don't really care that much about. Not that I don't care about yours. I just don't care about Strixhaven. What do they do? College of Elemental Artistry is home to bards who view the world as a canvas. These virtuosos of the arcane weave manipulate fire, earth, air to precision, grace, blaster. Okay, so they're like artists that do the elements. All right. Let's dive into it. At 3rd level, we get 2 features. If we're getting 2 levels at... You can do 2 levels at 3rd level, 2 levels at 6th level, but that often is an indicator of bloat. And you probably are giving us too many features if you're doing 2 levels at 3rd level and 2 levels at 6th level. Almost certainly. Unless one of them is really just a ribbon feature, this is too many features for a bard. Let's take a look at Versatile Inspiration. When you join the College of Elemental Artistry at 3rd level, you can learn to paint with the elements starting at 3rd level. When another creature makes an attack roll, cast a spell within 60 feet of you, you can use your action to expend a Bardic Inspiration die to change the damage type of the spell or attack. You can choose between acid, cold, lightning, fire, poison, thunder. Additionally, you can add, don't say may, say can, you can add a bonus to the damage roll to your Bardic Inspiration. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Can I make a suggestion? Can I make a tiny suggestion that I think will make it a little bit better? But I do like it quite a lot. Instead of it being whenever they cast a spell or make an attack, I would change it to whenever they cast a spell or hit with an attack. Because I feel like I want to guarantee it more. Because if you do it on an attack and that attack misses, that's an inspiration that did nothing. And very rarely do these extra uses of inspiration do just nothing. It's okay if it doesn't need to automatically hit on a spell, because outside of cantrips, most spells do something on a miss anyway. So I would consider that. I think it'll make it a little stronger, but not dangerously slow. But honestly, dude, I just straight up like this feature. I don't really have more feedback than that. Chat, I'm curious to see what you think, but this just feels fucking good. It feels totally original. I like it. No comments other than make it so you don't have to do the attack roll. Or make it so it's after the attack. Let's see what else we get at 3rd level. You have also realized that to truly master your medium, you must study it closely. I hate that sentence. That sentence should be half the length. You gain proficiency in the Arcana skill. If you're already proficient, it's doubled. Furthermore, once per long rest, you can cast Identify and Detect Magic without expending a spell slot or requiring material components. I'm gonna push back on you here. I disagree. How? And I mean this not to you directly. I'm not asking you. You don't have to answer this, Tanner. I'm shouting this to the universe. Why the fuck does a bard that can do art and is good at elements, why are they better at identifying magical objects? That makes zero fucking sense to me. Why are they better at detecting magic? That makes zero fucking sense to me. So I would completely change this feature. Straight up. There's literally nothing I'm seeing in any of the mechanics or story here that make me feel like you should be innately good at identifying magic objects and detecting magic. Like, if that's a part of this, we need to feel that so much more here. Because every bard is innately magical in the way they do their performing and their art. So that's not like a unique thing. Like, I feel like you could make an argument for this spell to be on literally any bard or this feature to be on literally any bard subclass. So I'm not seeing it. It feels like this, and maybe I'll see it more later. Maybe there'll be more of that vibe later, but you either need to make this flavor text 1,000 times shorter and make really clear that you're also like a studious bard, because it's like, are you an art bard? Because this feels like you're an artist and an elementalist, but now that you're not artist, now you're also a studious kid. So it's like, what the fuck are we? What is the flavor supposed to be? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a bad feature, but it completely muddies the waters of this subclass in a way that I think genuinely weakens the flavor. So I would come up with a completely other 3rd level feature here. Yeah, it just feels completely dissonant from the other one. It's not a bad feature, it just doesn't feel like it's part of the subclass at all. I think you could put something else at 3rd level. I think most bards get 2 3rd level features, and I think this should get 2 3rd level features. My guess is maybe we'll be able to tweak one of these 6th level features into something you get at 3rd level. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Master of Versatility. At 6th level, your Mastery of Elemental Arts allows you to further refine your versatility. When you use Versatile Inspiration, you can apply one of the following elemental hues. You're doing something that is very annoying, and it's okay because you can change it. I'm going to just point it out to you here, and then you're never going to do it again. Okay, Tanner? And anybody watching is never going to do this. Whenever you have a feature, let's look at this whole 6th level feature. Whenever you have a feature that is tied to you doing a specific thing, and every sentence is basically starting the same, you don't need to write that whole fucking sentence every time. Just move on to what the feature does. It's annoying. It makes it read like a paragraph, and it shouldn't. Okay, so we can do one of these 3 things. When you change the damage type of attack, you can choose to add extra damage equal to your charisma modifier. When you use versatile, oh my, you're doing it. That's why I have to skip that part. It's fucking like that. Literally just annoys me. Okay. When you change the damage type of a weapon attack, you can cause it to. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be real honest, man. This sucks. I hate this feature so far. When you use versatile option with a weapon attack, you can make it splash out creatures. Okay. When you use versatile for the damage, this is the fucking same as the other one. Oh my god. Okay, rebuild this from the ground up, man. Fuck this feature. Fuck this feature. Major fuck this feature. First of all, fuck this feature because now you're making me think about the difference between an attack and a weapon attack. I hate that. If that's not going to be baked into the first feature, there's no way in fuck it should be baked into this feature. Unless that's the core thing. Like, that could be the core thing. When a creature is making a weapon attack, it does this. When they're making a spell attack, it does this. Or when you're changing a weapon, it changes in the following ways. When you're changing a spell, it changes in the following ways. If you want to do that, but write it like that. Don't do this bullshit where one of them is doing any attack, one of them is doing weapon attacks, and the other one is doing weapon attacks. It sucks. And the things that we're getting are kind of nothing burgers, right? We just do more damage. The splash damage is the only one that I like. Everything else I would get rid of and sort of I would just rebuild this feature, honestly. I would just completely rebuild this feature. Fuck this feature. It's a good idea, but you got to think about how you're implementing it. And it is tedious. We're going to not talk about it that much because I don't need to yell about it. But it's fucking tedious to make this work in this way. And now you're splitting it into these tiny little nonsense things that, like, are just frustrating. Like, you don't need... This feature doesn't... This feature is already doing a lot of options. You don't need to be doing a lot of different options that are the same option. You know what I mean? Oh my god. Okay, here's what you're gonna do. If you want to make this feature to work, you change it in... You make it work like this. When you're affecting a weapon, that weapon is now dealing damage equal to your charisma modifier to everyone within 5 feet of you. Perfect, that's great. Keep this for the weapon one. If it's affecting a spell, I don't the fuck know. Come up with something else there, but make it 2 things, not 3, and make one tied to spells and one tied to attacks. And never the 2 shall meet. But yeah, I'm not a fan. All right, let's look at the other feature. You gain the ability to protect yourself from the elements. You use an art. When you take long rest, choose one of the following damage types. Okay. Either of these can work. Maybe both of them can work if you can figure out how to turn elemental hues into something that isn't frustrating. I'm going to point something out here that I think is a pretty important thing. What the fuck is the flavor text to this subclass? Because we are now 99% of the way done our subclass. Because realistically, we're not getting this 14th level feature. Realistically, we're going to play the game to level 8 or 9. Okay? There is 0 element of art. It is all elemental. You spend a lot of time talking about the world as your canvas and the palette and all this stuff. This is not at all an artist bard. We're at level 6 and we are changing damage types. We're enhancing effects with elemental damage. We are gaining resistance to elemental damage. This is an elemental bard and that is it. And that is okay. But if you want this to be an elementalist bard, you need to cut every aspect of the artist out of this. Or bake being an artist into it. But it really doesn't make sense for it to be an art bard right now. What you could do is you could get the art in with whatever 3rd level feature you replace Arcane Understanding with. All right, let's take a look at the 14th level feature. Because, yeah, the other thing is that you really want... You don't want to have... Like, if the 14th level one has to do with art, it's like too little too late. The first feature that we get is that you get more Bardic Inspiration die. That is a bad subclass feature. You don't ever really want to give a feature that just makes you get your basic thing better. Notice how there is no bard that gets extra uses of rage. There is no druid that gets extra uses of druidic wild shape. There is no wizard that gets additional ways of recharging its spells. There is no monk that gets additional ways to get its key points back. There is a reason for this. So I would completely remove the first part. We should not be getting extra bardic inspiration. Just cut that shit out. You also get additional reactions. I don't like that either. Being able to deal necrotic or radiant damage, I think, is fine. I would also include psychic in there. I would, yeah, come up with a totally new 14th level feature. You're doing a couple things here that you know what? I take it back. I take it back. I don't take it back. Everything I said is real. Here's how you do it. Here's what you do. Here's how you fix it. Get rid of the whole reaction thing. You make versatile inspiration just an alternative use of inspiration die. Maybe that could be the solution if you want. But if you like the idea of, like, so when you have an inspiration, you can use it as to do this also. But if you don't like that, if you want it to be a reaction, that's fine. But don't give us an extra reaction. Don't give us more bardic inspiration die. Completely rebuild this feature. Technically, divination wizards get a special recharge. I suppose that's true. I suppose that's true. But Lord Almighty, in a very different way than this does. I also think Dice, that's not an example that is going to help this creator get better at writing. So it's an example of a situation that is so different than this situation that if Tanner wants to use it as an excuse to just get better at this stuff, that is doing nothing to help Tanner as a writer, and it's doing nothing to help them understand game mechanics. You know, part of the reason why that's true is it's also limited to divination spells, which is very limited in a lot of different ways. You know, these are not limitations. This is an infinite, this is a straight up extra reaction. This is a straight up extra bardic inspiration. That's super different. So I don't think that feedback is going to help them that much, even if technically it is a nerdy correctfulness. Yeah, I would say it's exactly what it was. You know, we don't need to actually. If you want to actually, I think that's fine. But I think it's better to unactually and then acknowledge that it is not helpful. That they should. Technically, this works this way, but you still shouldn't do it because it's radically different than what you're doing. I don't really have more thoughts, Tanner. I think this initial bardic inspiration is fucking awesome. But I think you lose the plot pretty quickly with this second feature. And I think the concept of this 6th level feature is fine. I think the concept of this is okay. But I think the implementation of this, of elemental hues really doesn't play. And I think that this 14th level feature is not really interesting. It's just you are now a better bard, which is like, who cares? This feature could also, this feature is kind of like Arcane Understanding, where it could kind of be on any bard. And it's like, we don't get that many bard subclass features. So we got to make everyone really sell the fiction of our subclass. So I would rethink that, and I would rethink elemental hues. If you really like elemental hues, just split it into it affecting spells or it affecting weapon attacks. And I think you're going to be okay if you do that. And then, yeah, come up with something new at 3rd level and completely rebuild this 14th level feature. And then I think you're in a better spot. And honestly, dude, straight up remove any element of you being an artist. Because there's no fucking art anywhere in this subclass. This is an artist in the same way that the Way of 4 Elements monk is an artist. Which is to say that it's not. So I don't think that's helping you. I don't really have more thoughts, Tanner. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you giving us some interesting stuff to read. Alrighty. We're probably going to do 1 or 2 more. Then we're going to be done for the eve. But if your piece did not get looked at tonight or does not get looked at tonight, you can always share it in the Discord. And you can always resubmit it. Tomorrow, we are probably not going to do a homebrew review. I think tomorrow we're going to be looking at the new 2024 subclasses and classes. And I think the goal tomorrow is going to be starting to play around with the new Barbarian subclass options and seeing if / what we might want to try to make. Maybe making a new Barbarian subclass, like, after we sort of play around with how their power balance is tweaked a bit. And then I think we'll be doing our next homebrew review, our bigger one, either Tuesday or Wednesday. That'll be formed like this. And I will post about it in the Discord, and I will also post about it on my YouTube community tab, so you guys can have a sense of what that'll be. But, you know, it's going to be a little bit up in the air. Okay, I got to add a couple more people to the wheel. And yeah, I think that the solution to everything is just I got to start streaming earlier. Yeah, we're going to start doing member reviews. I think realistically I'm going to change the member thing. I don't... Here's the situation. I don't like the way that the member reviews thing worked before, and I want it to be a little different in the future. So I'm not sure what it's going to be yet, but I don't like the system that it was before. I don't like it. I didn't like it. So I'm not exactly sure what the move's going to be. Diana of the Rose, you fooligan. What's up? We are reviewing D&D Homebrew again today. How are you doing? How was content warning? If you're new to my channel, here's how it works. People submit Homebrew. We spin this big old wheel, we see what the homebrew is, and we look at it. D&D homebrew specifically. Should we give it a spin? Probably. You just screamed a lot? Fuck yeah, dude. A bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a boo. A bucket, a bucket, a bee. A bucket, a bucket, a bay. A bucket, 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 a bow. Live gamer. Live gamer. What you got for us today, Live Gamer? Let's see what they said. Live Gamer said they're looking for help refining the concept of a merchant whose players can't bully them around. Kiki, you rated me too? Oh, you glorious Tyrannosaurus. How are you doing today? Ah, we have the suspicious shopkeeper. Why are they so powerful? Why are they so powerful? Here it is in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it. Is that a twerking Cthulhu? Of course it's a twerking Cthulhu. What, you think I'm not gonna put twerking Cthulhu on my stream? You think I'm gonna live my life without a twerking Cthulhu? Come on now. If we gotta deal with a twerk, it might as well, you know, be a Cthulhu one, you know? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. Let's read this description. They appear to be a generic-looking being of indeterminate race, gender, age. They're used language, blah, 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 blah. So they're just like bland. They're Blandy McBlanderson. All right. I'm going to say a couple things here. There's a overkill is a concept. If the goal is to make a shopkeeper that can't be fucked with, I would say the way to solve that problem is to figure out how to dungeon master in a way that your players don't want to fuck with every shopkeeper they meet. I would say that is more of a roleplay slash social gaming problem to solve than making a shopkeeper that can't be fucked with. The concern I have about a shopkeeper that can't be fucked with is that that creates a confrontational scenario between the players and the dungeon master a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way to solve the problem of players messing with a monster, is not to make a monster that's too powerful. Or a guy that's too powerful. Yeah, I don't even really want to spend a mountain of time on this. You also need to do all your math correctly. It looks like you haven't done that much of it correctly. So whenever you make anything in D&D, any monster in D&D, works exactly the same way as a character does. So this thing, where does this 57 come from? Is 25 times 4 57? Because when I make a character in D&D, the way that I determine what this bonus is it's the number of hit die they have times their constitution modifier. So we're not going to worry about your numbers. They're clearly just wrong. So you want to make sure you're doing all your numbers correctly. The other thing that's pretty important here is that where are we getting a D12 hit die from? Where are we getting a D12 hit die from? So in D&D, if you're making a character that's a playable character, the size of your hit die is determined by your class. But if you are making a monster or an NPC, the size of your hit die is determined by your creature size. So a medium creature would have a D8. Small creature D6, tiny D4, all the way up to D20. Why is that important? Well, it's important because if you aren't doing things like that, it might be okay for like somebody to pick it up and use it, but it looks bad. Like, it doesn't even look bad in a way where it like is ugly on the page. It looks bad in a subconscious way because your lizard brain is so used to looking at monster stat blocks and numbers in the way that they are designed that even though your conscious mind might not notice that this D12 does not fit a medium creature, your lizard brain inside that is not talking to you clearly, it does notice that. And when it notices those discrepancies, what it basically tells your conscious brain is that something is wrong here. And maybe your conscious brain is going to interpret that like this homebrew is not great. Maybe your conscious brain is going to interpret that as this person doesn't know what they're doing. Or maybe your conscious brain is going to interpret that as I am not enjoying reading this. So, really important thing. This is a lot. I mean, it's not a lot. We're not going to worry too much about all of it, but we're going to read a little bit of it. But yeah, the other thing that I think is really important is you want your monster stat block to fit the story of the monster. Okay? So let's talk about this suspicious shopkeeper. It's a little bit open-ended of an idea, but there still needs to be some stuff here. Like, we don't want this. If the point of this monster is that the players can't fuck with it and it can do whatever they want, it shouldn't have a stat block at all. Just don't give it a stat block. If you're giving it a stat block, you are opening it up for the players to engage with it mechanically. And if you're letting the players engage with it mechanically, then you want them, that mechanical engagement, to feel of value, even if it's a hard thing to deal with. So, like, let me give you a little example of what I mean by that. It's a medium unknown creature type. You should pick a creature type. This thing should have a creature type. Because there's a whole bunch of spells, features, abilities that have an impact based on the creature type. And beyond that, the creature type does a lot to sell the fiction of this creature. So let's say you want this thing to be some sort of divine shopkeeper that slams down justice on anybody that, like, let me reword that. If this shopkeeper was a fiend, that is going to feel very different than if it's an aberration or than a celestial. And you don't even really need to change almost anything about the stat block, but just the creature type is going to have a big impact on the way players interact with it and on this type of story that you want to tell with this shopkeeper, as well as where it's going to sit in your game. If this is a celestial, then it's maybe like a very justice-oriented shopkeeper, and it deals out retribution to those that try to take advantage of it. If it's a fae, right, maybe it's trying to manipulate characters, and maybe it's trying to be a tricksy shopkeeper. If it's an aberration, maybe it's just cosmically unknowable, but it's gonna be like that really matters quite a lot. So you really want to think about that. And I know I'm hounding that. The reason why I'm hounding that, I'm going to be honest, is because most of this stat block, and I mean this very not rudely, is fairly bland. And why is it bland? Why is this stat block bland? If you can tell me why, you win a bonus point. Why is it bland? Somebody tell me why really quickly. We don't need to look at almost any of the features for you to be able to tell me why it's bland. Come on. Come on, what are you seeing here? I'll give you a clue. It's on screen. Sam's Undertall, you are halfway right. You are halfway right. So Sam's Undertall said there is no way to interact with it. One thing that can happen when we want to make a really, really powerful monster in D&D is we can unintentionally make it really powerful in too many directions. And if a monster is really powerful in too many directions, that monster no longer feels interesting. What do I mean by that? If I'm fighting a giant demon, and it has really good stats, and it is immune to just about every condition, that's a really hard demon to fight. But does it feel like a demon? If I make a really powerful construct, an ancient machine god monster, and it's got all really powerful stats, and a bunch of and almost condition immunities, at what point does that ancient god machine just feel the same as the superpowered demon? What makes the demon feel like a demon is the fact that it isn't immune to all damage types or resistant to all damage types. It isn't immune to all condition types. It doesn't have all really good stats across the board. They have unique strengths and weaknesses. And those unique strengths and weaknesses work to not just tell a story, but to let the players have unique puzzles to solve within the combat. You know, part of, like, if you are playing a D&D campaign, and a big part of that campaign is you're fighting demons or devils, or maybe both, part of the interplay that a player can get into is figuring out the strengths and the weaknesses of devils versus the strengths and the weaknesses of demons, and leaning into that in terms of how they interact in combat or just general gameplay. And it creates a situation where players or characters that do figure that out, they can use that to their advantage, and it makes those combats or those interactions feel so much more dynamic. So unless you if you're not building in any inherent weaknesses or any inherent specific unique fun ways to interact, I go back to questioning, why do you need to make this a monster stat block? Why not just decide that it's shockingly good at stuff and treat it as like an encounter that they deal with more than a monster they interact with? And this is something that I have also done in my game. I have a character that shows up in my home games he usually goes by James or different J names, but the whole gimmick of his character as an NPC is that he doesn't follow the rules of the game. That's his whole shtick. So what does that mean? He can't do a lot of things. He can't do any magic. He can't attack anything. He can't wield any magic. He can't interact with magic items. But you can't attack him. You can't target him with spells. You can't even lie to him. You can't make a deception check against him because he doesn't interact with game mechanics. And it creates a situation where on one hand, he's sort of an all-powerful being, but on the other hand, he literally can't do anything. And that's kind of a fun character, but I don't need to build a stat block for that character because they don't interact with the game in the same way. So if your goal is that, I don't think you need to build a big crazy stat block. What is this? When they die, their body vanishes. While they're away, any creature that attempts to steal an item has to make a saving throw. On a failure, it returns with half its health. I don't know what a 5d20 percentage is, but fuck that. You should never be writing anything that complicated in a D&D mechanic that you intend the person to use. You got to keep your math simple. Keep that math simple. We're dumb. Everybody's dumb. You got to assume that everybody's an idiot. If it drops a creature to 0 hit points, it vanishes in a puff of smoke and reappears after 1d4 hours with all health restored in an apologetic commotion. This is just annoying. Also, this feels like it's not a noble gesture. This feels like, aha, I can kill you and bring you back. I don't know. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Realistically, I think these two features are pretty good. I like the idea of it always knows where creatures are inside its shop. And I probably would change this feature. I don't know if it will not intentionally lie about anything. I think that's okay. But I like the, I mean, I would almost go in the opposite direction where like it can tell when a creature is trying to lie in regard to making sales or deals. Like, I think it would make, because they're a suspicious shopkeeper. So why is a suspicious shopkeeper not lying? If anything, I feel like a suspicious shopkeeper should be really good at telling if people are lying. So there's monsters in D&D that can do stuff like that. I'd probably do something like that. Call me old-fashioned or new-fashioned, but I think giving a monster a spell list like this is not particularly fun, interesting, exciting, or useful. So this is the way that old spell lists were written for monsters, and it's basically the same that character spell lists are, where they have spell slots and they use those spell slots. No monsters are written that way anymore. They haven't been written that way for a long time. Monsters get access to specific limited number of spells per day. Why? Because that's so much easier to run. Really doesn't take away any of the interesting power of it. Sure, you're not going to be able to be as finicky with it, but you know what that means? You're not going to waste time being finicky with that in combat. So instead of that, just say, they have a certain number, like, what if it can cast all these spells at will? Pick these spells and cast each of them 3 times per day. And it can pick some of these spells once per day. And then boom, you're done. You might still like the old method. I think that it has never been good to game design. I continue to believe pretty fervently that it is bad game design. Doesn't mean you don't need to like it specifically, but I think it's bad game design. I also think that in general, this does 0 to make your monster feel like a monster. I don't think it helps sell the fiction of your monster at all. These spells are all fairly applicable to being a shopkeeper, protecting their shop. I acknowledge that. I'm not going to say that it's not that. But it just doesn't, I just don't think it helps sell the fiction, man. I think a spell list is like the last, I think unless you are intentionally building a character that is a wizard or a sorcerer or something like that, it is such a bad idea to give them a spell list when you could just give them activating features. Just give them features. That's what I would say. 9 times out of 10, just give them features. Or give them, like, you know, they can cast 1 spell 3 times a day as a part of a larger thing. But don't do this. This is a bad way to sell the fiction of a character. This is doing a lot of work. It's making the Dungeon Master have a lot of work to do, which I don't want to do. I can use any weapon inside the store. That's kind of fine. I think you could probably just bake that in. I wouldn't put that in actions. If anything, I'd probably put that here in the features, because action doesn't really make sense for that to be here. And then if you're going to make an attack, you need to make a specific attack roll. You need to write what it is. So this is also, you're just giving the Dungeon Master more work. Because if I'm a Dungeon Master and I want to run a monster, the way that I run a monster is I want to look at the monster stat block so I can know what it does. And then do that thing. In order for me to use this feature, I look at the monster stat block, and then I have to figure out what weapon it's using, and then I have to look up how that weapon works, and then I can do the math to add +3 to that attack roll. Then I can figure out if this thing is attacking with strength or dex, and then I can do all of that work, and then do the math to do that attack. That's so much fucking work to make an attack. That's terrible. You do never want to give the Dungeon Master that much work. The other thing is I kind of think that this thing should get more than 1 attack if it's a CR 17 monster. The shopkeeper can target 1 creature within 20 feet and steal 10% rounded up of their money. I don't think that's a really fun or good feature at all. I would also remove that. So yeah, my main feedback here is this sort of feels like a meme that you took to the extreme and tried to build as a monster. I think if you like that for your home game, great. I think if your goal is to make a super-powered, mysterious shopkeeper, you need to figure out how to pick a type of shopkeeper. Give them more of a unique fiction. Is it a fae guy? Is it a demonic guy? Something. And then give them some features that help sell that fiction, as opposed to these sort of bland features. And write things out that need to be written out, and don't waste space that doesn't need to be wasted. So that's my main feedback. To be honest, it feels like it's very similar to a lot of high CR monsters that I think we see, where you get really excited to make a thing super powerful, and in making it super powerful, you kind of forget to make it feel unique. That's kind of how this feels. So I would say, twist it around, try to make it feel like a specific thing, and keep working on it. That's my feedback. Done looking at it. Don't want to look at it anymore. Let us give Live Gamer a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Kaboosh. Goodbye, Live Gamer. Oh, we got another submission. Lovely. Let's add it to the wheel. Kaboof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bucket, 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 good. Oh, it's Baba. What you got for us today? This is a reward for my level 3 players. Supposed to be a signature item for the early mid-tier of a campaign. Okay, so this is going to level 3 characters. It's supposed to feel like a early mid-tier item. Let's give her a gander. Here is in the chat, if you want to look at it. Bracers of Tabaxi kind. Requires attunement. These bracers are sewn through coppery threads and lined with soft, downy feathers. When you fail a dexterity saving throw, you can use your reaction to add +10 to the result, potentially causing it to succeed. After you use this feature, you can't use it again until the next day at dawn. Okay. If you want it to backseat, you grow whiskers, you get dark vision, you grow a set of retractable claws. Okay, so this is very similar to the Belt of Dwarven Kind, where it gives you, like, pretty cool stuff, and if you aren't a dwarf, it gives you dwarfy stuff. Huh. I think it's probably fine. I want to say a couple things here. Yeah, it's definitely early to get a rare item, but who cares? If that's what they're doing for the game. I would say this is really strong for a 3rd level character item. I want to push you in 2 directions here. I want to push you in 2 directions. One, kind of the same idea, actually. This is a very powerful once-a-day feature. These are kind of boring passive features. So this is an item that gives you a handful of pretty boring passive features, and then once a day something really cool or really powerful. I would not say really cool. It's just powerful. It's not really exciting, right? It's just a dex save. Who cares? Like, that's good, but it's not making you feel interesting in any way. So if I was going to suggest any tweaks, I would say change this item so it doesn't feel like you have one cool thing and then a bunch of boring stuff. I would either make the cool thing less good and more usable than once a day, or make some things here that feel more interesting than what we get. Dark vision is straight up boring. A basic attack that deals d6 damage is straight up boring. Whiskers is really fun, and this is really good, but also not really anything. You know what I mean? So I think we need some new. I think we need some more flavorful features, and I think that in an ideal situation, this shouldn't be a once a day thing, and then be like, you could make this a reroll on a dex saving throw and make it, you know, on in charges and immediately be better. Or if you're gonna make it a plus 10, just make it a change a failure into a success once a day, right? Like go big or go home. But I still think that's boring. So I don't know. I think this needs some changes. I think this is a fine, like, this is the sort of item. This is the way this item would sit in my game. This is the sort of item that players would find, they would look at it, they would get excited, and then they would read it, and then they would get less excited. Because they would look at it immediately and be like, whoa, it's getting all these features. And then as they were reading the features, they would be like, oh, okay. I don't want that moment, right? I don't want players to see this as 3 bullet points of features, and then 2 of them are kind of boring, and 1 of them is just flavor. That's like an emotional roller coaster I think a player shouldn't go on. They should see, oh, this has got 3 features, let's fucking go. Or, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels too... Maybe I'm being a little harsh, but I feel like the good thing is kind of lackluster in energy, in exciting, and the interesting stuff is like not that interesting. So I don't know. That's sort of where I'm at. I think it needs to feel more like even the Belt of Dwarven Kind, which this feels like it's based off of, the stuff you get feels more interesting, like across the board. I don't think deck saves evoke Tabaxi at all. Straight up. If anything, it should be like, you don't take fall damage or something. Because it's like cat shit. Gem Jar, literally, I didn't read the rest of your comment and you had the same thought as me. So yeah, for sure. Is there a reason they're lined with feathers? For comfort, I would assume. I don't think it should... no, I wouldn't go in that direction. Could be extra speed. Yeah, I mean, there's a million directions you can go. And this just feels... It feels like this feature feels almost too powerful and too situational. Like, it's like it's too much when you can use it, and then when you can't use it, it's nothing. And then the rest of it kind of just feels like nothing. It's all flavor. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it needs to feel a little bit more unique. That's sort of where I'm at. More unique, more flavorful. Make the passive stuff more interesting. Make the limited time stuff more interesting. I think it feels like it's a little bit... Here's my thought, Baba. It feels too low-hanging fruit, is what I would say. Instead of Belt of Dwarven Kind, how about Belt of Dwarven Mean? That's a great idea. Yeah. So I don't really have more thoughts. It's fairly simple and straightforward. If you wanted to use this in your game right now, I think you could. I think it would be balanced. I think it would be fine. I just think there's a lot of ways you could make it feel both more impactful and more interesting. Those are my thoughts. I don't have more thoughts. Thank you, Baba. To be completely honest, what I didn't like about the member streams, Dice, was that it was hours and hours and hours of time that, for better or worse, did not lead to that much benefit for the channel, and led to, in my opinion, an amount of it was just it just wasn't worth the value of it. And like for me or for the audience. Like, I think if I can think of a different way to do it, maybe, but I wasn't enjoying it anymore. And it wasn't leading to me getting massively more subscriptions. And if anything, what it led to was a lot of people hopping into stream and then being annoyed that they couldn't send in Homebrew. And that was mostly what it was. So I'm gonna try to think of something to do, but It would be different if it was like, if it felt like it was really changing things up or like having a big impact on it financially or memberships or anything like that. But it wasn't. It was maybe like the amount of difference it was maybe like 2 memberships a month, which is nothing. That's not worth an extra 30 hours a week. That's not worth an extra 30 hours of work a month. You know what I mean? But I think I don't know. We'll play. I'm still gonna figure out what sort of membership. I think if I start to get memberships again, because my memberships also on YouTube right now are really low. So if I start to get more memberships, then I'll probably start doing something that's member specific. But if anything, I think the main thing I'm gonna try to push people towards is supporting me on Patreon and start basically sharing all the extra documents that I make on Patreon, which is kind of what I do already. Yeah, that's the main thing. But also, I feel like I'm explaining myself in a way that I don't even really need to. So, I hope that was enough explanation. And if it wasn't, I apologize. I know, listen, everybody that liked the member streams liked the member streams, but it was a third of you or less. I have a Patreon? I do. Are you still on the list? The list hasn't changed, so you should still be on it. It was. Thanks for sharing. You're welcome. Maybe it should be the first hour of Homebrew is members, and then the hour after that is free for all. We could do something like that. I don't know. I feel like it's... I feel like 2 things. One, I feel like making the larger audience wait is not going to help me at all, and is not going to help most of the audience at all. And I think that putting the member reviews as a random thing leads to a situation of people feeling like they're not getting any value out of it a lot of the time. And I don't want to be in a situation where me getting more members makes the members feel like they're getting less value. Because the more people that support me, the less likely they are to be on that member wheel. So I think what we're going to change it to, realistically, is we're going to change it to probably having a weekly member call-in type show. Especially as we move into the new 2024 stuff, whenever we make any homebrew on stream, I will polish it and share it for the members. So if you want to support me on Patreon and that sort of thing, it'll be like you'll be regularly getting a combination of homebrew guides and like extra homebrew bits and pieces. But I don't want to make crazy promises in too many directions just yet. The main benefit I'm going to have for members now, and probably for a little while, is I am going to I'm going to make sure that I'm posting weekly some amount of homebrew that gets made on stream. And I think what I'd like to start doing is having essentially Q&A type shows where I prioritize people that want to support me either through Patreon or YouTube members or Twitch or whatever. But honestly, I'm just going to also say fuck it a little bit, and hopefully you guys want to support me. Let's see what Dawn has for us today. Also, I love you guys, and I appreciate all of the thoughts, but I will also say that I don't really want to hear your suggestions for what to do on stream. Most of you are very well-intentioned and have a lot of great ideas, and amongst that well-intentioned and great ideas have very little understanding of how these things work and play out. So they're very uninformed suggestions, which is fine, but they don't help me most of the time. And it becomes annoying for me to... I don't want to, like, explain why you're not helpful, because that feels, like, confrontational. Do you know what I mean? Mar, thank you for the membership. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, let's see what Dawn has. No need to apologize. I just want to explain to you why why it's not helpful for me, because like, it's just, to be quite honest, it's just I have more experience in this than most of you do. Not even talking about D&D stuff specifically, just talking about trying to make fucking Twitch and stuff work. All right, let's see what Dawn says. Mainly just wanted to make the idea work mechanically. I've revised it twice, but I still feel like there are holes in its mechanics and balance. Oh, we don't know anything about what this is going to be. Is it a magic item? Is it a subclass? Is it a monster? Who knows? I mean, listen, Al, you can have thoughts. I'm just telling you, and I mean this very politely, unless you specifically are a content creator that has found success on Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon, then I don't really want your advice. Or you work for one of those companies. If you work for one of those companies or have had success doing those things, then I think your advice is probably helpful. If you are not, then I'm going to ignore your suggestions. I might decide to listen to them later or try them out later, but we're not going to engage in dialogue about them. This is called the Miser Flute. This gold flute requires attunement by a short rest. I think that might be a typo there. This gold flute has elegant engravings down its shaft. While attuned, when played as an action... I don't think you need to say while attuned here. All unsecured coins in 20 feet of the flute will animate and roll towards you. What does an unsecured coin mean? That definition is actually pretty important if you want this item to make sense. They will follow you as long as you play the flute, and at 30-foot walking speed. What does "and at 30-foot walking speed" mean? That is also confusing. Any following coins, this is bad grammar, will be stopped by stairs. Oh my god, this grammar is so fucked. Dawn, here's what you need to start doing, Dawn. You gotta start reading your homebrew out loud. Any following coins will be stopped by stairs, but not inclines. That is so convoluted a sentence. It hurts to read it. Coins can navigate around obstacles. So, here is my question for you. What is the point of this item? And I don't mean from a flavor perspective. The flavor is that all the coins start following you around. Sure. What do you want this item to do? Do you want this item to bring you coins? Or do you want this item to make coins casually follow you around? I think you need to come up with a decision there and then build it in that direction. This is very confusing in the way that it's written. So the way that non-secured objects usually work in D&D is objects that are not being worn or carried. So if you want it to work like that, you would say, here's how I would rewrite this sentence, by the way. But first of all, you gotta stop writing in the passive voice, Dawn. That's the big thing. Instead of saying when played as an action, say when you play. Instead of saying will be stopped, say stairs, say they cannot move past stairs. I'll give you an example of how to think about this in terms of writing passive versus active voice, because this thing is drowning in passive voice to the extent that it's it's 4 sentences long. None of these sentences are particularly long. There is no reason I should feel exacerbated or frustrated by reading these sentences. They're short and there's not that many of them. But I do feel frustrated and exacerbated. Why? It's because you're writing in passive voice. So passive voice is something that people use a lot in speech writing, but you should never use it for the same reason that it's used in speech writing. When a politician uses passive voice, they use it because they are trying to either downplay something or try to they're trying to distance themselves from that thing. So a politician might say, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. The coins will be stopped. That's passive voice. Active voice is saying, I made a mistake. Stairs stop the coins. Do you see how that's a little bit different? You want to be writing very intentionally in active voice. That is going to immediately improve your writing fivefold. The easiest way to train yourself out of writing in passive voice, and it's hard to do, but it is the best suggestion that any professor has ever given me, and it is the main rule that I make new writers that I work with. Well, I don't anymore, but when I used to work with that I demanded they follow, and it is it's an incredibly restrictive thing, and it will be a rule that you want to break and probably should break once you understand how to not write in passive voice. But until you understand how to not write in passive voice, this is a rule that you should follow. Never, ever, ever use the verb to be. Never say be, being, been, any of those. Am, is, are, was, were, been, being, bim. Any of those fucking words, cut them out of your writing vocabulary. There is a lot of times where you would want to use those words normally, but there's almost always things you could use instead of them. But the bigger deal there is going to be, you're going to stop thinking in passive voice, and you're going to start thinking more directly. So, Dawn, cut any to be verb out of your writing starting tomorrow, and your writing is going to improve so much, like night and day. Like, it's going to be stupid how much better your writing is going to improve. The coins are stopped is not better. That is still passive voice. You're using the verb to be. So you don't need to use the verb to be, because you can use the verb stop. Stop is a verb. Stop can be the verb of the sentence. That's what I'm getting at. Like, you are almost always able to use the verb that the word be gets into. And you will discover that, and you'll experience that if you just stop using the words be. The coins stop if is another really good way of doing that. Thank you, Quispy. So that's the most important thing here, Dawn. The second thing that you have to think about is, how does this work in terms of the action economy of the game? So if it is an action to activate the flute, then those coins need to happen when that action happens. So as an action, you play the flute. Any coins of monetary value within 20 feet of you that are not being worn or carried immediately roll 20 feet towards you. Period. At the beginning of your next turn, and on subsequent turns, you can continue to use your action to play the flute, and those coins will continue to move 20 feet towards you. Something like that. But you need it to sit in the action economy of it happening at the beginning of your turn as you continue to play the flute, and that will solve all of the problems of coins having like a movement speed or weird shit like that. So just bake it in. As long as you keep using your action, they will keep moving towards you. These coins cannot roll downstairs. No, but they should be able to. I didn't even think about that, but that's a logical little thing there for sure. The coin stop is active voice for sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's 100%. I hope that's helpful. I don't really have more thoughts about it. I think if it's an item that pulls loose coins, it probably doesn't even need to be rare. Could probably be uncommon. If it's intending to pull coins out of people's coin purses, then I think it's too powerful probably, and you're gonna need creatures. I think if it's gonna pull coins out of creatures' pockets, those creatures need to be able to make a saving throw to not lose those coins. And it would be an action to pull coins towards you, and if those coins are being worn or carried, any creature wearing them or holding them could make a DC, I don't know, 12 or 13 dexterity saving throw to not lose them. Something like that. And if it can pull coins out of creatures' pockets, it also probably should be limited in use. So once a day you can activate it. When you activate it, you start playing a song. during the song at the beginning of each of your turns. Any coins within 20 feet of you roll towards you. If the coins are being worn or carried, the creature that is wearing or carrying them can make a dexterity saving throw to attempt not to lose the coin. Something like that. That could work. But yeah, those are my thoughts. But honestly, Dawn, the much more important thing than the specifics of this item is losing that passive voice. That passive voice is going to get you, especially as you start to build bigger and more complicated things. If that problem of passive voice gets bigger, the more you're like, the longer you go without dealing with it, the bigger that problem becomes. And those are my thoughts. If you want more specific help about how to word this, outside of it being like an action and whatever all of the other things I said was, I know you were at an action here, but whatever the things I said was in terms of like keeping it going, that sort of thing, share it in the Discord. Folks will help you with that. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's give our dear Dawn a round of applause. Thank you, Dawn. That's true. Probably should have some limit on it so you can't just drive through a dragon's horde with it. That's a good call. Thank you very much for sharing. We appreciate. Kaboosh. All right, you sensual Tyrannosauri. Maybe up to 100 coins at a time. That's not a bad idea. Bagada boo. Oh, it's Mar. Mar. Mar sent us something to make character sheets easy and automated. Some of the time, consuming parts of the game, does a lot of work, blah, 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 blah. It does only work for spell points right now instead of slots through which my homebrew is blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm going to be honest, Mar. You told me you were sending something in. Straight up, your explanation is confusing, which makes me worried about actually reading it. Because your explanation doesn't seem... your explanation has... I'll read your explanation word for word, and I'll tell you, it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. You're like, double-click on... Okay. To make character sheets easy and automate some of the time-consuming parts of the game, double-click to change most of the stuff. It does only work with spell points right now instead of spell slots, which is what my homebrew game system uses, as well as multi-classing to total past 20. Oh my god, that if you ever wanted to try to confuse somebody with an explanation, that's a great way to do it. Let's see what we're looking at here. I told you before, I don't know how helpful I'm actually to be here. Okay, I'm gonna say something right now, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I would never in a million years use this. I don't think I ever would use this. I don't think I ever would. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I wouldn't use this. And maybe people will. If somebody wants to play around with a system like this, they could. But to me, here's the issue. And it's gonna here's my thought process. This very well might do a lot of math and stuff for us behind the scenes. It totally might. Oh yeah, I'll link it. Sorry. I'll link it. Apologize. So in order for somebody to take advantage of using this, we have to make the assumption. I'm going to give you some feedback. I'm not going to ignore you. I don't want to ignore you, but I'm going to give you the only feedback that I think I can actually give you, because we're not going to build something in this right now. So I'm going to give you the only feedback I can really give you. If your goal in order for okay, so we're going to make at least one assumption for people that are using this, and that assumption is that they are playing D&D through a thing that gives them access to a computer. So they're playing on a computer, right? That's what we have to assume for this. They're playing on a computer. So they have access to a laptop, computer, iPad, something. So if we are already making that assumption, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, Is this easier to teach someone how to use and to implement than to either build out your character on D&D Beyond or to build out your character on Roll20? Both of which have a lot of options available and do a shit ton of this work for you. Roll20 is free. Foundry is not free, but it's a one-time cost. Roll20 is like D&D Beyond, except they don't care if you build every single feature in as a homebrew thing, so you really don't need to pay for anything if you don't want to. You could just build it in there. So that would be my main concern, is that, Mar, you're essentially competing with these other things that basically do a version of this already. Maybe they don't do those versions of them to the same level of depth that this does. So the question you have to ask yourself, is it valuable? Is it worth the work to teach someone how to use this and for them to use it to get those extra little features? And that's what I would say. I look at this and I think I would never want to have to go through explaining this to my players in a million fucking years. This does not look user-friendly at all. This looks user-friendly for someone that really knows how to use Excel, and this looks user-friendly for somebody that works a computer-facing office job, maybe? Maybe. But it does not look user-friendly. And you are essentially competing with systems that are much more user-friendly than this. Maybe that's not a big deal, but I think that's a big deal. For me, that's a big deal. I don't know if that feedback is super helpful, but I hope it's at least medium helpful. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm sure other people might be able to deep dive into this and see it can do really cool stuff, but this feels more like coding slash work slash a new type of thing you got to learn, as opposed to something to make your life easier. That's what it feels like to me. Yeah, that's all my thoughts. No more thoughts than that. I guess the final piece of feedback I'd give you was that making something in Excel will never be a good system for making something that's player facing and good. If your goal is to make it widely usable, it will never ever be that. You're competing with too many things that are so much. This is like the least attractive layout of anything. And I don't even mean that you specifically did a bad Excel layout. I mean, Excel is the least attractive layout. So Morris, you specifically use it to auto track weight and change his levels automatically. See, that's not something that, well, the changing levels automatically is something that all of those systems that I described already do. And auto tracking weight is also things that those systems already do. So maybe this is just easier for you in that way, but both of those things are things you can do on Roll20 and on D&D Beyond. So if your goal of this is to make it into something that like is more widely used, you need to be honest with yourself and you need to compare it to D&D Beyond and Roll20 and Foundry and look at why those things are used. And they're used because you don't have to go through a fucking Excel sheet to make them work. Roll20 you do a little bit, but it's not so bad. And if the unique things that this is doing aren't unique, then I think it's worth deciding to not put too much energy into it. So if you want to, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what your goals are for this. If your goal is just using your home games and your players are already using it, great. If you have any goals, and maybe, you know, post it online, there might be some niche people that get into it, but in its current iteration, I think there's no way in hell this is easier to use or faster or less or more competitive than literally any other online system. And those be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Layout is probably, I would say layout is more important than character, like online character sheets than anything else. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Mar, for sharing. Kaboof. If you're just using it for your home game, great. If you have any goals of sharing it in a larger way, I would say spend a lot of time thinking about if you think it's of value, if it's not easy to use, and if it's not easy to use, how can you tweak it so it is easier to understand in a way that feels good. Maybe there's demand for a perfect character sheet, but I would say that's going to be different for every person. I think it's very hard to accomplish a perfect character sheet. Like, there's going to be some people that are going to see that Excel sheet and fucking love it. They're going to be like, that's the best character sheet I've ever had. There's other people that are going to look at that Excel sheet and be like, I don't want to play D&D anymore. You know what I mean? Placebus. What a weird username you got there. How do I spell your name? There you are. You did not tell me anything about your homebrew. Creating this for our homebrew world and consider making it along with many other subclasses into digital books. So when I ask you, just to be clear, when I ask you your goals of your the goals of the piece, and be specific, I mean, like, what is the, like, if you're making a subclass, say this is intended to be a barbarian subclass that makes it like this is intended to be a psionic barbarian that is a support barbarian, and I'm using it for a home game. Or this is intended to be a shark-themed rogue that focuses on damaging creatures that are already damaged and is intended to be like shared and published. So try to be a little bit more clear in that way. It sounds like your goal is to publish these eventually, so I'm just gonna assume that. That's okay. Don't feel bad about it. Just that's what I mean though when I say be specific. I mean, like, tell me what your goals are so I can help you work towards those goals. Because if I don't know what your goals are, hooray, I might give you feedback that's not that helpful. Like, if your goal is to make a shadowy type monk or a shadowy type rogue, and I start giving you all of this advice to tweak it in ways that pulls away from the shadowy element, that is not going to help you. You know what I mean? I'm making it into something that it's not. A monk with crowd control. Okay, cool. The other thing is, I don't know what your font size is there, but it's too small. This, can I show you something? This is so stupid, but I'm going to show you something that's going to piss you off. Do you want to make this thing really nicely formatted? What font is this? 8? Here's how you make this thing really nicely formatted. Check this out. Make the font 12. Switch it to 2 columns. Boom. Look how fucking good that looks. Let's make them both even. Compared to that. This does not look fun to read. This looks like a professionally printed subclass. Make the font 12. Fucking double column that shit, especially if you're writing it in a more traditional way. And you've gotten you got a sense of it already, right? With like the bolding and the bullet points. So you're close to having it be someplace good. You just got to push it over that. That's another lizard brain trick. The reason why the 2 columns feels better than the 1 column is because most of D&D stuff is written in 2 columns. So the lizard brain is like, ooh, I'm excited. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Okay, let's see what they get. Monks of this discipline wander the harsh desert. Oh, did I share it with you guys? I don't think I did. You don't know how to do double columns? You click the thing here. I'll show you right now. You click the thing that says format. You go down to columns. You can make it go from 1 to 2. And that's 2 columns. Literally just that. Also, just my opinion, I'm not sure if this is a good font. Yeah, I agree. The font's not good either. Font's a bad choice too. Yeah. All of that stuff, yeah, all of that stuff can tweak really easily. Databank's trying to look out for placebos. Yeah, I really hate when people get defensive or overly explainy when I'm reading their pieces, just because your piece needs to stand for itself. Like, when you publish your homebrew, you are not sitting in the room with anybody that's reading it to make excuses for it or to explain things that are confusing. Your homebrew has to stand up for itself. So one of the reasons why I don't like people telling me too much while I'm reviewing it is because that doesn't actually, like, me being confused by something is much more helpful to you as a writer than you explaining it or defending it. Does that make sense? Now, I will occasionally ask for clarification, but I will specify that I'm asking for it. Because you want my raw opinion, and my raw opinion is going to be much more close to a random person on the internet that doesn't know you and doesn't care about you if you are not talking too much. Okay, monks of this discipline wander the harsh desert environment. Yeah, the E's and C's look the same. Fuck this font. This font is terrible. Holy shit. I don't even want to read half of this. Oh my god. Yeah, it's making me not want to read it. Yeah, big L on the font. I might even just change it here, honestly. Because I want to read this. I'm going to just change it. Just make it fucking Arial. I apologize, I'm reading it on mine. It's just easier to read. Okay, let's see. Monks of this discipline wander the harsh desert environment of the Kenfuro Dyad, enshrouding themselves in an assortment of loose-fitting robes and scarves that Ekbos. Oh my god, this sentence is so long and boring. Cut this sentence in half and it tells us literally nothing about them. What is the goal of this sentence? With traditions, dances, and elaborate culture in weaving and embroidery passed down through the generations. Oh my god, these sentences feel so tedious, dude. Their iconic weaponless fighting style. All monks are weaponless. This is nothing. Okay, so here's what this says. I'm going to tell you the information that I'm getting out of this. These monks are from the desert. They're really into weaving and dancing. Make it almost that short, and that. You are being... Oops, you're being really repetitive here. Really repetitive. This is poorly written. Fuck me, this is poorly written. Yeah, there's a lot of repetition here. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't know anything about what this monk is supposed to be. This just feels like they're a monk that wears loose-fitting clothing in the desert. So, there are two goals when you're writing flavor text for a subclass. And they're both equally as important. The first goal is that you want the person reading it to very clearly understand the vibe of your subclass. And what I mean by vibe is both the flavor vibe, what it... like the concept, and the mechanical vibe. Both of those vibes. That's the first thing that you want your flavor text to do. The second thing that you want your flavor text to do is you want it to distinguish your subclass from everything else, from the other subclasses in the core class, in a way that specifically excites the reader about getting to be the thing. Those are your two goals, and they are your only goals. So how would you do that with this monk? How do we do that with this monk? Well, this monk does weaving, dancing, and lives in the desert. That's what they do. So you would want to lean into those concepts. Pinky Mouse, thank you for the resub. Sorry, I missed yelling about that. I apologize. You want to lean into those specific things. You're wasting a lot of time here. Who cares that they wear loose-fitting robes? Do they fight with their clothing? Are their clothing their weapons? That's kind of interesting. So say that. Monks of this discipline wield their robes like swords and spears. The monks of the weaving way wield their garments in the way that fighters wield weapons and armor. Period. Do you know what I mean? Like, get us in that headspace instead of talking about the fucking desert and this. Who cares? Who cares about this environment? It means fucking nothing. Like, maybe that matters for your world building, for your homebrew, and if that matters, great. Have that in the little opening or at the end. But get us into the meat, man, and stop with these long sentences that, like, with traditions, dancing, like, also just your sentences. Do not read like full sentences. Do you know what I mean? Let me read this. Every sentence that you ever write in your whole life needs to exist as a sentence separate from the sentence before it and after it in order for it to qualify as a sentence. Otherwise, it is grammatically incorrect. This is not true for homebrew. This is true for literally writing. Let me read this sentence, and let's hear if we feel like it reads like a sentence. With traditions, dances, and an elaborate culture in weaving and embroidery passed down through generations, these monks use their skills to both create, entertain, and destroy. So on one hand, does that sentence work grammatically? I would argue it does. I would argue that is a sentence. But Lord Almighty, doesn't it feel fucked? Doesn't that sentence twist in a way that doesn't sound good? And it's because you're kind of doing like, why is this? We don't need this. Cut out this whole opening. It's an intro that we don't need because we're basically giving it already. And it's an intro that doesn't feel like it ties into what you're about to say. It's also like a pretty vague intro without any specifically unique details. At least no uniquely new details, that leads into more vagary. It's vague leading into vague and too much of it. So you gotta boil your flavor text down. It's really doing you no services. And I will tell you very bluntly, if I was handed this flavor text and it was the only thing that I was given, and it was gonna be this decides whether or not I read this homebrew, I would never read it. Write less flavor text. Try to start with writing it simpler. Try to start with like 3 sentences or 2 sentences and they're fucking short. Monks of the Weaver's Way use their clothing as weapons. Period. That could be it. Literally, that is better flavor text right now than this. Because the concept is cool. Right? The concept of monks that fight with clothing is interesting. And I like it. And I think you should keep building that direction. But fuck me, man. You're being repetitive and tedious in this flavor text. All right. Let's take a look at the actual piece. At 3rd level, we get 3 features. That is probably too many features. Unless one of them is such a ribbon feature, it doesn't matter. You gain proficiency in performance if you don't already have it. Your combat arts, techniques mixed with trainings. Oh my god. So this is Placebus. I'm gonna ask you to try to do something moving forward with your writing, and if you can't do it, I'm gonna never. Other people might, but I will never enjoy your writing. Don't write flavor text in the middle of a piece. So you give us mechanical feedback, then you have a whole sentence that tells us literally nothing. This doesn't add any new information. This doesn't mechanically do anything. And it's kind of just repeating the flavor text you already gave. Never put flavor text in the middle of a feature. So either make this the opening sentence or completely remove it. And my feedback would be completely remove it. This literally says nothing. So feature 1, you get proficiency in performance and proficiency in weaving tools. And the mending cantrip, cut that out. That's too much. Get that out of here. Oh my god, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to read this whole thing, man. If all of this is just jam-packed with overly wordy flavor text that just fucking repeats itself, it's gonna feel frustrating to read. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna skip around is what I'm gonna do. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to get through it. Yeah, but my flavor text feedback that I gave you for this, what's your name again? Placebus. Just assume that I have literally the same feedback for every single piece of flavor text in the whole thing, okay? Because I do. Okay, I can't even find the feature in this one. So this is all flavor text. Where's the feature? Oh god, this is not a feature. This is nothing. This is just a bunch of flavor text. So you can use clothes. Okay. So we're gonna pause here for a second. This whole thing, what it should say is when you fight, when you combat, when you fight or whatever, like you can wield clothing and cloth. Clothing and cloth counts as monk weapons for you. Basically, period, done. That's kind of all it needs to be. You have so many words in here that literally, again, tell us nothing and give us no advice or help with this subclass, or no understanding of it. The other thing that I would ask you here, and I mean this nicely, what is the difference between fighting with clothing as a monk and fighting with unarmed strikes? I would argue literally nothing. So if that's the case, why does this feature even exist? And I'm not saying that because you should get rid of it. I'm saying if this feature doesn't do anything different than just reflavoring... Yeah, but you can reflavor unarmed strikes to do that. That's just reflavoring a punch. Exactly. So if you can accomplish the goal of an entire feature just by reflavoring punching, that doesn't need to be a feature. So this needs to feel somewhat unique. Otherwise, it needs to do something. Otherwise, it's not a feature. Okay? Interwoven techniques, 3rd level. You use a series of dance-like movements to manipulate your clothing. Whenever you are unarmed, you gain the following benefits. Okay, so finally, so this is what... So you have a whole feature that does nothing, and then a feature that tells us what that feature does. Your unarmed attack range using your clothes extends by 10 feet. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you when they enter within 10 feet. I would not just give you half of this sentry feat as a subclass feature. That feels lame to me. You advantage against being grappled or restrained. Dude. Okay. Genuine feedback. So here's my thought process. There is so little that we are getting at 3rd level, and it's taking you so many words to say it. So at 3rd level, we get proficiency in what? We get proficiency in performance and weaver's tools, and our unarmed attack range extends by 10 feet. Creatures provoke opportunity when they enter within 10 feet of us, and we have grapple as advantage against being grappled or restrained. That literally should take up this much space on the page. Why? So cut this thing, shred this thing. The other thing is, okay, so now we understand what it's doing, and we're going to move past the fact... No, we're not getting mending. We're just assuming you're cutting that out because you're already trying to squeeze more features in than you should. And mending, I don't think, fits the flavor of this, and I don't think it makes any fucking sense. So you cut that out, unless you would disagree with me, in which case you keep it. But I'm assuming you're cutting it out. Literally, you don't need to listen to that, but I'm just going to move forward assuming you do. Okay. That being said, what are we actually getting at 3rd level? We can extend the range of our unarmed strikes by 10 feet, and we can have advantage against being grappled and restrained, and we can opportunity attack creatures when they move within range of us. That's all we get. So my question to you as a creator is, when you boil it down to those component parts, does that feel like a monk that is getting to fight special with their clothing or not? That would be my first question. And then my second question is, does that feel reasonably powerful for a 3rd level monk? If you like mending, keep it. I don't. I like the spell mending. This seems like a monk that fights with clothing. It doesn't feel like a monk that should inherently be able to use magic to fix objects. That doesn't make sense to me. Pinky says, shouldn't there be a key point feature at 3rd level? Not necessarily. It is 9 times out of 10, monks at 3rd level get one of their features ties into their key points. But there are monks that do not do that, so it's kind of okay. Like the Ancestral Dragon Monk doesn't have any features at 3rd level that use key points, I don't think, for example. But yeah, Placebus, like, why is this, like, I don't mean to be rude, but this, if you changed the word clothing to, like, polearm, or to, like, extra long knife, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of does, where is the element of clothing here? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. But then the other thing is, like, what does this do? It gives us a little bit more range and part of a feat, or part of really 2 different feats. I'm not feeling the flavor here, man. So, I don't know. I feel like 3rd level, I sort of feel lost. I'm going to keep looking for something that makes me feel like I understand how this thing feels kind of unique and special. But at the current iteration, I feel like you are describing a character and maybe a magic item they might have more than you are describing a monk subclass. Like, I could really easily see making this entire monk by picking any monk subclass and giving them a magic robe that does some version of these 3 features, and it would feel exactly the same. And I don't like that. Let's see what we get at 6th level. When using the interwoven technique, whenever you land an attack, you can spend key points. So this is just whenever you attack, basically, because this is not limited in use. It's infinite in use, so there's no reason you want to be doing this. You can use a key point to swaddle a creature if their size is large or small, if they make a strength save or become grappled and incapacitated. Why incapacitated? Feels a little too strong. They can use your action to try to escape. Okay, I wanna point something out here. 2 things. First of all, this is doing way too many things. So what is this feature doing? It's doing one thing, it's doing another thing, another thing. All right, so now we are getting to a place where I'm not going to give feedback on this specific feature. I don't really care. I'm not seeing, I'm more interested, maybe we'll look at these bullet points, but I want to bring up an important idea, and I'm curious if people recognize it. There is something about monks that you are not thinking about by giving this a 6th level feature that the focus is incapacitating a target for 1 key point. So we get a 6th level feature that lets us use a key point to incapacitate a target. Why is that bad on a monk? Yeah, exactly. Stunning Strike. Because literally 1 level before we got this feature, we got a different feature called Stunning Strike. What does Stunning Strike do? It allows us to spend a key point to give a creature the stunned condition, which already does everything that these do. So you're just giving us a feature that is just basically the same as the feature we just got. We just got Stunning Strike the level beforehand. Now we're getting different Stunning Strike. You want to be giving us something new. And this is why it's always very, very good to, like, if you have an idea for a subclass and you think it really fits the flavor of one of the classes, like the idea of someone that's dance fighting with clothing, I totally get that feeling like that's a monk feature. But if you know that feels like that's going to be a monk subclass, you are doing yourself a massive, massive disservice by not really paying attention to what that core class gets and making sure your subclass works both alongside that class, those core class features, and ideally uplifts them. So for example, if you look at most monk subclasses, not all, but most monk subclasses, one of the things you get with that subclass is when you use your Flurry of Blows, or your Step of the Wind, or your Patient Defense, you get some extra bonus. It's not exactly the same as giving you another feature, but it's making your core features uniquely better. Now, some do just brand new unique things, right? But that is paying attention to the things you get in the core class to uplift you. This feels like you didn't pay attention to the things we get in the core class. Gem Jar also brings up a really good point. This also just fundamentally doesn't work because incapacitated creatures get no actions. So if the creature can use an action to break out of this thing, they can never break out of it because they are incapacitated. It's sort of saying, like, you lose your actions, but if you had your actions, you could do something to get out of it. And then we can drag the target, or we can use our reaction to attack another target, or we can use a bonus action to fling the target. See, these feel like slightly overpowered and later in the game versions of just what we get with the open hand monk. Like, the way this is reading, at least right now, I feel like you could basically be this exact same subclass by just reflavoring the open hand monk or the drunken master. Like, the open hand monk gets a bunch of different ways to move creatures around. Right there, boom. You know? Like, these don't feel that uniquely different to these. So yeah, so far I'm feeling like this might be a ground up rework. This might be a build from the ground up. I don't even think it's worth it reading the other features. Oh, you just copied. Oh, did you just copy the open hand monk? You copied the open hand monk. If you didn't just copy the open hand monk, it really feels like you did. Because we are also getting a feature at the top that just feels like the open hand monk. Because the open hand monk gets a feature at 10th level that either drops a creature to 0 hit points or deals 10d10 damage. This is literally the same. This is literally the same as this feature. Holy shit, it's exactly the same as Quivering Palm. It's fucking exactly the same. Yeah, it's just fucking the same. So yeah, I guess my main feedback here is going to be, you want your subclass to be unique, and if you are trying to build something specifically for the goal of publishing it, you can't do that. That literally will lead to you getting a cease and desist order. In fact, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not gonna try to do this, but in D&D Beyond, when you're writing homebrew in D&D Beyond, if you build something too close to something that's officially published, it won't let you make that thing free to use. And I guarantee you, if you plugged this into D&D Beyond, they would not let you use it. Which means, at the bare minimum, it wouldn't be able to be published. So yeah, I think that I'm going to be real blunt. I would say ground up rework, my guy. Ground up rework. Go back to the core idea of what is this thing doing that's unique. It's fighting with clothing. Cool. How can you make something that feels like it's fighting with clothing in ways that you can't accomplish by just reflavoring another subclass? And if you can't come up with a full list of subclass features, then there's one of two directions to go in. One of the directions to go in is to make it more unique than that. So instead of it just being a clothing fighter, maybe you can weave magic into the clothing. So there's like, oh, okay, so it'll give some like magical powers because we can like change our clothing to like enhance it. Like maybe we almost become like cloth artificers or something, but something to help fill out those mechanics. Because if you can't fill out the whole subclass with ideas for mechanics without taking something from another subclass, that means your idea is either not fleshed out enough, or it's just literally not worth doing because you can just be a thing and reflavor it to do that. So your time as an artist and as a creator is going to be more valuable making something that can't just be replaced by reflavoring stuff. Does that make sense? I hope that makes at least a little bit of sense. All right, Placebus. Let's give Placebus a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, man, especially if your goal is publishing. Like, most of the feedback that I give on stream, Most of the feedback that I give on stream is in that publishing direction, because for better or worse, right, it's neither good nor bad. If the be-all, end-all of your homebrew is to use it in your game, the only thing it really needs to be is balance appropriate for however much you as a dungeon master or your dungeon master is comfortable. Like, it has to be balance appropriate for your game, which is completely open-ended, and it has to be understandable enough and easy to use enough that it's going to feel fun and quick to use at the table and not lead to conflict at the table, either between misunderstanding the way the features work or a feature leaning too intensely on another class feature. I guess the only other time it might matter for a home game is if you are in a situation where a feature, like, you come up with a cool magic item and it accidentally does something that the barbarian got that makes the barbarian not feel as cool. But yeah, if your goal here is to make a published piece of homebrew that you're sharing and publishing and maybe even making money off of, it has to be significantly different than anything published. Who just raided us? What's up, Help Action? Starcrawl RPG? What's up, you sensual Tyrannosauri? How are you guys doing today? Let me give you a little shout out. We're reviewing D&D Homebrew. If you would like to send some in, you can, but no pressure. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing good. Moz! Dude, Moz, I don't remember if I hit you back up, but you were one of the people that I met at Gen Con that I had 0 interactions with before Gen Con, and was like, I want to stay connected with that person. And I think I hit you up on Instagram or Discord. I don't remember. But I just got such a warm, friendly, cool person vibe from you, and I was like, we gotta stay in touch. Unless you're a different Moz than the one that I met, in which case I apologize, but I'm pretty sure you're that Moz. I don't remember. Oh, you are. Okay, good. That was so funny. It was actually, that's Moz with 3 L's. I'm Moz with 2 L's. I don't know what you're talking about. Cool. So let's chat. Let's be friends. Oh yeah, so if you're new to the show, the way that it works, and I do this stream a couple times a week, I have a form. You can find it by going to the YouTube link or typing the word wheel in Twitch. You send in your homebrew. There are a handful of rules. I ask that you read them first, just to make sure that it works for stream. There's a couple things that I don't allow in the homebrew that I review. I don't want to see any I don't like looking at AI stuff. And I want it to be your stuff, and just check it out. But yeah, send it in homebrew, and we give it a gander. I will say that ooh, that got loud. Music got bad. I will say that my feedback is generally considered a little harsh. I try not to be mean, but I am very blunt. And if I think something is poorly worded, I just tell you. So if you don't like that, and you want somebody to just say, oh man, I love this, I'm not the guy for you. But if you want somebody to look at your work really critically and try to tell you where they think it's flowing and not flowing, etc., then I can help out. So here's our wheel for the night. Let me see if we got any new submissions. Oh, we did, from a viral meat boy. I'm pretty sharp. I'm not that sharp. I'm very rounded at the top. See? Get it? I'm actually pretty rounded all over. I think listen, most people that have met, if you've met me in real life, you could listen. I like to consider myself a soft, strong boy. I have the build of a guy that used to be a wrestler and a power lifter, and then decided he just wanted to talk about D&D and hang out. So there's somewhere inside me is a very strong man, but there's a good layer of pillow surrounding all of that. Who's next? And it is Cyclone. All right, Cyclone, let's see what you got for us today. By the way, how was your game, guys? Were you playing D&D? I'm assuming you were, or something. Starcrawl. I don't know what I don't know what you. I don't know if I'm familiar with Starcrawl. Is it a new show, an old show? Am I just out of touch? Excuse me. I also am a little sick, so if you don't like coughing into the microphone, come back in like a week. Oh, Blades in the Dark. Okay. Okay, we're gonna look at you in 2 seconds, Cyclone. I have only gotten to play Blades in the Dark one time. I had so much fun. I don't remember the rules at all, but I remember really liking it, and I want to play it again sometime. I need to find time or people that want to play with. I have this weird thing where I very rarely get invited to play in games because I don't do that much actual play stuff. So, and I never run actual plays on my stream. And my home friends are I love them, but they're fucking lazy. And it doesn't matter if their systems are simpler. They're like, we learned D&D. We're playing D&D. I'm like, okay, fine. Anyway, let's see what you got for us, Cyclone. Cyclone says, these are magic items for my party to use and a new spell used by a devil. Cyclone, if you are in the chat right now, can you say hello? Because the rule that I use is I review one thing. So if you sent in a bunch of stuff, I'm only going to pick one of them. If you are here in the chat, you can tell me which one you want me to look at. If you are not here in the chat, I will just look at the first one. So let me know what you want, buddy boy. Otherwise, we're just gonna look at the first piece you sent us. Oh, let's also make this readable. You like the system and you want to play more? It seemed like it was great. Like, it just was very flowy. Here's the thing. D&D is hella fun. And it's chunky and it's crunchy in ways that are really satisfying and does a really good job of sitting sort of between scratching that video game itch and scratching that creative writing performative itch. But other systems, I think, do such a more fun job of narrative mechanics. And D&D just doesn't. Like, D&D does not have narrative mechanics at all. And it's such an interesting, fun time playing a game with the narrative mechanics that I fiend for it more. But all of my players, I have trained them poorly, and they're just little fucking number crunchy goblins. And they want to smash things, and they like a story, but they want the story buried under swaths of the dead. You know? I like other systems more, and there are others that have good crunch that make me happy. Like BITD has flashbacks. Dude, I love flashback systems. Yeah, I just gotta get more into games. Citral has a help a friend. You know what? I'm gonna start playing. I don't actually know if this is public yet, so I will not reveal what it is. But I got invited to play in a show that is going to be using the Avatar system. So I'm working on my character for it, and the Dungeon Master has been helping me because it's such a different system, and it looks so much fun. Look at the spell. Is that you? Thomas Lombardia. Is that you? I'm going to assume you're Cyclone, and you want me to look at the spell. If you're not, and you just spoke for Thomas, and you spoke for Cyclone, then power to you, I guess. I don't want to reveal anything about my character until I know for sure that the people whose show it is... Wait, Cyclone! Cyclone and Thomas are different people! Cyclone, you're here! Do you want me to look at the spell? Because Cyclone just said yes, sir, which means they're here specifically as Cyclone. I'm not telling anything about my character or the show until people know they want to share about it. Okay, we're going to look at the spell unless Cyclone says something very quickly that tells me not to. This is called Gaze on Soul. It is a 6th level evocation spell. That was a big twist. Casting time in action, duration 24 hours. So, evocation, I'm gonna see what the spell does, but picking the spell type for your spell matters a lot in ways that don't matter that much. You're not different people, or just different YouTubers? Okay, I got you. So evocation magic, because there's different types of things in every type of spell school. Like, they function, every type of spell school mostly covers very specific vibes and mechanics. Evocation is basically damage and healing. And often through elemental bursts. So I'm curious if we're gonna stick with feeling like this should be evocation. somatic components. So no verbal or material components, just somatic. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but that is a pretty powerful thing. If you don't have to do any verbal components, you can kind of do it silently, which is like a sneaky thing. So that does boost the power up a little bit. Don't know if that matters. Unless that's really like functionally part of the spell in a way where you're like, oh, this should be a spell that you can do a little secretly. It should just require all three or two. Okay. It's concentration. Yeah, rewrite this is fine for me just reviewing it, but take the time to write it out in the same way a spell is written out in terms of those basic beginning things. It just makes it look nicer. It makes the people that are reading it take it more seriously, that sort of thing. All creatures within a 20-foot cone must make a wisdom saving throw. On a success, there is no effect. Don't say what happens on a success first. You want to say what happens on a failure first. Every single D&D spell works that way. On a failure, the creatures must obey a condition determined by the caster. Conditions include removal of one sense, inability to use a feature, spell, or attack. All creatures are given the same condition. Okay, so there are a couple pretty big issues with this spell, and I'm curious to see what people think they are. I want to point out that there are spells that do things in D&D that are very similar to this already. Can you name one, chat? Can you tell me which they are? There is a spell that is very similar to this already. There's two. Blindness, deafness is a pretty evident one. Can anyone name other ones? There's two others that popped into my head. Let's not worry about command. Keep in mind, this is a concentration spell. This is happening for a longer period of time. Eye bite. Yeah, I was thinking about eye bite, and then I was also thinking about curse. Those are all spells. Inflict curse, or whatever that spell is. But those are all spells that essentially allow you to affect a creature with a very specific negative affliction, and that lasts over a long period of time. The way those spells work, I'll pull up eye bite as an example. I bited! The way that all of these spells work is that they list, look how this lists the things it does. You see how each individual feature gets a bold thing, and then it explains very clearly what that is? You're going to want to do that same thing here. All creatures within a wisdom saving throw have to make a failed save. Have to make a saving throw. On a failed save, they are affected by one of the following negative conditions. And then you list them out. Bop, 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 bop. And you have to be a lot more specific, because there's things in here that are very confusing. So if you want to take away one of their senses, I think that's fine, but there are mechanics in D&D specifically that you're not addressing that you need to. So for example, instead of saying it removes their vision, you would say it gives them the blindness condition. Or instead of saying it removes their speech, actually you could say it removes their ability to speak. But instead of saying hearing, you would say it gives them the deafness. Like those phrases, that mechanical language exists in the game. You should use it, or this seems really poorly written. The other thing is and I mean this from the bottom of my heart in a very kind way, what the fuck does the inability to use a feature mean? What does that mean? That is not helpful. Now, I know you know what it means as the writer. It means they can't use their rage, or they can't use their special move. But that is so unclear from a mechanical perspective. And the argument over what would be determined as a special feature is too big of a berth. Like, does a special feature mean their fire resistance? Does a special feature mean, like, so you have a venom troll, okay? There's a venom troll. A venom troll has a feature where whenever you hit it, you take damage. Is that a feature? Or does that feature need to be something they actively move? Or is a feature a strength saving throw? Is a feature immunity to the frightened condition? You know what I mean? Is a feature having a fly speed? So by opening it up to any feature, it is unclear to the point of literally unusable. I would also not even say activated abilities, because this is a multi-target spell. So you're in this, like, you don't know who has what activated abilities. The other thing is that it's affecting all the creatures within 20 feet of you, which is huge. So in the current iteration, I would argue, oh my god, it lasts for 24 hours? Fuck that. Okay. So, Cyclone, you are in the chat right now. I saw you in the chat. So I am going to say something, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and I do want you to answer that specific question. The way this, I'm going to say something first, and then I'm going to ask you a question. So listen to the thing I say, and then we'll ask you a question. This spell genuinely doesn't work, and I'll tell you why. In order to balance this spell to a power level that it could work, you would just be casting the spell Mass Suggestion, basically. There is no reason for a negative effect like this, which are very combat-oriented effects, to last for 24 hours on an AoE of creatures. Literally makes no sense. So this could be basically a spell that already exists, like Mass Suggestion. However, if you wanted to take it in another direction and make it sort of feel more reasonable for the level that it's at, you could either kind of just make it Eye Bite, which already exists, or maybe limit it further and make it essentially a version of Mass Blindness or Mass Blindness Deafness. That could work too. In the same way that Suggestion turns into Mass Suggestion, this could work in that way. Now, in order for you to do either of those things, you basically are deciding the only part of the spell you're keeping is the removing one sense and the AoE effect. And you're completely removing this open-ended feature removing thing. And I would probably lower it not to 24 hours. Also, it's concentration, which is crazy. So it would have to be way more limited in time and everything in order to do that. But I don't know if either of those are going to accomplish the goal you are trying to accomplish with this spell. So I'm going to just ask you a question and I want you to answer it. Let's not talk about this in terms of game mechanics, okay? Let's not talk about this in terms of power. Let's talk about this like a story. If this spell was a power that somebody had in a story, very specifically, what would it do? Answer that question for me. And then we can figure out what spell you should make based on the answer to that question. Because my genuine feedback would be, this is not a spell to use, or to, this is nothing. The parts of this spell that are something are spells that already exist, and the part of this spell that is unique is basically unusable. So, to me, that means that you need to reestablish what the goal of this spell is, and then rebuild it from the ground up towards that goal, because this feels completely unusable. So if you want to answer that question in the chat, I will respond to you, but if you don't answer it quickly, we're going to move on. Because at the moment, it is overpowered and broken, not just broken mechanically in an overpowered way, but broken like it's fighting itself to be useful. And I don't even mean useful like good, I mean useful like usable in a way that's fun at the table for the people playing the game. I don't see you saying anything in chat, so we're gonna assume that you don't have a specific thing in mind, and that's fine. But in that case, I would say this feels like it doesn't need to exist. And I think the idea of being able to take away a monster's power is very cool, but unfortunately, this is just too open-ended. And monsters are sort of intentionally built in a pretty wide variety of ways, in a way that you might be able to subdue certain elements of a creature, But to subdue it in like that open-ended of a way, it just really doesn't work. Which is why you do have spells and abilities like slow, where the creature is really limited in what they can do, right? They can, they can take an action or a bonus action, and if they take an action, they can only do one thing, right? Like, it sort of focuses it in that way. But keeping it this open-ended is unfortunately, I would say, unusable. How am I being mean? I don't think I'm being mean at all. I think I'm just being honest. Sometimes you say I'm being mean, and I'm like, fuck, I was being mean. This is not being mean. This is me just acknowledging the fact that the things that work about this is already in other spells and abilities, and the things that doesn't work about this doesn't work. So this is a back to the drawing board. This is a what is the goal here, and let's build something that does that goal. Yeah, so Cyclone hasn't said anything. I gave them a couple minutes to say something they didn't. So we're going to say, I would say this is a start from the ground up, reestablish what the goal of the piece is, and pay attention to the spells and abilities that already exist, especially the ones that do things similar to what you want your spell to do. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Cyclone a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you sharing. Kaboosh. Guys, I said we were going to start early to end early. We're starting early and still going just as late as we normally go. I think I just like reviewing Homebrew and I just needed to get the rust off, maybe. I don't know. I was like, fuck, it's almost 11? It does not feel like it's almost 11. I have to film something tonight. All right, I'll figure that out. All right. I think maybe we do one more spin and then we're going to wrap it up. If you are somebody that likes what I do on this channel and you want to support me, there's a variety of ways you can. You could subscribe on Twitch, you could become a member on YouTube, or you could support me on Patreon. All of which basically give you the same access, which is the private side of my Discord, as well as whenever I make any special homebrew on stream, I share it there. And I think that in the past, we had a special member-only homebrew review night. I didn't like how that was going, so I think we're gonna change it a little bit, and maybe we're gonna have like one day a week where we'll do a special, either members can call in or answering member questions or something. But that's the kind of thing you want to do, I appreciate it. If it's not the kind of thing you want to do, I'm just glad you're here hanging out with me. Bucket a 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 ba 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 beep boop 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 ba. Oh, it's Ali. What you got for us, Al? Let's see. My goal with the homebrew is to add a mechanic to the game that will allow frontline fighters to be more reliable and more important, at least within the lower levels. Allows any longer fights to be cut down faster and increase the class power within this homebrew mechanic. It is not to be taken as something that will be made public in a book for everyone to use, but it's rather a specific campaign being made that has other elements of homebrew. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to give you a whole lot of feedback here. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to do my best, but first of all, and I mean this very politely, the formatting here is doing you literally zero favors. The least attractive thing to read by far, I can give you a lot of feedback because it's all going to be formatting related. I understand that it's not specifically made public, but this is the least good way to write. Look how long this paragraph is. Fuck that. It's hard and that's annoying to read. So if your goal is to make a new feature in the game, especially a new mechanic in the game, the easiest and most important thing that to be your guiding star is you want it to be quick. You don't want it to slow the game down. And if you have a paragraph of text explaining something with no breaks in it, that's not making anything slow. I don't understand even what I'm supposed to read. So what am I supposed to read? Am I just supposed to read this? I'm confused. It doesn't... if you want me to just read this, I will. But if you want me to read this, then please don't say the parentheses at the bottom explains it. Because then we're just going to get into the place where I'm saying, you're not listening to my feedback. Because if my feedback is, this fucking sucks without ever having to read it because it's a giant wall of text, you telling me, actually you don't need to read it because of this little thing at the bottom, then why the fuck did you send this to me? Genuinely. So, just because you might have explained it more quickly down here, that is not an excuse for this being really poorly organized. Okay? So just take it on the chin, and let's read it. If you keep making excuses, I'm just going to stop reading it. Meter. You have a meter of 14 empty slots. When successfully attacking a target in combat with a melee weapon, while the meter has no slots filled, fill a slot with this meter. Put a period here. If the attack was a critical hit, then fill 2 slots of the meter instead. If you can attack multiple times in one turn, as long as one of these attacks is successful, a slot is filled. And any successful attacks after that in the same turn are... Dude. This sentence... Do you know what this sentence says? Oh, God. Do you know what this sentence says? I'll give you a clue. Chat, tell me what this sentence says. Chat, tell me what this sentence says. Quickly. You can answer it in 4 seconds. 4 seconds. It's one word. What does this sentence say? What information does this sentence give us? Quick, 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 quick. IR freeze! Ding, ding, ding with the win. This sentence literally gives no information. It does nothing. It re-explains what you just fucking said. So get rid of it. No, it's not once per turn. It's just, this sentence just says it whenever you attack. This is literally nothing. This sentence says, when you don't have slots and you hit a creature, you get a slot. And if you get a critical, you get 2. This sentence says, if you can attack more than once in a turn, each time you hit a creature, you get another slot. Guess what? That's just how the fucking game works, guy. The only time something happens once per turn is when you say it happens once per turn. So if you don't say it happens once per turn, you don't need to say it doesn't happen once per turn, you silly goose. So this sentence gives us no information. Get rid of the whole thing. If you have a slot filled of this meter, you must attack a creature. Missing more than one attack in a single turn resets the meter. What does that mean? What is the point of this? This feels so tedious and, like, not fun. So now it's, like, forcing us to do stuff. I don't like that. I would just make this whole thing say when you stop, if you go a turn without attacking a creature, it goes back to 0. What is the point of this? Wait. What does this do? This mechanic doesn't do anything. I've gotten this far and I can't find what the mechanic does. Do you wait till the very last sentence to tell us what the mechanic does? When this meter is completely filled, your next attack automatically hits, your damage goes through resistances, and your damage is doubled? Holy shit. That's all it does. Okay. This fucking sucks. I'm sorry, that was mean. That was me being mean. I apologize. Let's tone it back. Bleep, 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 bleep. Tone it back, tone it back, tone it back, tone it back. This does nothing. This is a very tediously written mechanic. It gives us another resource we need to keep track of, a whole system for keeping track of that. There was not a question, Al. What I'm telling you is I completely disagree with the existence of this feature. It seems like a fairly tedious and complicated system that is going to be annoying to keep track of, slow down the game, is poorly written, and literally the only thing it does is double your damage on a hit sometimes. Do you know what else does that, man? Fucking crits. Fucking crits do that already. This is just, what a tedious way to say if you land 14 hits in a row, you can get a crit. First of all, no fight should last long enough that you need to do 14 hits in a row until you're high level. So, like, what a weird angle to have, right? Like, I thought you said you wanted this to help characters at lower levels. If your fight is lasting long enough at lower levels for you to have 14 consecutive hits, the problem is not the combat that you're running. The problem is not the design of combat. The problem is the way you're running combat. No fight in D&D, let me rephrase that. No normal fight in D&D should last more than 3 or 4 rounds. Like 5 rounds is pushing it. Maybe if you're running like a boss or a combat where there's like big churning stuff and different developments, then you can get to longer. But like, fuck me, man. This is a lot of work to get to the very simple thing of occasionally you double damage. So I would go back to saying, like, what is the point of this? I don't think this is accomplishing your goal of making martial characters feel better or for quickening up combat. If you want to quicken up combat, just, you know, tone it down a little bit from the DM side. And if you want to, and I'm going to say something else. I don't think martials are far behind at lower levels. The issue with martials being behind is at higher levels, and I don't think this solves that problem at all. I would also argue that the issue of martials being behind has a lot more to do with how many magic items a dungeon master is willing to dish out and how open they are to interpretations of dexterity and strength-based skills than it has to do with the balance of the game mechanics. The problem when you build a mechanic around an assumed issue with the game is that if the person who's reading it doesn't agree with that assumed issue, the purpose of the mechanic might fall apart, especially if the mechanic is like kind of rudimentary. Now, the bigger element of feedback that I'm going to give you here, and I think it's the most important thing to take away from this, is less to do with this specific feedback and more to do with a headspace around feedback that I think, not around feedback, a headspace around your design that I think is going to help you dramatically. And that is, the amount of complication you're adding to the game should never be bigger than the outcome. Should never be bigger than the goal. So, what is the outcome here? What is the goal? The outcome in the goal is that occasionally you deal double damage and it bypasses resistance. That is the goal. That is not that complicated. Why do we need this system if the goal is that simple? Like, we just don't. Now, if this was a video game where you didn't have to keep track of it and it was just part of the game and it wasn't taking up time to keep track of it, then this could work really well. But it's not a video game, it's D&D, which means that people have to keep track of it. So, I don't even think it's worth it, honestly, to figure out how to word this thing well, because this system is so overly complicated for what it's trying to do. If I were you, I would just make it like somebody in the chat said, like, just give everybody a once-a-day power where you can make attack hit instead. I mean, honestly, those sorts of things exist in the game separately anyway. Like, there's a lot of features that do that. That is like a rogue's like capstone. Twitching Pickle, 20 subs, you wild child. What are you doing out here? Thank you very much, buddy. That's very, very kind of you. Somebody's paying rent this month. I appreciate that very much. Very, very, very kind of you. Very kind of you. So yeah, if your goal is to like is to make fighters feel more fighty, I don't think you need to build this whole system for it. I just think it feels like a waste of time to force people to have to learn it, force people to have to keep track of it, because I don't think it's not gonna feel that good, I don't think. So I would twist it around. Been watching you a ton of your YouTube comment, first time catching you live. Oh, buddy, thanks. My live content is very different from my YouTube content, mostly. My shorts are all very blattle, 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 blattle. This is a little bit more, we're having a conversation. So I appreciate the support. Very kind, very kind. But yeah, Ali, I think the question that you have to ask yourself is like, what's the point? Boil down to the core idea, and if the idea is not that complicated, the feature doesn't need to be that complicated. That's what I would say. And especially if this is for your home game. Ali, I'm gonna be really kind to you right now. I'm gonna give you a kindness, okay? And here's the kindness that I'm gonna give you. I'm not gonna like any of these features. That's the kindness that I'm gonna give you. I know I'm not going to. Do you know why I'm not going to? Because I hate this system. This system feels like a system from a video game to me. It doesn't feel like a system that is going to make the game more fun or valuable or interesting. The fact that it's 14 is absurd. Fucking absurd. The fact that once you're engaging with the system, you're locked into attacking feels incredibly limiting. So, the fact that you are building off of that system is not going to make me more interested in that system. So, we're just going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to tell you probably the same feedback I have here. If you really want me to get through the rest of this, it's going to turn into me getting harsh in a way that I don't think will be fun. Because I'm just going to be saying the same feedback I said up here, and I'm going to be getting angrier and angrier that I'm still reading it because it's just the same feedback. And that's what it's going to be. Because all of these, I'm just skimming the Barbarian one. It's just about fucking slots and shit more. Like, yeah, I'm going to hate reading this. So we're just not going to read it. And I'm going to say, genuinely, start from the ground up if the goal is you do a little bit more damage sometimes. I think this system does this mechanic, and it might be fun for your players, man. I'm just speaking my truth. It doesn't seem fun for me. Straight up doesn't seem fun for me. I think that the most important thing of including a new mechanic in the game is making sure that mechanic is easy and fun to keep track of. Or if it is not easy to keep track of, it is complicated to keep track of in a way that your players really like. I am not the angry DM. I am the angry DM and the tired DM, okay? I am both. We are all both. But yeah, I don't really have much more thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Ollie a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Good man. Meet her, I hardly know her. Oh my god. Excuse me. Is the Cinder review tag in the Discord still going to be used for the show thing? I'm just going back to the wheel. That was an idea that I had for a little while, but I think that the issue was not me needing to pick and choose pieces. I think the issue was me needing to be more generous with myself about making sure I'm running the show in a way that I'm not tired when I'm running it, and that I'm giving myself the time to like be in a good headspace when I'm running it. Because the issue I don't think is you guys sending in Homebrew. That's too similar. I think the issue is me needing to be entering into this with a headspace of open and patience, and if I'm not in that headspace, I just shouldn't run a stream, or I should not run a review stream. So yeah, because I like the big open wheel, you know. Anyway, that's how I feel about that. Is the bottom still viral meat boy? What a funny username that is. It is. Okay, cool. No, because for an intermission, I would need to take a real break. You know, taking 10 minutes, 5 minutes, that's not a break. That's like I can run and go to the bathroom, maybe eat a bite of something. But I mean, we just did like, I started at 4 and it's 11. So how long have I been streaming? This is like a billion-hour stream. So I can do it still. I just got to start at a good time and end it when I want to end it. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Third-party filter for repetitive ideas. How the fuck would that work? Viral Meat Boy. The most recent submission. Spun on the wheel. Fancy boy. Let's see. Let's see. You wrote preparation-focused witch druid intended for open use for home games. So you are intended for people to put this out into the world. What does that mean, a preparation witchcraft druid? I'm very curious what that will mean. Let's take a look. Coven. Oh, Circle of the Coven. Yeah, if you're new to the show or you know me mostly from my shorts, I manifest more of the flesh vessel for streams. When you choose this circle at 7th level, you learn to make brews with the essence of your spells, taking half an hour per spell level, with any expended spell components that are still required and used during the creation. As an action, you can use brew via consumption or throwing. If consumed, it takes effect immediately. Takes a hold on that creature. Any saves or spells at disadvantage. When thrown, takes place landing on the spot. If it's an area affected centered on the landing. At level 2, you can craft up to 2 brews. Okay, we probably aren't going to need to read this whole subclass. So, 2 things. 1, you don't get 3rd level features. As a druid, you get 2nd level features, and that's it. There is no limit on this. And you might have missed the beginning of stream, Viral Meat Boy, and that's fine. Towards the beginning of stream, we were talking about something where you could put spells into objects. And what I tried to emphasize to the person who was writing that was that by being able to put a spell into an object, you make that spell insanely more powerful, because that spell now bypasses a whole lot of stuff. So let's talk about some of that stuff. We'll use a simple example. I'll use the spell Polymorph, okay? If I cast the spell Polymorph in real life, I need to be within 30 feet of the target, I think. They get to make a saving throw. And then I need to concentrate on that spell. And all of that needs to be happening in the same period of time. If I put Polymorph into a potion, I can just give someone that potion. They have it. I don't need to be anywhere near them to activate that potion. And then when they drink that potion, there's no way to turn that spell off. You're not concentrating on the spell. They're not concentrating on the spell. So it makes that Polymorph shockingly more powerful. It also can't be counterspelled, and potentially couldn't be dispelled depending on your wording. There's also a bunch of stuff in here that's just straight up missing if you want to make a druid around making potions. How long do the potions stay viable? So if I put the spell Cure Wounds into a potion, does the potion work tomorrow? Because if I can stack potions up, that breaks the game. So potions need a limit in how often they could be used. Also, maybe there should just be a limit to the types of spells you can put in potions in general. Like, there needs to be some pretty big limiters here in order for this to work. And I'm really not seeing any sign of them. So, if you want to lean into you can put a spell in an object, that is, without guardrails, that is too powerful. So you need those guardrails. It needs to be limited in how often it can be used. They need to last a limited number of time. And it needs to be limited in terms of what spells you can and can't put in it. Also, that's a great question. What happens if you drink a potion of Flaming Sphere? That is an excellent question, because it's something you could do with this. So it seems like the idea that you have is kind of fun, right? It's an idea we've seen before, putting potions and making magic potions and stuff. But I feel like you haven't taken the time to pull out on that and like extrapolate how that's going to interact with the spells that you have. Dice Admiral saying, how do you drink a potion of sphere is a great example of that. So this feels like a feature that needs a lot of work. And I'm going to be honest, in its current iteration, it is overpowered and unclear. So I think you need to put guardrails. You need to figure out what guardrails you're going to put up in order to make that work. He's not designing it around D&D 2024 because you get this feature at 2nd level. And then we get 3rd level features, which we shouldn't. When you cast Hex, the hexed creature also gains -1 to all rolls. So there's a bunch of problems with this. Problem number 1 is you don't have Hex. If later on in this subclass we get access to the Hex feature, we get access to the Hex spell, give us access to the Hex spell before you tell us how we cast it in a unique way. So that's just a good thing for writing in general. Never tell us how something is being used before you tell us how we get that thing. You gain access to spell list. Oh, so this is just our spell list. Okay. So write it like a spell list. I don't know why you wrote it like this. That's confusing. It's going to confuse people. You should get 2 spells per level, not 1. Hex, Witch Bolt, Remove Curse, Bestow Curse, Scrying, Awaken. Honestly, the spell list seems fine. I think we're getting too many things on it. Spell list have 5 levels, not 6. So I'm not sure. I feel like there's something weird happening at this higher level. We should be getting 1st level spells, 2nd level spells, 3rd level spells, 4th level spells, 5th level spells, and that's it. We don't do 6th level in the class features like that. That's not how spell lists ever work for any subclass ever outside of, I think, the Genie Warlock. And Hex is a pretty good spell on its own. Being able to make a Hexed creature get -1 to all rolls is incredibly powerful for 2 big reasons. Can anybody in chat tell me one of the 2 big reasons why getting -1 to all rolls is really dangerous, is really overpowered specifically on the Hex spell? One could argue that it's overpowered in general, but why is this specifically overpowered with the Hex spell? Ding, ding, ding. Carbon mentioned one of the reasons. There is no saving throw. So Hex automatically happens. The reason Hex automatically happens is because it affects something that requires an attack roll, and it affects something that is largely out of combat. This is attack rolls, saving throws, damage rolls, everything. This is such a big debuff, it can't be tied to Hex without there being a saving throw element involved, especially because you are a full caster as a druid, which means that you're going to have a shit ton of access to this spell. You're going to get this spell more than a warlock is going to get this spell. It's making... It takes Hex from a 1st level spell, and I would say probably puts it at the power of a 3rd level spell, potentially higher depending on situations, which is just way too much. There's another reason why it's a little bit too powerful on Hex. The other reason, in my opinion, is the way that Hex works with duration. Because I can cast this spell at a higher level and it lasts so fucking long, which extra breaks this. So who sent this in? Viral Meat Boy. Viral Meat Boy, the main feedback that I have for you so far is that the flavor that you're building towards is very nice. Like, you have a good sense of flavor, but you do not have that much of a sense of balance right now. I would be careful about leaning too heavily into your subclass being built around getting unusual access to spells and empowered versions of spells without taking the time to really notice how much you need to keep in mind with spells. If you want to build a subclass around using spells in unique ways, it requires you to pretty strongly understand spell design, or at least acknowledge what spells are doing in your design, or it's going to fall apart pretty quickly. And I think we can see that with literally both of these features. Both of these features are too strong right now because they are... This one isn't really acknowledging the way that Hex works compared to other spells that do debuffs. And this one isn't really acknowledging the complicated and open-ended nature of spells, as well as how much more powerful a spell is if you don't have to be standing next to it when you cast it, when it doesn't require concentration, when it can't be countered, all of those things. So, nothing wrong with building a class that has a unique interaction with magic. But if you're going to do that, you got to kind of acknowledge that in order for that to work, you have to have a better understanding of magic. Let's take a look at 6th level. You gain the ability to briefly shift your form to that of a hag, causing all creatures you see to become overly overcome by emotion. That's an interesting flavor. Once per short rest, you can force all creatures you can see to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, a creature is affected by 1 minute. Affected in what way? So you should always say what is happening. Here's the order of operations for a feature. You say the trigger. The trigger is a failed saving throw. You say what happens. That's going to be this part. And then you say at the end how long the feature lasts. And that's it. That's the order of operation. Or how much a feature gets. So if it's a feature that's like resource-based. Once per long rest, you can force all creatures you can see to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they are affected for 1 minute. We don't know how yet. They can repeat their saving throw at each of their turns with disadvantage if the hag is within line of sight, ending the effect on its success. This feature doesn't do anything. So, Viral Meat Boy, I'm not sure if you did this intentionally or if you skipped something. This feature literally does nothing. Chat, did I miss something? It seems like you make creatures make a saving throw and then nothing happens. So this is a nothing feature? This is confusing. This literally does nothing. Overcome by emotion is the only mechanical thing that's expressed here, which literally is not a mechanic in D&D. If you wanted to make this make sense, you could make them have the frightened condition or the charmed condition or something like that. If you want to do that, this needs a range. And it needs a way for the creatures to be able to change it. But this is a different feature. This is a completely different feature than this. So this just does nothing. I love that you guys are trying to clarify what is happening here. I'm telling you, it's not helping, and it's not helping them. If you understand what they were doing, tell them what they should be doing in the chat, because what I'm seeing is a feature that does nothing, and then a feature that does something. So if the next two are the options, then what the fuck is this for? So yeah, just copy, paste, and delete this. This is confusing. Okay, so here's our features. Once per long rest, as an action, you can force creatures to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they're frightened for 1 minute. They can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, with disadvantage if the hag's within line of sight. This is not that interesting or exciting. This is just basically the fear spell. It also needs a range, and it needs a range, right? Like it's infinite range right now. This kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier when we were looking at Traducio's arachnoid guy. If you're gonna give a full spellcaster a unique feature that basically just copies what a spell does, I'd just give them the spell. And I'd probably just give them something else by that point, because they probably could get that spell anyway. This is kind of this is basically the spell Fear, but different in ways that are unclear. So I would just come up with something different for this. And this is the same thing, but for Charmed. Yeah, maybe there's an argument for this to be a feature, maybe, but I think it's weirdly too strong right now. It's actually hard to tell how powerful it is because we don't know the range on it, but it doesn't. If you could figure out a way to make this much shorter in the way it's written and give us something else at 6th level and make this like not have that big a range and radius and not do the disadvantage stuff, then maybe this could work. But like, I don't know, man, this feels like a hit and a miss. This feels like a big miss. Like, to me, I would just put the fear spell on their spell list and charming spells on their spell list, and then you don't need this feature at all. You know? You're already doing something weird with the spell list where you're only giving 1 spell per level. And 2 of them, and also, why are these both 1st level spells? So yeah, I feel like you don't know how to make a subclass yet, which is okay. So you should get 2 1st level spells, and then at level 1, and then 2 2nd level spells, and then 2 3rd level spells, 2 4th level. So just bake that in, man. This seems confusing. This seems extra in a way that we don't need. So I would completely rebuild the 6th level feature from the ground up and get those charming frighten mechanics baked into the core spells we get. And give us some unique shit at 6th level. We're a full caster. Why give us features that we can just mimic with spells? We can use those already. Or spell, you know? Let's take a look at 10th level. You spelled puppet wrong. Don't use the word may, use the word can. You can only have one bound puppet at a time. Don't tell us how many puppets we can have bound at a time when we have no fucking idea how to bound a puppet. That's my feedback across the whole thing. It takes an hour to craft a puppet. It takes a minute to bind a puppet to a creature using a bind info guy. I feel like you're writing this in opposite order of information. So I need to know, like, it takes an hour to craft a puppet. Okay, I still don't know what a puppet does. It takes a minute to how do I bind it? How do I crack? Okay. Yeah, this is confusing. This is really confusing. So you are dramatically suffering from you have an idea that is, I think, more complicated than the skill level you are at for your writing. It's a puppet is a very specific thing. Oh, okay, cool. So creepy little guy. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I would say you need to spend a lot of time thinking about the order of operations of how you give information. So here's what I would say. I'm just going to rewrite this from the ground up. When you reach 10 level, you learn how to build a effigy / puppet / whatever you want to call it. You can only have, it takes 1 hour to make one, and then it takes 1 hour to bind one. We don't know how to bind one, so I would say craft it. You can, over the course of a long rest, you can craft one little puppet. You can only have one puppet at a time. When you have a piece of a creature's blood, you can spend a minute ritual, and that creature has to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they become bound. You need to write it out like that. This is fucking gobbledygook, the way that it's written. So you have to write it out in logical order of operation. Otherwise, it's basically unusable. And I don't mean unusable in a way that they're not going to be able to figure out, but it reads like it's written by someone who doesn't understand how human brains work. Not that you don't, but when you are writing, a lot gets lost in translation because your brain is really, really good at putting together pieces and pattern recognition. So when you're writing, you can often sort of lose track of where people that aren't in your head are coming from. Do you know what I mean? So if I don't know where you're coming from, there's so much confusion in the way this information is given. So once we figure out how to make a puppet, obviously, and we're just doing it for free, there needs to be a saving throw element or something. Let's see. You can use the puppet to manipulate a target in the following ways, as long as they're on the same plane. Protection from good and evil also. Okay, you can use an action to force the creature to take an action, bonus action, or move. That's really strong. You can use a bonus action to whisper in their ear. You can any spell cast on the puppet is instead cast on the bound creature. All right, I think we're gonna stop here. I don't think we need to keep reading this. I think we're gonna stop because this is overpowered in many ways. Let's talk about them for a second. This has no limit. So I can always use my action to make a bound creature do whatever I want forever. This is more powerful than the Dominate Creature spell, which I believe is an 8th level spell, and we're getting it at 10th level. This doesn't require concentration. It doesn't have range. So this, to give you a sense of what I mean, I would argue from the perspective of game design, this single bullet point is as powerful, if not more powerful, than a 9th level spell. Just this bullet point is potentially more powerful than the most powerful spells in the game. Just this. So, just to give you a sense of, I think, how skewed the power is here. Being able to whisper something to the creature sounds great. Being able to cast spells on the creature, I think, is interesting, but also, I would argue, too powerful. So not quite as too powerful as this, but close to too powerful. I mean, it's not close to too powerful. It is too powerful, but close to as too powerful as this. It dances with it. You can deal damage to the creature. This is automatic infinite damage. This is too powerful. If the puppet takes damage, the creature takes damage. This is infinite, too much damage. Yeah, so here's the issue. This just gives you perfect control of a creature. This allows a creature to never be able to hide from your spells, so the cheese here is overwhelming. And yeah, all of this is just, you can just kill a creature for free for nothing. So, Virtual Meat Boy, I don't want to dissuade you from an idea like this, but in order for you to get access to a thing that gives you essentially an infinite range, infinite use ability, that ability has to be fucking mellow. Like, the ability to whisper in the creature's ear is the only thing reasonable on this list. Why is that true? Well, if I can use an action to deal 1d6 damage to the creature, then I can end a campaign, because if I make a bauble of a dragon, I can just kill it. That's literally... Also, if you can use an action to deal damage... These features also all do the same thing. So what is... Let's talk about it, like, not even from a balance perspective, just from a gameplay perspective. What is this? This is literally, you deal damage to the poppet, the creature takes damage. What is this? The poppet takes damage, the creature takes damage. What is this? The poppet takes damage, the creature takes damage. So you don't need 3 bullet points that do the exact same thing. That's the first thing. Second thing is the rest of these are fucking overpowered. Spell cast on the puppet is instant hit for touch spells infinitely. Yeah, all of this is overpowered. I mean, again, I think it speaks to an excitement about an idea, but a need to go kind of back to the basics in terms of making sure that you are understanding the limits of the power you are giving a character access to. At 14th level, let's see. Allows you to make simple commands to any beast with intelligence 3 or less and take advantage of their senses. As long as one of the beasts, what does this mean, one of the beasts? One of which beasts? So within 60 feet of you, you gain the ability to seamlessly watch the perspective through the area. What? Does this mean you can... Are you just trying to say that you can see through beast senses within 60 feet of you? Why is there a 60-foot thing, and then a 20-foot thing, and then a 10 beasts? Okay, this is overly complicated for what it's trying to do. And yeah, man, I'm gonna be real blunt with you. I think that this is a very interesting idea that is overcomplicated and overpowered in almost all directions. I also think, yeah, this doesn't really fit the vibe of player characters. Like, it's an okay, this is a cool feature on a monster. I don't think this is a cool feature on a player character. I think this is going to be an annoying feature to keep track of more than anything else. Very tedious to run in-game or keep track of. Probably will lead to lots of arguments. And yeah, this feature feels both redundant and like you're underestimating the ability to mind control creatures and cast spells on them at range, and same with all this stuff. So I think bottom line I would say is I think if I were you, I would be wary of building a hag subclass that's getting a lot of stuff to do with spells. That's what I would say. Because, or, you know, decide to bite the bullet, say, no, fuck that, I want the spell things, and have a really hard conversation with yourself about how much you need to become familiar with the spells that are being available and the variety of things those spells can do if you want to be able to put those spells into potions and you want to be able to cast them at infinite range and shit like that. I hope that's helpful. Again, I think the flavor here is fun. This feels like a lot of these features feel like they would be more balanced on a monster than on a player character. So I think that might be part of it also, is that you're kind of... There's a lot of stuff that is fine on a monster and not fine on a player, and vice versa. And that's also the case with a lot of these, I think. Maybe the poppet would be reasonable if it got destroyed after you used it. But again, I disagree with, yeah, I don't think it works right now. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I think the execution really doesn't work at the moment. Idea is very, very cool, though. Yeah, if you're gonna... There's nothing wrong with trying to make a subclass for a spellcaster. There's nothing wrong with making a spellcaster subclass that focuses on interacting with those spells in a new and unique way. You just have to decide... You know, if you're deciding I'm going to be engaging with the more complicated parts of the game, you need to be willing to put the work in and engage with those more complicated parts of the game behind the scenes. This really doesn't read like that happened yet. So, don't give somebody access to putting any of their spells in a potion if you can't go through pretty much any of the spells they might pick and express how it would work and make sure it's balanced. And yeah, I feel like Bound Poppet is a cool idea. It's just really overpowered. All right, cool. Thank you very much for sharing, Virtual Meat Boy. Fun flavor, needs a good chunk of balance work, and I think a good chunk of familiarizing yourself with the mechanics you are trying to include. All right, let's give Viral Meat Boy a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you sharing. Dice Admiral, that is also why I hate 80% of Artificer subclasses that people send me. Because so many of them try to do what that Druid did, and they all have that same problem that Druid had. All of them. Overcomplicated, overpowered, doesn't sell a flavor. Now, that Druid didn't have that problem. That Druid was selling, that flavor was coming through the roof. We had flavor out the eyeballs with that Druid. But all of the mechanical spellcasting stuff, people really struggle with. People struggle with it. Alrighty. Okie dokie, artichoke. Should we do one more spin? What do you think? One more spin before the night is through? One more spin, Uno Mas? Yeah, we'll do one more. Get your prayers to the wheel in. I'll give you a second. Ooh, I farted and burped at the same time. Does that mean I win a prize? Surely it does, right? All right.
Hooray!
Oh, TD ideas! 9 months, baby. We got a baby now. Keep it up, Rosie. I'll do what I can, too. All right, get your prayers into the wheel. One more submission. And I will 99% sure I'm streaming tomorrow.
Hooray!
If I'm not streaming tomorrow, I'll stream Tuesday at the latest. And my next stream is going to be, we're not going to be doing a wheel. We are going to be talking about the 2024 homebrew. Not 20, no. We're going to be talking about the 2024 rules and starting to think about how we want to write homebrew for those things. And then the one after that will be another homebrew wheel. Ready, sweaty, spaghetti. Bagada, 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 bagada. Cthulhu Penguin, thank you for the sub. That was the prize for the burp fart? Oh, buddy, that's very kind of you. And then we got Joshi. All right, Joshi, you're rounding us out tonight. Oh, Dice, coming back in hot. Thank you, buddy. 9 months. Oh, we have a baby. What do we want to name it? Let's see what this is. Let's see what Joshi has for us. I had the idea of marine biology as a scholarly area of study for the wizard class. So weird. And wanted to better utilize aquatic conjuration and monsters outside of underwater environments. That sounds weird. Oh, Joshi, we don't want to end on yours. Joshi, yours looks weird. Yours looks complicated. All right, let's try. Let's see if we can make it work. Oh my God. This is not what I want to end on. Josh, why are we getting a first level feature? We're a wizard. This should say second level. What are we doing? Immediately you're giving me signs of worry. Immediately you're giving me signs of worry. What are we doing here, buddy? As the center point of evolution, the ocean continues to draw the fascination of many curious wizards, so strong the lore that the early zoologists, blah, 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 aquamancers carry that ancient tradition, utilizing their research and taking advantage of natural power of the water. Okay, so yeah, you're just a fishy guy. All right, let's see what we actually get. We're going to dive into the mechanics. Sorry, not sorry. Marine memory. This is, I'm assuming, a typo. Make second level here. Upon adopting this area of study, your knowledge of marine cultures becomes more and more pronounced. You can speak, read, and write primordial. You advantage on any intelligence and wisdom checks regarding creatures with a swim speed. Okay, I like that. Additionally, the spells water breathing and speak with animals are added to your spellbook for free and count as wizard spells. Are both of those spells first level spells? If they're not first level spells, we can't get this at second level. I'm pretty sure they're both first level spells. Just double check to make sure they are. If they're not, can't get them here. Let's see what we get. We get a seafaring companion. I'm gonna say the same thing. Okay, does this get anything different than a regular summon? Let's see. When summoning the elemental, it appears as your choice of three options: octopus, shark, or dolphin. Changing the form while the elemental still has one hit point takes 1 minute. I don't think you should be able to change the form. Immediately, that makes it a lot more powerful in a way that I'm sure you are not accounting for. So maybe you are. I take it back. You might be accounting for it. But if you can change its type, you are significantly increasing its power. If the creature is intended to be able to survive over the period of a full day, allow them to change it either during a short rest or during a long rest, and then at higher levels, maybe allow them to change it in the middle of combat. But don't immediately allow them to do this. That is a big power boost that we do not need. Okay. I'm assuming the rest of this is the basic thing where you can use a bonus action to make it do stuff. Hopefully. Chat, you can take a look and tell me if it's different. When it loses all its hit points, it's dismissed. You can resummon it again a number of times equal to your proficiency modus. You just get free resummonings. This is... Okay, so you are dangerously making your pet overpowered by making it be able to transform with a minute, and you get a resummoning for free. So any other thing, if you look at any of the other things that get a pet, resummoning it requires either a rest or it requires spell slots. So if you want to be able to resummon this thing in combat, first of all, it needs an action or a bonus action to resummon. It probably should be an action. And it should require a spell slot, or you just have to be able to do it at a short rest or a long rest. But this is just overpowered in a way that is pretty massive. One of the subclasses requires a second level spell slot. Yeah, so it's just... Why Primordial? I think Primordial because Primordial is the elemental language, and they're getting towards that. But yeah, the language that you should learn is not Primordial. The language you should learn is Aquan, which is the water-specific version of Primordial. You could also go in the path of the, the Fathomless Warlock. The Fathomless Warlock gets a feature. I don't think they get it at first level. I think they get it at 6th level, where they can either understand or communicate with creatures that they are in the water with that have a swim speed. So you could do something like that too. Let's take a look. This is not the way that you write out monster stat block features. There's no hit die element, so get rid of that. It's 5 multiplied by your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier. Oh, maybe that is how they're written now, actually. I don't know. But, okay, so it gets pretty much... Why does it get a 20-foot fly speed? weird. Doesn't make sense. It's immune to fire. Okay, so it gets 3 forms. It gets octopus, shark, and dolphin. Octopus form has advantage on dex stealth checks. Shark form has pack tactics. Delightful dolphin has a light radius. It gives everybody temporary hit points when it is first summoned, but that is it. Huh. And then it attacks and deals basic damage. I don't feel like this feels like it's anything. It feels fairly... I think you're shooting yourself in the foot here, and I want to point out where. I think you need to ask yourself a question, and I think it's an important one. Are you summoning and interacting with an elemental, or are you summoning and interacting with the weird little magic fish? Because I think you could decide you are summoning a little water elemental, and you could make it feel very unique and interesting by giving it water elemental features. Or you could decide you're summoning a fish, but bestowing it with magic so it can fly around and not need to be in the water. And that would also be interesting. But you're doing this middle ground, and it's kind of making me feel like it's not working. That's what I would say. Yeah, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of subclasses that get a pet they can summon and it stays around forever. It's essentially your minion class. It's like the Drake Warden gets a dragon, or the Beastmaster gets a beast, or the Battlesmith Artificer gets the little Battle Fist buddy. But yeah, I think you need to pick a lane, elemental or creature, and build it to be that. And then I think that, like... Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. It doesn't, like, the differences feel kind of like, the way that it's written right now, there's literally no reason to ever pick anything other than the shark. Getting advantage on stealth when you already only have a +1 bonus is sort of whatever. Getting an extra 5 feet of reach is not nearly as good as getting advantage on attacks and giving other creatures advantage on attacks potentially. No, just getting advantage on attacks and dealing almost double damage. So I feel like you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot with the power of the shark compared to the others. And then also the fact that you can change it means that you will always go Delightful Light of Dolphin first and then shift into another. So if there is always a most advantageous thing to do, you are creating a situation where you're giving us options, but you're not actually giving us options. Because now, if anybody summons this thing, and they summon anything other than the dolphin, they are losing the ability to make it a dolphin. Ever. Why would you ever summon it as an octopus and then turn it into a dolphin? The dolphin literally gets no features unless you choose to summon it as a dolphin. So, maybe what you mean here is if you transform it from one form into another, then this reactivates. That might be what you mean. And if that's what you mean, then there's another problem. And that other problem is that there's no reason not to always do this. So you will just always, outside of combat, you will always turn it into a dolphin. Everybody gets those temporary hit points and then turn it back into whatever you want it to be. So you shouldn't always be able to do that. So you're sort of creating a weird situation with this stat block where if you're leaning into the variety, you are intentionally avoiding using one of its main features. And if you mean you can change it into other stuff, this feature immediately becomes much too powerful. Make sure to include the average damage of the attack next to the die. Yeah, I don't know if that's as, like, you have to do it for stat blocks that people get access to, but that is a really good point and a good habit to have in general, is that whenever you're making stat blocks that are being used, next to the plus to hit, there is an average amount of damage given here. That is a very good thing to do. Although, actually, I don't think you need to do it with these because it's the plus proficiency bonus, and you can't decide what the average damage is because of proficiency bonus. Yeah. Oh, IR freeze. Boom. IR freeze literally said what I was thinking. Brilliant. High five. So yeah, I feel like this doesn't really work at the moment as the stat block for the pet. I think you got to pick a little bit more of a focused direction. And not create a situation where you're getting variety and then forced to use that variety in a specific way. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Your interactions with marine life have improved your skill with magic. The spell Conjure Animals is added to your spell list for free. I don't like that. And let me guess, you're now summoning fish or whatever. You can summon creatures with a swim speed through the spells Find Familiar and Conjure Animals. You could do that already. That's not new. Oh, when you summon them. They have temporary hit points equal to your intelligence modifier. Okay, so now you're doing something that is not good. You're giving us... Oh my god, you get this at 6th level? Okay, so here's the problem. This first feature, where you're giving everybody all of your summoned creatures with a swim speed bonus points and making the creature you summon more powerful, this is just a better version of what the Conjuration Wizard gets at a higher level. And then you're also giving us a free casting of Polymorph, which is just basically a better guess. You're giving a better version of what the Transmutation Wizard gets. So the Conjuration Wizard gets a thing where they can make their summons a little stronger, and the Transmutation Wizard gets a unique casting of Polymorph that is somewhat limited. This 6th level feature is doing both of those and making them better. So not only is it not really a unique feature, it's actually 2 separate features plugged together. And on top of that, it's better than either one of those. So this, I would say both of these, I think I would rethink. I would rethink both of these. I can show you the 2 features if you feel like I'm being unrealistic with how similar they are, just to give you a point, just to prove my point. Conjuration. Let's see. At Conjuration, at 14th level, when you summon creatures, they get 30 temporary hit points. So you're now essentially giving a weakened version of the capstone of the Conjuration Wizard here. It's not as good, but it's not new or unique, and you're getting it way fucking earlier. So that's the first thing. The second thing... Transmutation. At Transmutation, at 10th level, you get to add Polymorph to your spell list. You can do it once per day, and you can target yourself with it. And that's it. If you're doing it in the special way. So this is just better than that. 6th level is too early to get access to Polymorph. Yeah, so I just rebuild this feature from the ground up. Come up with something different that feels sort of unique. Okay, Mystic Aquarium. You've learned to magically manipulate moisture in the air. A lot of M's in that sentence. I like it. Sounds good. Got like a good alliteration. To bring the oceans wherever you are. When you cast a spell at 1st level or higher, you can use a bonus action to create a 30-foot radius sphere shimmering liquid around you for 1 minute. It allows creatures with a swim speed to traverse as if it were water. When this feature is active while underwater, hostile creatures make opportunity attacks at disadvantage. This effect ends early if you are rendered unconscious or incapacitated. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So, chat, if I'm reading this wrong, please let me know. But the way that I'm reading this feature is that once per day, you can create an area around you with a 30-foot radius that allows swimming creatures to fly and gives creatures underwater disadvantage on opportunity attacks. Is that all it does? Or is there something I'm missing? That's not... That is both... That's not that much. That's kind of nothing. Like... I'm going to be honest with you. This feature feels like the only thing it's doing is trying to make it so the idea is playable. So, I've talked about this on stream a bunch before, But if you are creating a feature and the only thing that it does is deal with an issue that you also created, that feature probably doesn't need to exist or can exist in another way. What do I mean by that? Let's say you want to build a... Well, we'll just use this example. Do we... Because we're not really getting a 10th level feature here. This 10th level feature is now, when you use your 6th level feature, it feels like you're not wasting it. Because you can get this bonus and your fish don't need to be in water. You know? Like, it's not really giving us a feature. If anything, what I would do is I would probably make, and maybe I would make it my 10th level feature. Maybe I'd make it my 6th level feature. I'm not exactly sure, depending on, again, the way you wanted to build this creature. But if you are focused on the idea of summoning fish, why not just give you a feature that's when you cast a spell that summons a creature with a swim speed, you can give that creature a fly speed instead. And make that limited in use or something like that. But like that, it doesn't need to be a whole thing here. Like it could be tied into the conjure animals thing. You know what I mean? Once you gain the spell conjure animals, you get one free casting of it. When you cast it in that unique way, if you summon creatures with swim speeds, they get a fly speed. Boom. But like, if you can't bake it, this is so much, such a waste of space. You know? Let's look at the thalassic evolution. You only need 1 minute to change the familiar's form. That was true. Yeah. So, I'm gonna read this very quickly, but it seems like everything that this is getting is related to things. It seems like everything this is doing is an improvement upon things that I already think you basically need to change. So that will lead to me thinking that you need to just make a new 14th level feature too. When you cast a first level spell of first level or higher, you can use a bonus action to create a 30-foot... Oh, no, I read that already. Okay, you no longer do blah, blah, blah. Also, you gain additional ability to transform your elemental familiar into a powerful ancestor. As an action, you can empower your elemental for 1 minute, increasing its size to large, gaining +2 to its AC. Shifting the form while this feature is active, it changes the empowerment form. Oh my god, this is so many words to just say you pick a new thing and it becomes that thing. Holy fuck. You impart the following benefits to its octopus, shark, and dolphin form. If you're doing it right, octopus enhancement, shark enhancement, dolphin enhancement. Don't make me have to look up here for the order to understand which ones are getting which. After hitting the creature with attack, it can make a saving throw or it's grappled. When a familiar hits a creature with a critical hit, it regains hit points. It can smell things well. Once per turn, the familiar can teleport up to 30 feet. Ugh. Yeah, I would just rebuild this thing. I would say honestly, man, I would say no. I would say this feels wrong. You know what? Here's my main feedback. I have two sides of feedback. Actually, it's the same thing. And chat, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. If I didn't tell you that this was a wizard, would you think it was a druid? Because everything here feels like it would make so much more sense with a druid. Why is this a wizard? What about this subclass makes sense for it to be a wizard? I would say literally nothing outside of maybe marine memory. That's maybe where the biggest issues are coming from here. Like, you're building this thing like around, like, because what you're trying to do is you're like, I want to take the wizard, but I also want it to be as much of a conjurer as the druid, and I want it to be as naturey as the druid, and I want to make those things that it's conjuring enhanced bigger too. So you're like trying to change this into too many things. This just feels like this feels like an alternative druid. So, and even in like the way the 14th level feature works, like, you know, like if you could expend a use of your wild shape to summon your little guy, and the 14th level feature was like you expend 2 uses of it to turn into a giant monster, like that literally makes more sense than the way this thing is written. You thought it was a druid until about 10 minutes in? Yeah. So main feedback for you, Joshy, is that if you want this to be a wizard, it probably needs to feel more like a wizard. And these features need to feel more unique. And I think that you're not thinking through a lot of the gameplay mechanics. Maybe you're looking at it at like, well, by level 14, all these things work together, but like it needs to work really well every level before that. This should just be a druid. Unless you can figure out how to make this thing feel more like a wizard, I would say this should be a druid. The way that this is written feels like a druid. And I don't really have more thoughts than that. I guess that's a pretty good part of it, Pinky, is you're not really an aquamancy. You're like an aquatic animal guy. Which like that, where's the wizard in that? Or rather, where's the connection between that and wizard here? We need at least a little bit more of that. Because I agree with Pinky on there. Okay, I don't really have more thoughts. I feel like it's got an interesting idea. I don't understand why it's a wizard. I think a lot of these mechanics feel a little bit lackluster. Too similar to mechanics that already exist, or kind of extraneous on top of, like, they just feel like extra, like they're trying to solve the problem that you created. Yeah. And I think that if you want to keep building it, I would play around with turning into a druid and see how that feels. Mara is more of a water wizard. I don't know who Mara is, but I accept with that. Okie dokie, artichoke. Alright, give me 2 seconds, you glorious Tyrannosauri. All right, friends. We are going to wrap it here, I think. Before we go, let us give a big round of applause to Joshy. And a big round of applause to everybody. To every single person who has put the time in to send us some brew. You guys are champions. You are lovely. Thank you so much. And if you have never been here for the end of a show before, let me show you how stream ends, because we do something a little special here, and sometimes it's worth it to hang for the end. If you decide it is, if you decide it's not, that's fine too. It's more smooth when I have the thing ready that I wanted to bring up, which is unfortunate that I have to hunt for it now. Where the fuck is it? Oh, the playlist is gone. That's why. Okay. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Sorry. What an uncomfortable way to end. All right, guys, you are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being here, and let's end by saying a very big thank you to everybody that supports the channel and all the new people. You guys are absolutely the best. Love you, love you, love you. Where is it? Come here. There we go. All right, y'all. Have a great night. Be good to each other. Love you. And see you tomorrow.
I don't know who I